All right, we are back. Okay, so what we're going to do next, and for those that are just joining us, um, Rome accidentally hit the in stream button when he left. He was leaving the chat, so we had to start a different stream. So we're gonna wait for a few people to get in. But the Green Party, I gotta send them the link because they had the old link. Let me find this here. All right, so as you can see, the Green Party starts at 3 o'clock, so we're about 5 minutes behind schedule. And we will be bringing up the Green Party in just a second here. Let's see. Let me get the link and I will send that to them. So just stand by a second here. Yeah, stand by, everybody. Let me see if I can put something up here. Okay, so we're good to go. I'm just checking to make sure that we're live on Twitter. Before I bring the Green Party on, I want to make sure everything is up and running. My apologies to everybody here. Okay, so let's now send them the link. Now that I think I got everything, let me look around. Looks like everything is now, is it? Yeah, now set. So now let's send them this. So thank you for those that's trickling back in. Actually, I gotta send this to clipboard. I gotta send this to the Greens and who else here? All right. Greens. Okay. Is the schedule up there? Oh wow. I have all of my thing up. Never mind. Let me put that down. Anyway, what I need to do is here. Okay, so I'm in the inbox here. Link. Oh. Okay. All right, so that is sent. Let's see what they're saying. All right, so let's put the schedule back up. We can kind of go over that. Maybe that'll buy them some time to join us here. And let's share the screen once again. So for those trickling back in, you already know what happened. Rome accidentally hit the in-stream key. So that last link was deactivated. I don't have anything from them yet, but I will send them. Wait for that response. So he hit that and had to create another link and do all of that. But now we are back. Okay, it looks like they got it. 1 second while I reply to their email. All right, so momentarily they should be joining. So we are on a 3 p.m. hour, the Green Party hour, and so the Green Party is coming to discuss a few, to address a lot of things. Not a lot of things, but talk about what happened in 2020, of course. Talk about their overall assessment, some of the top issues for gaining ballot access. What are some of the candidates going to look like? And what's the future of the Green Party? All of these questions, all of these items, they are coming for this hour to address. And along with some of the topics that aren't as easy to speak about, um, they are also going to be touching upon that too. So we're talking about the 2020 election. We're talking about the 2020 presidential election process. Um, and we may be taking some questions from the audience also when they're here. And that's something also that, I explained to them that we are very connected with our audience. So we will be pulling some questions from our audience because they're very good at what they do. Um, but I gave them a heads up that you know our audience want to hear about what happened. So I gave them a heads up. So anyway, that's who we're waiting for now. Um, and then at 5 p.m. Eastern, that's going to be election integrity and organizing. That is Afeni and Franco from Frank Analysis will be on during that hour. Actually, a couple of people. I think Nick will be coming back, and I forget who else is on. Maybe Novi's on that panel, also. Uh, there goes Margaret from the Green Party. So I see you there. We'll be waiting. So they are starting to show up. I'll wait for all of you to get here, and then I'll bring you in. But then at 6 p.m. we have Tara Reid. Rome will be back. I'll make sure to tell Rome not to end the stream after that one. And then at 7:30 p.m. Eastern is the sit down with Dr. Jill Stein, Briahna Joy Gray, and Nick will be back again for that particular segment. And then I will end the night with Professor Zunkas and a couple of others on the panel. And we will be talking about, can we change the system by voting? So that's going to be it. So I see another member. So I'll wait for the last person, but I just want to acknowledge that I do see you two backstage. So just hang tight. All right. So everybody in the comments, yes, green power. This is the green hour. What time zone? So all the times I'm giving are for Eastern. So all the times that I'm mentioning, all the times that are listed here are all Eastern standard times. And can they please get a bigger name? Charisma. Okay. So as I stated, you will have a chance to ask questions of some of the Green Party officials coming up. But that'll be later in the segment. So stand by for that. Actually, let me bring them in now. If you're ready, Garrett and Margaret, I'm going to bring you in now. Let me stop sharing that there. And welcome you both to the Revolutionary Blackout Network. Welcome. How are you?
Hi, doing good. Thanks for inviting us.
Awesome. Now we're missing. Who was the third person? I'm sorry. Is it Margaret, Garrett? Who was the third person that was coming? Hello.
We also had a couple other co-chairs, Ray Stonegrover and Hillary Cain, and I think they weren't
Hillary.
able to. Yeah, I think they weren't
Oh,
able.
I wasn't aware of that. Okay, so Hillary was not able to come. Okay, so no worries. So, now this is sort of an open forum. If you haven't been on our network before, which I don't believe you've been on either one of you have been on anyone's show, we're pretty connected to our audience. We do a lot of a lot of organizing. Like we know these people, a lot of the people in real life, and because we organize them. So yes, this is the Green Power Hour. Now the reason the Green Party was asked to have their own sort of dedicated hours because a lot of the people who follow, a lot of people who listen to us, a lot of the RBN members are Green Party voters. Like I voted Green in 2020. Nick has been voting Green. I think he just said in the last stream, like since 2012 was the last time he voted for a duopoly party. So we, and we also, and there's another reason, we also feel that the Green Party um, is one of the better parties as far along down the road in trying to be in all 50 states and all ballots. Like they're farther down the road than a lot of other parties along. I mean, everybody knows the Libertarian Party also has a lot of but the Green Party they not only are they far along, but are further along than some other parties, but a lot of the policies we also believe in. So we wanted to bring some not real officials, but some official party members on, just so people will understand this is the Green Party and not just a voter, a Green Party voter. So that's what we wanted to do. So I'll allow both of you to sort of give I guess an introduction of yourself and maybe what you do, and then we can take it from there. So we'll start with Margaret.
Right on. I think my mic is working now. I don't
Yes.
know if it was working at the beginning, but
I can hear you now.
perfect. So my name is Margaret Elizabeth. I am one of the co-chairs of the Green Party of the United States, and I am also the co-chair of the National Lavender Green Caucus, and I am the chair of my state party in Washington State. So there's a lot of overlapping kind of responsibilities there, but in a broad sense, I think that gives me a strong strategic perspective that I bring to all three groups. And so there's that. But how, like, we actually chatted a bit beforehand about like introductions and things like that. So I'm not sure how deep we want to go, but I thought maybe sharing how we joined the Green Party would be interesting.
Absolutely.
So for me, I gotta it was Ralph Nader. What can I say? The Nader campaign back in 2000 was so original, so different, so like outside the box. I was like, this guy's got a vision. I like it. And of course, he had already the reputation of being really solidly on the side of workers and working class folks and consumer, right? And so I really appreciated his vision. And so that really inspired me. It took me a while to actually join the National Party. It wasn't until Dr. Stein's campaign in 2016 that I actually felt compelled to join the party in an official sense and help the campaign. And as a consequence, I've really grown a great deal. I really appreciate the trust that my colleagues have given me, and I feel really humbled to be in a position where I am right. I don't want to overblow it, but the historicity of the moment is pretty significant. We're the only anti-war party in the United States, and we're on the brink. I don't mean to be hyperbolic here, but right, World War III. And so I feel like as the only anti-war party in the heart of the Western imperial core, we have a strong duty to advocate for anti-war positions and to advocate for things like Medicare for all, which is a huge position for us, and things like UBI, which obviously is a great thing for most Americans. So that's my thing. I got a lot.
That was great. That was great. We want to hear that that beyond the surface level sort of information from you. So that was great. So Garrett, if you're ready, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, hi everyone. So my name is Garrett Wasserman, and just like Margaret, I'm one of the 7 co-chairs in the National Steering Committee of the Green Party of the United States, and it's an honor and really cool to have been elected to that position. I'm relatively newer. I've only been there since July, but it's been an interesting experience for sure. I started with the Green Party. Well, how would you put it? Like, I've been kind of a lifelong independent and not really entirely sure where I should put my, political energy and organizing for some time. And around 2016, there was so much energy around Bernie Sanders. And I thought like, well, I don't really particularly want to be in the Democratic Party, but, Bernie Sanders seems like a great candidate. And as soon as you started to see how the primary was going and how the party was treating him and all that stuff, I decided, no, I've always been an independent, and I need to, double down on that 100%. Like, we have to get ahead by building an independent party for us, for the people. in order to actually change things. So I got involved in the Green Party in 2016 and haven't looked back. So I started off in my local party, which is the Green Party of Allegheny County, which covers the Pittsburgh region. And we've started growing there and running candidates, and we're really making a name for ourselves. We're starting to kind of influence local politics, which is a pretty cool thing. I've also been involved in the state party, the Green Party of Pennsylvania, where I actually was involved in I was like the statewide ballot access coordinator for a few years. So I could tell you all about all the the horrible.
That's one of the bigger topics that we will be diving into, the ballot access part. But go ahead.
And especially in 2020, Pennsylvania was one of the hotbeds of problems. So we could definitely talk about that in a moment. But I was right in the middle of all that, and then of course I through the state party I became a delegate to the national party, and was elected as a co-chair. And so one thing I've loved about the Green Party is notice kind of that flow there. I got involved in my local party, to the state, to the national, and that just kind of emphasizes the grassroots nature of this party, that we really try hard to be an actual grassroots democratic party where everyone is invited to get involved and everyone can get involved. We're not a party of corporate donors or anything like that, right? Or, big fancy people. It's, if you want to get involved and you want to start taking action, you're welcome, and we'd love to have you.
Absolutely. I still have the lavender greens up because for those that may not know what the lavender greens are, Margaret, can you explain what the lavender greens are?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or who the lavender greens are?
So the Green Party has identity caucuses, which are organized under the national umbrella. And the Lavender Green Caucus is the LGBTQIA plus caucus. So we represent a huge intersectional group of Greens throughout the country. And it's a really interesting place to be because let's be honest, if you're paying attention to the national political scene, you're well aware of the Don't Say Gay law in Florida and all of these anti-trans bills which are going on around the country. So being in a position of, it's hard to say like leadership, but being in a position of responsibility for the caucus and how we go, I really take it, seriously to advocate consistent positions against this kind of behavior because it's completely antithetical to our platform. If you look at the Green Party platform, which I think is the best one in the country, you'll see our clear exposition of like social justice issues, specifically around things like gender identity, sexual orientation, and romantic orientation. I know sometimes it can be a bit of a word salad to say like the whole LGBTQIA plus, acronym. So in a personal context, I usually use gender and romantic and sexual minorities. It's GRSM. So it's much smaller and flows off my tongue better, right? But that's the thing we incorporate.
That's good.
And so it's that, I think that for if you're a person who might qualify under that, umbrella, let's say, the Green Party represents a very specific and forward-looking paradigm about how we deal with queer issues. And, our position is, of course, one of equity for every person. And there's no way you can have a platform which is intersectional, based in equity, and a workers' rights platform, and not include every single person in it. And that means, every queer person, every romantic, kind of minority, everything. And so it's a really intersectional caucus. I think there's a lot of tremendous work which is done there. And to be 100% honest, I've learned a lot. We all are the product of the society in which we grow up in and the specific socioeconomic circumstances that surround us materially, which can be different than other peers that we have. And so when you get into an identity caucus where you have people from all different social strata, all different socioeconomic backgrounds, it can really, if you choose it to be, it can be a really educational and learning experience. I've been really humbled to learn a lot of stuff that, perhaps in my own egotistical arrogance, I thought I had already known, or at least had a conceptual grasp of. But when you speak to people directly, you listen to their lived experiences, it changes you if you let it. And so I've just been really grateful that my peers in my caucus have chosen to speak to me in an honest and direct way. That was a lot of words. So
No, that was great. No, the reason I wanted you to explain that is because for me, I never want to assume people. For me, language is maybe I should be a linguist, but language is something I notice. So when anytime there's a word or something that somebody may not know, I always want to just define that before we move on. But first question, and I'll start with you, Garrett, is what is the biggest misconception about the Green Party? Like, what is the biggest thing where you heard, you're like, what? You really thought the Green Party was like that? Or maybe something that people aren't aware? Like, what is the thing that jumps out to you the most when you're thinking of that question?
I think there's a lot of ways that you can take that sort of question. The thing that jumps out to me first, and this is a sort of response that I've gotten when we've been doing ballot access work, for example. In many states, you go around and you collect signatures on legal petitions from people. So you're talking to average voters and asking them like, hey, I'm with the Green Party, and would you like to have another choice on the ballot in November and things like that? And you get some interesting feedback that way, talking to people. And one common thing that I hear is partially because of our name, I suppose, the Green Party, is, well, there's a lot more than environmental issues. And the thing about it is we completely agree. The Green Party is not just about environmental issues. Our 4 pillars, one of them is ecology, but it's also grassroots democracy. It's also social justice, and it's also peace. As Margaret was saying, the only major anti-war party, really. And we take this kind of broader view that, ecological justice also means economic justice, also means racial justice, also means ending the wars. All of these issues are all very, very interconnected with each other. You can't really split them apart. And so I think that's an important aspect that I hope we can get across to people, that the Green Party is more than just the environment. You could just think of it as a color or something, right? Like there's a red party and a blue party. Well, we're the Green Party, But
I must say that I used to think the same thing. And before, when I was a liberal, I'm a recovering liberal. When I was a liberal, I thought the same thing. I thought, well, that party only cares about the environment and animals. Like, so that's their focus. So that's the reason why I never even went to even research it, like, because I just off of that. So I guess I'll go to you, Margaret, for your answer to that first question, and also if you can speak to what Garrett mentioned about the misconception of the Greens. So I know you've heard this or talked about it. Has the Green Party ever considered changing their name or updating their name in the United States?
Okay, so that's a great question, actually, and I don't want to take them in reverse order. So let me answer the
whichever
first
way
one.
you want to do it. Go ahead.
One of the misconceptions I have dealt with, like in the same way, right? When you go out petitioning, people get a chance to speak to you pretty directly, in the 30 seconds you get with each person. And I will say that, overwhelmingly, there's been 3 things that people say to me about the Green Party. When I'm like, hey, would you like an alternative? Like, wow, that'd be awesome, right? Number 1, well, you're just concerned about the environment and there's more stuff. Number 2, all you're really besides the environment, all you want is legal weed for everybody. And number 3, besides legal weed in the environment, you don't run candidates, you don't do anything. So why would I do it, right? So that's a huge misconception and a very difficult one to actually overcome, because of the way we have to do that. It's easier to overcome the perception of us just being an environmental party because you can look at our platform. We can show you.
Right.
It's easy to overcome the whole we're just into legal weed, though we are, because you can look at our platform and you can look at the other things we advocate. But when we talk about running candidates, that is a thing which is controlled nominally by the mainstream media outlets, who don't allow us to speak, who suppress the fact that we do run candidates. I'll just share with you, last year, we had 100 candidates, 100 Greens win office. And I would bet you that not most of your audience doesn't know that. But
you said
us,
one office? Did you say win office?
we won 100
100.
office.
Yeah, like
positions.
I'm a green voter, and I had no idea of that at all.
Oh yeah. Like
To your
we
point.
have an elections database because we're the only people keeping track of it. So you can go look at that. It's actually public. You can see every green who's won all the way back to the beginning of when we were a party. So why we don't change our name? So interestingly enough, the Green Party of the United States is a member of a global political movement called the Global Greens. And every member of that group is a Green Party. So we all have the name Green Party in it. And unless we chose to not be a member of the Global Greens, we have to keep that name. So what this means for us, though, in a broad sense, is we are not a political party which is isolated and solely focused on the conditions of the United States. We understand that the United States may be, to borrow a euphemism here, the tail that wags the dog. Nevertheless, we are an international party connected with every other Green Party in the world, striving to achieve the 4 same aims: social justice, peace, democracy, and basically a goodwill and good times for us all if we could arrange it. But people just don't like our platform. I think they should go read it.
Garrett, I saw. Did you want to also chime in on that question, or did you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I agree with Margaret there that I really love this idea that we're the Green Party as not just a standalone party, but as part of an international movement. We're trying to grow an international, green eco-socialist movement across the world. And we have allied parties across the world. We send delegates to meet with those other parties. And, one of our co-chairs just went to Venezuela, for example, a few months ago and observed their elections and talked with folks there. And, it's very important, I think, for us to keep that in mind, especially as, an anti-war party and things like that. It has to be an international movement. It has to be coordinated and cooperation internationally between, workers and parties and things like that for us to really succeed and to really change a lot of the national and global structures that are in place toward, equity and justice and things that we're seeking. So I think, on the one hand, it's great to be aligned with that as an international green movement. Second, I think whatever name you choose could end up with problems because, any name somebody could say, well, you're focusing too much on this one thing or this thing or that thing, So I think it's more about just making sure that our whole platform gets out to people, getting, public education out to people, building our own media, making sure people know what we stand for and what all the details are, because it's hard to find those details. Whatever you call your party, it's hard to find those details when media is so captured by corporate interests and politicians will just flat out lie about what you stand for and things like that. So we have those challenges no matter what, and I think we need to pull together and make those challenges. The last comment I'll make is that as a national Green Party, we're set up differently. Again, we don't want to be a corporate party. We don't want to have lobbyists and all these big things, right? We're a grassroots democratic party where we answer to our voters, to our members. And so because of that, the National Green Party is structured very differently from most other parties. It's structured as a federation of state parties. So all the state parties kind of have this equal status, and caucuses too, that we were talking about the Lavender Caucus, that, caucuses are kind of seen like state parties within the national bylaws. And so they all, they work together and in this federation. So the national party is really this place where we try to cooperate between states. It's not really like the national dictates things. It's really the states get together and cooperate with each other. And those states can do what they want. And so it actually happens to be that, for example, the West Virginia affiliate of the Green Party is actually called the Mountain Party for historical reasons. And so they wanted to keep that name, and that's okay. And so if there's local and state parties that wanted to name themselves something different, but still be part of the Green Federation, I don't think there's any problem with that. You just have to agree to the green values and our accreditation standards and things like that to be part of the green movement. But if folks felt like it would help in their local region to call it something different, that's fine too. I don't think anyone would object to it.
No, I think as a strategy to gain more voters, because for all third parties, the challenge is visibility. But not only visibility, it's the challenge of visibility on top of propaganda.
Mhm.
So but I never knew that you couldn't change the name Green Party without and not remain a member of the global Green Party. And I'm gonna talk about it in this way. We have an RBM member. Her name is Josana. She's from Brazil, and what she says is that she came to the United States to fight the empire because the brain is here. The cause of all the world problems that's happening, the brain is here, and here is where the left is most weak, is in the United States. So that's, which makes that a problem. So I kind of look at it the same way with the parties, is that a lot of people have a lot of criticisms of the Green Party here. But we have to understand that we are behind when we're talking globally, because so much has happened, so much propaganda, 500 years of propaganda, for example. Like, there's so much that makes our situation uniquely different.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But let's talk about ballot access. Let's move there, because to me, even if people don't know about you, at least if you're on the ballot, they will, once they get to the booth, they will be able to see you there. Like, oh, I never heard of this party, but the Green Party, or who, but if you don't even have that. So I guess the first question would be, is the number one issue, or do the Green Party as a national party feel like the number one issue they have is ballot access or something else? I'm sorry, I'll start with Margaret. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll start with Margaret.
Okay, so one of my positions in the Green Party is also the ballot access liaison for the steering committee. So I attend the.
I lucked out. Look at that! I lucked out. I got the perfect person.
So, is it the number one priority from a national electoral perspective? It absolutely is. We want to run. So it's a bit complicated in a sense, but let's kind of start at the grassroots level of things. So absolutely, we want to have ballot access in every single state, because then we can run green candidates in every single state. You could still be a green and run even if we don't have ballot access. However, it means you have to run as an independent. Some states will say, like on the ballot, they'll say like independent, but running as a green or something along those lines. That's different, right? It doesn't show up as a green candidate. So ballot access is a number one priority, especially for that committee. And most Greens around the country really feel that that's the effort that they put in to do it. Now, the tricky thing for ballot access, and I'll let kind of Garrett speak directly about this in his own state, because that was a huge thing that came up. But ballot access isn't across the board the same at all. In my state, for instance, in Washington, all you need is 1,000 signatures. That's it, which is, not hard to get. You usually get 1,400 or so, because they'll throw some out. Some are invalid, whatever it might be. But it's a pretty easy number. But for instance, in New York, just over this last election cycle, they changed the law so that now essentially you need 700,000 petitioners to sign your thing. Now that is a huge, vast number. And it means that essentially the Green Party is off the ballot in New York. That's just what happened. And there's no way that we will be able to sort that, because New York's legislature is dominated by, politicians who wish to keep us off the ballot. So, we've done lawsuits in other states to get on ballot and to overturn these laws. In fact, this is one of those interesting dovetails. Many times the Libertarian Party finds themselves in the same situation. They're also kicked off the ballot. And so us, the Libertarians, maybe the Socialist Party or the Communist Party of the United States, will do a joint lawsuit in a state to make that state give us access, to stop what they're doing. And so that's an interesting collaboration, because normally speaking, these parties wouldn't be collaborating on things. But the one thing we all agree on is every voter should have the right to vote for who they want. How that isn't the case is a bizarre mystery to me. The Green Party itself uses ranked choice voting with single transferable vote, the Gregory method, which has been used by Ireland since 1971 to conduct all their elections. It's great. It absolutely works, and we should do it here. That's my
Is
pick.
it something you can kind of speak to briefly? I don't want you to have to delve
Oh, yeah.
into, but if you can explain what that is so that our audience can
Yeah, right on.
learn here.
I love ranked choice voting. This is the way forward in like voting reform efforts. So basically, you get to vote for any single person you want, right? And you rank them. I like this guy first. I like this girl second. I like this person third. And there it is. And then there's a threshold. Once a person crosses a threshold, let's say it's 60%, they win. They're in. That's it. All the rest of the votes that were done are then divided by the 2, 3, 4, 5 choices. So it gets divided amongst the other people. So what happens over time is every group of people gets represented. It might not be your first choice, but it's your second choice. And so you get somebody in a position, to represent you. And as a group that's based on representative democracy, having delegates in this whole grassroots process, it's important to include every single constituent and to give them a voice. And so it's a real shame to me, I think, that our country doesn't use it. I understand why. And it's a real shame to me that we don't have a more consistent outcry in a national level by the actual voters to demand a change from this two-party duopoly. I get a choice of lesser and evil. And do you know what happens when you vote for lesser evil? You get lesser and you get evil. I'm tired of getting less and evil. I want none of that. I want more and I want good. I want to vote for things I want. And sure, sometimes I don't win that, but I would rather vote for something I actually want to have rather than vote for something I don't want and actually win that. Oof, how awful is that?
That's a great way of explaining it. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're voting for something you don't want, and then you get it, and it's like, well, I didn't want that. So why did you vote for it? It's kind of weird. But let's bring Garrett back in here with another ballot. Is there ballot access question? Is there a state that is particularly has issues? Like I'm gonna speak to your state in particular in just a second, but is there a state that people would be shocked, or maybe not even shocked? Like, is New York the hardest state that we find to get ballot access? Do they have the biggest hurdles, or highest the largest amount of hurdles? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, New York recently changed their laws that Margaret was mentioning. And so because of that, the requirements to get on the ballot in New York have skyrocketed. It's crazy now. I'm not sure if it's actually the worst, sadly, because I think Illinois requires like 100,000 signatures or something. If you go to the Illinois Green Party, they have this photo where they turned in their signatures one day, and it's like this giant, like, they had to get what do you call those things? Like if you're tying something to the bed of a truck, they had to like clamp it down because it's just this giant binder like this tall, of petitions that they had to submit to get on the ballot. It's ridiculous. And there's several states like that. So what people probably don't realize is that when we talk about ballot access, there's 50 states plus DC. So 51 contests, essentially, 51 elections across the country happen at once. There is no real national election. It's 51 separate elections are held simultaneously. And each state has its own completely separate, different set of rules and deadlines and requirements to get on the ballot and things like that. So in some states, we're lucky, and it's only maybe a few hundred signatures or 1,000, like Margaret was talking about. But then there's other states that are really difficult, and we're talking tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of signatures, like we were saying in New York and Illinois and other places. And there might be other hurdles too. For example, I think it's Oklahoma or something like that. There is no signatures at all. It's just like $40,000. If you don't have $40,000, you're not on the ballot. That's it. So you just have to raise a lot of money. And so, again, every state is completely different. So that's part of our challenge as a national party of coordinating all this, that we have all these different requirements that have different deadlines. Some of them you have to, you might have until a few months before the election, maybe early in the year. Who was it? There was, I forget if it was Illinois or someone, but like they had to put in their signatures like a year in advance. Like we don't even know who the candidate's going to be at that point, and they have to put in 10,000 signatures or whatever, you know. So it's really hard to coordinate, and the best thing that can help is just more fundraising. If people want to donate to our Ballot Access, we have a Ballot Access committee, and you could donate directly to them if you want to support Ballot Access efforts. And then, of course, volunteers on the ground, people who are willing in each state to go and collect these signatures and do the work that's necessary to get on the ballot. In my state of Pennsylvania, especially in 2020, we ran into a lot of trouble because, of course, 2020 was the beginning of the pandemic that we're still living through. And the pandemic caused a lot of trouble. Our state governor essentially shut down all the public offices. He put out a executive order that said all the offices would be shut down and all of the paperwork would be done electronically and not in person for the to deal with the pandemic and things like that. And this happened right at the beginning of our petitioning period, that by law we can only start petitioning at a certain date. And then we have from essentially early in the year, like around March until about July, to collect signatures. So March is when the pandemic started. So like pretty much we started off with a handicap to begin with in 2020 because the pandemic had shut everything down. We send volunteers to events, for example, and all the events had canceled that year. A lot of our volunteers, of course, we didn't want to put them in danger, so we didn't want to ask people to do it unless they really wanted to. And of course, a lot of folks, they might have elderly people at home, they might have young kids at home. So, a lot of people understandably said, normally I volunteer, but I can't do it this year because, I'm worried about the pandemic. So it caused a lot of problems, but we were able to get enough volunteers and find enough people to do petitioning that we got the signatures we needed. In Pennsylvania, it used to be like 80,000 signatures, but thankfully one of our candidates a few cycles ago went to court over it and fought in court. And the ultimate court decision was that it was unfair. It violated the Constitution and things like that. And so they reduced just our statewide candidate requirements down to 5,000 signatures, which is still really ridiculous when you compare it to most of the rest of the world, where you could run for national office with like 10 or 20 signatures. But it's at least a much more reasonable milestone. So we were able to reach that. And the Democratic Party, unfortunately, filed lawsuits immediately. And they pretty much do that every election cycle. They try to kick our candidates off the ballot. So when we filed it,
that's actually no, go ahead. Because that is one of the questions I did have about that. But go ahead if you wanted to finish that.
Yeah. I can talk about it an hour later, whatever you want to do. But
well, let's bring in Hillary and introduce Hillary since she just joined. Sure. Hi, Hillary. I'm Jay, and can you just introduce yourself? What position are you at the Green Party, and anything else you would like to mention?
Sure, and thanks for having us. And sorry that I'm sort of late. Today was a half day in our school district, so I had to pick up my daughter at, in a random time.
But, I deal with the same thing.
That's the way we roll.
Right.
So I'm Hillary Cain, and I am from Philadelphia, and I've been a Green for a long time, about 20 years. I'm actually our national party treasurer at the moment, but have held various leadership roles from the local level to the state party. And I also serve on our coordinated campaign committee, which is the committee that supports and promotes our candidates and campaigns. So, yeah, I mean, I can certainly echo what Garrett to go on what he was riffing about. And I'm a fellow Pennsylvanian, so we share the same ballot access pain. But I think, one of the points that our communications manager, Michael O'Neill, put out in one of our statements was that, candidate suppression is a form of voter suppression. And that is something that I think, we have a unique experience with. The Democratic Party tries to promote itself as like the friend to voting rights. They prop up John Lewis and they, talk about the evil of the Republican voter ID scams and that's all true. But also, they have a long history in many states, not just Pennsylvania, of kicking us off the ballot. And if I, as a voter, can't find my voice and my values on the ballot, that is a problem. And so I think that aspect of what it means to have true and full voting rights in this country needs to be talked about.
There's one other thing
Go ahead.
Ballot access, right? We've all been talking about how we have to go get signatures and petition all the rest of that kind of stuff. This is not the case for the duopoly. They don't have to do that. Once you hit a certain status in your state, usually they call it major party status, and it has to do with the percentage of vote you get. But once you hit that, you never have to get petitions again. You're just automatically included.
That depends.
How do you qualify for
on
that?
It does
depends on the state.
In my state, for instance, in Washington, you need to hit 5% of the statewide vote for a statewide office.
Right. And in Pennsylvania, it's actually 15% to qualify for as a major party that gets basically a state-funded primary. But the primary candidates do have to collect signatures here. So like if I wanted to run as a Democrat or Republican for state rep, I do have to get signatures to get on the primary ballot. But it's a lot fewer signatures. And it's pretty much a given that, that as a party, at least Democrats and Republicans can put whomever they like. They can have candidates in some way, shape, or form. So
So it feels like you're trying. It feels like the Greens are trying to get into a rigged game, and not only is the game rigged, but the entrance is rigged too. That's what it feels like. All in the effort of trying to present people a better choice.
Yeah.
And it's kind of disheartening that that's the state of the United States. But let's get back to the ballot access part, because it seems very important. Hillary, we were just speaking to I asked, like, is ballot access like the top concern? Margaret said electorally probably that is, and then Garrett spoke to is one or another state has the hardest ballot access issue, and I thought maybe it was New York, and he said no, maybe Illinois.
I don't know, Texas, Pennsylvania. There's a few contenders for worst.
What I'm trying to get to is there a correlation in what requirements, like is it states that have a higher requirement to get on it? Is it because there's a narrower divide between Republican and Democrat, so they can't have this third party coming in and siphoning off 1 or 2%? Is there any, or have you noticed any correlation with that?
I don't know that we've actually done the research, and off the top of my head, having studied this not at all until you asked this question, I can think of, like Texas has really awful ballot access for Greens and third parties. And it's clearly a very red state, right? So that's not quote unquote like a battleground state. Whereas like Pennsylvania is, and it's also very, very tough.
Is there anywhere where you're always on? Like, for sure, I mean, definitely. Every election we're on 35.
New Jersey, right. Okay. New Jersey had, like, I think they only have to collect like 500 signatures or 50. I mean, it's some like very small amount for the size population of a state that, like they have no trouble getting on the ballot. And in fact, because I'm again in Philadelphia, a lot of time New Jerseyans will come across the river to help us collect signatures because it's so easy there. They don't need to spend any of their effort on it. And then I think about like, well, where have we had a lot of candidates? I mean, Pennsylvania actually has a fairly large number of Green candidates compared to other states year after year, despite the fact that it's so hard. But, we also have other outlets, like Maine has a very high number of Greens in terms of population, like registered number. I don't really know what their ballot access requirements are. I do just remember that they have to start fairly early in January when there's still like tons of snow on the ground up there. But, they're one of the two states that I think it's two states that have actually elected Greens to the state house, and have disproportionately like high levels of registration given the size population they're seeing. So it's like, it's just really varied. And I think the one thing that I've learned is that once you get into this electoral arena, it's like 50 states doing it 50 different ways, and really trying to wrap your head around all that is It takes a lot of time and effort.
I think it's by design to have 50 states holding 50 different elections, having 50 different, because in order to take down a duopoly, you have to have 50 different plans instead of one. So you don't nationalize it, because if you have one plan or one way of doing it, then opposition can attack that one plan instead of 50 different plans. It's the same reason they don't clean up all the voting issues. And I always say this: we've been voting for how long? And we still got voting problems. We still got hanging chads. Like, is this? Are we not seeing that this is on purpose? You know what I mean? Like, they don't really want to know what all of us really think. They don't really want to take a tally of that. So they have, felons can't vote, and this, all these different hurdles. But my next thing I want to talk about, and we're going to come back to ballot access in just a second, because it's kind of connected, is visibility. Because even if you're on the ballot, sometimes candidates, it's hard even for people to know about green candidates. So I'll come back to Margaret. So what is there a new plan, a different plan, or what is the plan for visibility? Like, what do Greens do to make themselves more visible?
Well, that is a great question, undoubtedly. From a candidate perspective, it's obviously up to them how they would like to break through the static, right? From a national party perspective, I suppose the answer has a bit more of a strategic sense to it, because what we want to do is raise all of our candidates, visibility for all of them. So how do we do that? Okay. So I actually have really elaborated some thoughts about this to my colleagues, and I hope that we're actually making these changes. I think we'll be voting on some of this soon, but I think it's a multi-phased effort. So where do we engage with people? We engage with people primarily right now through social media, but old social media like Facebook has a limited reach compared to new social media like Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. Right. So I think our strategic perspective on how we raise the profile of green candidates is to engage directly in the new social media market, if you will, and engage in a way which is deliberate and conscientious to the candidates that we're raising, because they're different, right? They're in different states and they have different perspectives. And so it's important to be mindful of that. But I think from the national perspective, it has a lot to do with that. It does mean that we collectively understand our public persona, if you will, has a role to raise visibility, right? Like, I have a Twitter account, my own personal one, and it's not really, I mean, sometimes it's political, but it's personal, so it's all over the place. But there is an effort, there's a desire to have a consistent social media presence. So we have a media team that does that. We have a coordination manager, a communications manager, Michael O'Neill, who you've communicated with, who helps coordinate this national perspective. And so as you're seeing over the last few years, a real consistent green brand being represented, like same fonts everywhere, same kind of news format, the whole thing. And this is a deliberate effort on our part, because you're right. There's not just the deliberate suppression of us, but there's also the apathy of people saturated by news, by stories, by links to click, by stuff. And so how do you sort that? Usually it's word of mouth. It's your friend, somebody you personally trust, saying, oh yeah, go check this link out, or go check that person out. It doesn't matter that like 5 officials from the Green Party are here talking about green stuff. If one of your friends tells you, oh yeah, the Green Party is great, you should go check them out, that will be more compelling to you than all of us doing it. So how do we reach those folks? And I think it's consistency. I actually have a lot of thoughts about this. We want to challenge big money. We want to challenge the corporate duopoly. And there's only one way to do it, I think. And that's with big voice. Big voice represents all the people, and it's only big voice that can beat big money. So how do we get big voice? You have to be in a position where people will trust you because you're ethical, because you engage in democratic processes which are clear and transparent, and they will allow you to represent them, and they will give you their strength, and you can stand there and demand the change from the mass of people in a way which is different than the diffuse masses making the same demand. And so I think from an electoral perspective, that's our challenge. We want to reach the people and have them trust us. And we do that by having our platform, which is great and clear and open. We do that by making sure all of our processes are transparent and we're there for our voters. I mean, it's hard to say it in a more direct way, but I think that the Green Party represents the single best effort we have to make the changes we want in our country from an electoral perspective. And I think that we need, because we're fighting the biggest machine in the world, we need to have a diversity of tactics. So the electoral process is one of them. It's not the only one, and it's certainly not suited for everyone. But if it is suited for you, if you like that process, the rules and all the rest, you definitely need to get involved. You may not care about politics, but they definitely care about you.
That's a great point. Did you have, it looked like you were going to speak onto that same point, or did you have something to say also?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just wanted to.
I'm sorry, Hillary.
Jump,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
To jump in there and say, I think, the one thing that I have learned in my time with the Green Party is that, there are a lot of people who are already involved in activists, right? Like many people who are probably watching this are already, doing something. They're motivated. They have a vision. They want to change the world, right? Fabulous. So many other people do not, right? Like there's just a lot of people who are sort of sitting on the sidelines, and for better or worse, the every 4-year contest that is our presidential election, and then to a lesser extent, all the other races, get a lot more people off the sidelines and into the process, even if it's only for a really short time. And so to some degree, I've often noticed that by us interjecting this kind of more activist bent that, we represent in our politics into the sort of normal mainstream political conversation when we can, it actually helps, awaken some new people who become future activists, right? We get some new people into the space that really wouldn't have been there before, but because at least once every 4 years, the rest of the world is saying, hey, pay attention to this, they somehow start paying attention. And so I think it's also a good entry point for a lot of new folks. And it's, we're trying to be that bridge, I think, between, we like to say that we're the electoral arm of the activist movement. And, to be that bridge between, folks who are sort of in the street and on the ground and the folks who are obviously making policy.
Yeah. And it has to be a mix in this is just a side comment. I would just like people who are into electoralism to be more into direct action, and people who are into direct action. It's like is no mix. And you need electoralism without direct action equals you don't win. You don't get anything. Like you have to put pressure on the system. Like the civil rights bill would have never been signed without the civil rights being pressure. That took 10 years,
Totally.
10 years or more to do. So that is just, that's how the game is played, and especially when the game is rigged into, to two parties. So, Garrett, you mentioned earlier about Democrats bringing lawsuits to get Greens off of ballots. I do have a question about that, but does anyone know, every presidential election, are you on the how many states are for sure we're always on their ballots because they have the least hurdles? Is there a certain amount? It feels like there's about 30 some odd states that's kind of where at least the last, I would say, 3 presidential elections, I've noticed the Greens have pretty much always had those states. I'm not saying it's easy to get there, but is there a certain amount of states that you haven't seen, the Greens not be able to cross that threshold? Is it 25? Is it 30? Have you seen it less than that before? Garrett. I'm sorry, Garrett.
Yeah, sorry. Wasn't sure if that was directed to me. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, there's 50 different state contests, and they all have different rules. I think you're probably about right that maybe around half, 25, 30-ish, are easier to get on, and we can usually expect to be there. And the other half or so take a lot more effort, like we were talking about, tens of thousands of signatures or a very large fee to be on the ballot, things like that. So
how are the fees raised? If you have a fee, is there I guess Hillary can answer this. If there is a fee, is there already funds for that? Like since you already know there's going to be a fee, like is it sort of fundraising? Like how does that how are those funds covered?
I mean, basically campaigns cover the fees by raising money. Like it's just yet another campaign expense. Certainly we as a national party try to contribute where we can. And so we have, like, our Ballot Access Committee did contribute to a couple of state filing fees for our presidential campaign in 2020. And we've done that for other candidates, but we have a pretty small war chest. Sorry, I should come up with better peace language as a Green, but we unfortunately, we take zero corporate dollars. And when I say zero, I mean zero. And we actually, it's not even just that. We only take money from human beings, individuals, voters. We do not take money from PACs at the national level. We don't take money even from unions. And so we only take money from individuals. And that really severely limits our ability to fundraise, at least, and to compete at that big level. And so again, I think what Margaret was saying earlier about, it's the voice, the people voice versus the money. We need to do, I think, a better job, quite frankly, of just getting more people on board, right? Like that classic sort of organizing, right? The big fish after the little fish. And instead, you got to get all the little fish to sort of look like a bigger fish, right? And I think that's, we need to, it's that dance of like, come and join us. But, people are like, well, are you viable? And it's like, well, we're only viable when you come and join us, right? And so,
it's that cycle, right? Yeah.
So I think we gotta, we have some wins on the board, and we just have to promote them and say, see, it is possible. Like last year in 2021, 40% of our candidates won, which, it is actually pretty good. I mean, you think about that.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Right. And so we just need to build, we need to put out our wins and then build on the momentum. And just, one foot in front of the other. And we just need to keep getting the tent bigger and adding another fish into our pile. Yeah.
Is there sort of coordinating efforts amongst candidates? Is there a team or department or committee that kind of oversee, help, all candidates that have registered as a Green Party? Is there something like that goes on?
Yeah, I mean, all is a strong word, but we have a committee at the national level that is, essentially all volunteer. I have been on it for many years. What we mostly do is provide training for candidates. So a series of webinars and, other documents to help people. Most of our candidates are not professional politicians, right? They're just like somebody who just decided, what, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I can do this better than those jokers. Like, I'm running for school board, right? Or I'm running for Soil and Water Commission, if that's what's in your community. So we got a lot of, regular folks who have never done this before. And so we're providing the kind of training like, what is a get out the vote plan? How can you do a press conference? What should a campaign website look like? Those kinds of things. What kind of staff do you need, even if they're all volunteer? What does a budget look like? And so we do that kind of training on a pretty regular basis. And then, quite frankly, our capacity as a national party is to do that. We keep a database, a pretty extensive list of everyone who's ever run as a Green. And then we also give away some money every year. So we have like an application process, we review, and we make basically mini grants to our candidates. We also encourage, really a lot of the work has to happen and does happen at the local and statewide level. And so a lot of state parties also have essentially candidate support teams. And that's really where the work needs to happen, because again, 50 states, 50 different rules. And I've even started realizing, like, I'm the one who often does the get out the vote spiel. I come from Pennsylvania. It's, Northeast, kind of machine style, like old school kind of voting state. like we don't really have early voting. We don't have any, like the pandemic finally got us vote by mail, but like
Right.
it's very like you show up on election day and you hand out your lit and like, that's the mode. Whereas like other states, people have been voting for 3-4 weeks already. Like we need to change our spiel because in some other state, it's very, very different. And so again, a lot of this really has to happen at the statewide and local level. The campaign finance rules are different. What's allowable? I mean, it's just,
Right. It's just layer upon top of layer of obstacle for people. It's like these layers, all of the stuff that we've kind of been describing, ballot access. These are the layers. I did an episode with a Dr. Kareem Patesh, and he was saying it's very hard for regular people. Like regular people don't have influence, and there's barriers set up, and this sounds like one of the barriers that are set up because you say we the majority of people want Medicare for all. Why don't we have it? Because regular people can't influence our politicians. We don't have the ability because of these barriers that they've set up to influence our politician. One of them major ones being money for people. So that leads me to another question here. Let me just bring up my notes here. Some of these questions I've sent to you before. And I do want to ask about the 2020 election or 2020. What is the Green Party's self-reflection, assessment? Because I'm sure I think all when you have an election and you lose, you go, okay, what did we do wrong? What did we do good? How do we move forward? Was that sort of self-reflection done? And if so, like, can you speak to it? Like what do we have to look forward to for 2022, 2024, not candidate wise, but just from the party in general?
Good question.
I'm sorry. I'll let Margaret start, and then I'll go to Garrett for the same question.
All right, right on. So that's a great question. So I was participating in all of that stuff. I have lots of thoughts. I have lots of thoughts about lots of things. So there you go. But so 2020, both from a personal perspective, I did have a lot of reflection on this, but I will say we actually have a committee, the Presidential Campaign Support Committee, that does essentially an after action review of what took place and then presents it to us during our annual national meeting so that, they like, here's what we did, here's what we should do, and here's what went wrong. And it was a pretty
the name of that committee again? Can you say the name of that committee?
Yeah, it's the Presidential Campaign Support Committee.
Thank you.
And so they're the group that, by and large, is from the national perspective, they run our nomination process, right? It's all the bylaws that are necessary and rules and procedures for all that. So they support our candidates once that process is done. And then once it's all over, they present a report to the rest of us about what went wrong or what went right. Or what was neutral, that kind of stuff like that. And then they assign, which is really good, assign it like, how do we fix this problem to a group within the party to address, which is fantastic because many times you get a report that says, here's the things we did wrong, and there's nobody tasked to fix it. So it just kind of sits there unless somebody personally raises their hands and says, oh, I'll do that. So this is really good. I think personally, one of the it's hard to overstate it. It really, really is. But COVID completely devastated our electoral process in every way. Our candidate, Howie Hawkins, who will be on later, was in many cases prohibited from traveling and was reduced to speaking in Zoom meetings and stuff like that. If you've never seen Howie speak in person, he's an amazingly dynamic speaker, super charismatic, and he does great with crowds, and he's a real people person. We lost that. Like it was a real devastating blow to us. And couple this with, as Garrett was saying, right? Like states closed down, centers, facilities for vote gathering, all these kind of things. In my own state, we were restricted to no more than having like 4 people, like within 10 feet of each other. So my party did a recycling effort for all the political signs, because obviously recycling is a good thing for Greens, and we actually were forced to stop it by the state because we were too close together in a big parking lot in a park. And I think that at no point can we underestimate the impact that COVID had. looking at our campaign history, like how our POTUS candidates have done historically over their trajectory, we've been gaining votes every single electoral process.
Okay.
Since our
That's good to
inception
know.
in 2020, we've gained roughly 1,800% in the voter turnout over that time frame. We're the largest growing party in the United States. The next largest growing one is the Libertarians, but they're like at 900%. And then the Democrats are
I didn't know
actually a little-
that. You're the
it-
largest. The Greens is the largest growing party, or just third party?
largest growing party of the 4 electoral parties. There's only 4 of us that
gotcha.
have electoral access. Like these other groups that call themselves parties, like the Socialist Party of the United States, they're not national electoral parties. They might
Gotcha.
be state-based parties, but they're not national level.
Oh.
This will actually come up later in a conversation. It's super important to be mindful about this because it's important in our bylaws. And so we always, on a personal level, I usually refer to us as green team and the other side as gold team and then blue and red team, but whatever. And so green team has grown great because our platform is solid and consistent, and people are waking up to the fact of climate change. Not only is, like whales dying or whatever, but it impacts disproportionately the poor of the world. Who bears the brunt? Like the rich folks leave. They go someplace where it doesn't bother them. It's all of us who can't go. We're stuck in it. If you live in a coastal city, if you by 2040, you might not be able to live in that coastal city if we don't take drastic action right now. And I can guarantee you, the rich folks who toss, philanthropy dollars at these efforts, it's such a minuscule amount that all it does is look good because we have a bad grasp of what numbers are. It's hard for us to grasp this stuff. So when they say, oh, I've donated $500 million to stopping climate change, it sounds like a lot of money. Sure. But it's nothing. It's insignificant compared to what they have and what we need. And so, I really feel like climate change is part and parcel of the worker struggle, of the struggle of the poor across the globe, because we're the ones who are going to take it right in the face. And it's going to devastate us as an entire group of people. And it's just really, really a challenge. And so, I'll stop there and let my colleagues speak.
Well, I mean, I'll also let Garrett and Hillary kind of speak to the same question, or if you want to, point out anything that Margaret said. But self-reflection of the Green Party's 2020 presidential election is what the initial question was, and just like what do we as Green Party potential voters, what should we expect from the future, 2022, 2024 and beyond from the Green Party? So that's all. I'm just restating all of the questions. There you go, Garrett.
Yeah, there's so much in there. I think I kind of echo a lot of what Margaret said there. There's a lot of lessons learned, and we're still discussing a lot of the what to do about it. A lot of it was special circumstances under the pandemic that I think that just historically we've, not just the Greens, but historically no one has really had to deal with. There hasn't been a pandemic like that in the U.S. for, decades, maybe going back 100 years. So that's very unique conditions that I think we have to keep in mind. Mm-hmm. Compared to 2016, Dr. Jill Stein, she got like a CNN town hall and all of these things that were never offered to Howie Hawkins. In fact, his campaign team reached out to them, and he experienced a much greater media blackout, I think, than Jill Stein.
What do you think that is? Do you have an opinion on why do you think that is?
Personally, I think it's because of the fact that Howie was essentially the first in the U.S. to run on a Green New Deal. Jill Stein had adopted that too, and she really ran heavily on that in 2016. She got a lot of attention, for example, in the CNN town hall by talking about canceling student debt and doing a Green New Deal, an emergency mobilization to deal with climate change. And Howie Hawkins has like an even expanded, bigger version of that. And I think to some degree, There was a media attempt to try to keep that away from voters. The Democratic Party especially tried to co-opt that. Even though the Green New Deal started with the Green Party, a small faction of the Democratic Party tried to say, you know, oh, we're for the Green New Deal, but their Green New Deal was never to the same level that the Green Party's was.
Yeah, that's what Liv always says. Liv is, I think she's a co-chair of the Green Party in Baltimore, Maryland, I think. And she says that all the time, to what you're saying. Go ahead, Garrett.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, between our plan for, you know, Green New Deal, since our national party formed, we have always been for Medicare for all, single payer healthcare, and a large number of other policies that you know, the duopoly just doesn't want to talk about. And I think they used the pandemic as an excuse to try to make sure that people didn't hear that message. So I think what that's taught us is that we have to out-organize that, right? We have to move around it. And even though we're facing a lot of challenges, there's a lot of doom and gloom about how hard it is to get on the ballot in a lot of states, right? But at the same time, I want to be kind of optimistic here that we can always overcome challenges by organizing against it. It always starts in our local parties and our state parties by coming together and forming strategies based on the specific challenges we encounter in each state, and organizing our volunteers to tackle these issues, and doing this, what was the term? Diversity of tactics, right? I think it's also very important to note that the Green Party itself has its own kind of long history, and that'll have to be its own talk. But essentially, the Green Party history is that it's the National Green Party that we have today is both strongly influenced by a lot of activism that came from the socialist movements, the environmentalist movements, you know, feminism, anti-war, all these things in the 1960s and 70s, plus this electoral arm. And so the Green Party has never really meant to be only an electoral party. It has always meant to be this combination of electoralism with activism, with direct action. And I think that's, we had the question earlier about what's misunderstandings of the Green Party. That's perhaps another one that I hear very commonly, that, oh, you only do elections and it's only every 4 years. No, that's not true. We run candidates every year for all levels of office. And the local office candidates very regularly win. When Greens run for local office, they very regularly win. It's not that we can't win. It's that we need to have many more candidates. We had like something before, but there's thousands of local offices across the country. We need to find more candidates. And the way that we start that is, again, organizing in our local communities. So I think, you know, that lesson from 2020 is we have to do the diversity of tactics. We have to stay on top of elections. We have to stay on top of ballot access. We have to recruit candidates. We have to provide candidates training, because the duopoly is not going to tell them how you run for office, how you submit a campaign finance report. And let's say you even win, right? You run for school board and you win. What do you do next? Nobody tells you how to be a school board member.
That's true.
We have Green Party members who have been school board members, who are currently school board members, and they can provide training. They can give you tips. They can give you help on what to expect on the job, so that it's not scary to run for office, and it's not scary to win and to serve in office. So those are important aspects. And then, of course, we have to keep up the direct action. Like I was talking with the Green New Deal. Look how much of an impact we had on the national conversation by talking about the Green New Deal, by getting that out in the minds of people. The Democratic Party felt like it had to respond and co-opt it. That's how powerful that message was. And, you know, we didn't even have someone in national office, right? That was just speaking truth. That was just speaking about the emergency we're facing, the problems that we're facing. And it's, you know, and it's really growing, right? So
that's sort of like what you were saying about maybe that's why the media blackout with Howie. It's like, we're not going to have another Green Party candidate do what they did with the Green New Deal and bring this to public discourse. We're not doing that. So let's, you know, and then on top of that, the pandemic. But let's go to Hillary. So what say you about the same sort of question? Do you have a different opinion, a different take on the same question?
No, I mean, I think I certainly echo what Margaret and Garrett have said. I think, you know, the other challenge, I mean, 2020 was obviously a different year in so many respects, right? Understatement of the century. I think, you know, I think one of the lessons that I think we need to figure out, and hopefully I'm not going too off message here, folks, but, you know, Jill broke out in 2016, in my opinion, as a direct result of the long and fraught battle within the Democratic primary, right? So she had run in 2012 and said a lot of the same things that she said in
Mhm.
2016 and did not break out. In 2016, because of the whole Hillary Bernie, like, meltdown in the DNC, like we got a lot of, interest. Like people were really fed up with the Democratic Party because of the, the way people felt like they were treating Bernie, like all of that, right? And we got this huge influx of interest, and it just ratcheted up our profile massively. And then that didn't happen again in 2020. And things kind of like, plus also the pandemic, and 100 other things. So I think we need to sort of deal with the fact that, and I've seen this in other races at the state level, like attention turns to us when people find something, when the two parties, in our case, the Democratic Party usually like really crosses the line, like not just normal crosses the line, the expected, but like when they really screw up in some massive, obvious way, then people start looking at us. And I think our challenge needs to be like, how do we keep that attention and not let people go back? Because you know what, like, Howie said all the same things Jill said and took it to the next level, as Garrett mentioned, and yet it didn't resonate the same way. Like, so I've seen a governor candidate really get massive attention and get like much like higher votes when the Democratic candidate is like going to jail, right? And it shouldn't take that, because our message is consistent, and at some level so is theirs. I think we just need to get a little bit more of that. We need to retain our voters, even when things seem a little bit more normal, whatever that looks like.
Right. That is true. Whatever that looks like, that's the part I was saying. That is true, because it may look pretty bad. But just to kind of stay with the point on, what happened, blackout of Howie. Where is that question at? This is not the question, but I'll throw that up there before I find this question. This question here. Thank you for the super chat. Can anyone discuss how much Barack Obama's run for first black president and Bernie's attempt to take over Democratic Party played a major role in reducing attention appeal from McKinney, Stein, Howie, and Greens for 16 straight years?
Yeah, I can't say that I have, again, done the analysis on this particular question. My experience on the ground just in my local, 2008 was a rough year. I think for a lot of people, not necessarily like on the dyed in the wool left, but like in the sort of middle, left leaning, where just the idea of the first black president was just way too much to sort of,
ignore.
Right. We just couldn't. I remember going to our local meeting and there were like 3 people in the room, which was not normal.
But that was part of the play. Was part of his play, was to play that, and his campaign was to play that.
Yeah.
Even though I'm going to speak to this, and I'm going to say this because I'm black, I can say this. Even though he has no experience, no black experience whatsoever. Here at this network, we don't call him the first black president because black is not a skin color, it's an experience. So I'm just making that clear for everybody. But go ahead, what you were saying. I do. It's sort of funny, but do you get this a lot about the Jesse Ventura? Have you heard?
Not in a
draft
while.
Jesse, like. I gotta tell you, like,
I have thoughts,
and it's over.
When we do any streams, and like I said, I don't know if you might have missed this, Hillary, but most of us at this network are Green Party voters. That's why the Green Party is the only party that got this dedicated hour. But anytime, it doesn't matter what we're talking about. If we bring up the Greens and we say the Greens. Somebody had a birthday. Well, Jesse Ventura. It comes out of nowhere. And I'm not saying this person is that person, but I'm using this person's comment to just bring up that topic, and not at all. My apologies. Right. I'm not
No,
saying that
no.
you're doing
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
But let me read the comment. I still think of how Jesse V would have done as a Green candidate. So, but I'm using that to bring up this question, which is, if you haven't heard some of the critiques of the 2020 presidential election, one of them that I hear a lot is about Howie. And Margaret spoke earlier how if you hear Howie in person, how the pandemic kind of affected things. Like you couldn't, hear him in person. He's a great speaker, and maybe that is the case. But can you? I'll start with Margaret. Can you just speak to if you've heard, if you heard this sort of criticism and your take on it, or whatever you want to say about it, Margaret?
So which particular criticism?
So what I've heard a lot, and I've seen it in the comments here too, is that that Howie wasn't a particularly what's the right word, like enticing necessarily candidate.
Gotcha.
So I mean, the critique
Yeah.
that he's not as charismatic as Obama. Like, not that a lot of people can't be as charismatic as Obama. I personally think the expectation is a little, just weird. And either you believe in these policies or not. Who cares how a person is saying it or not? But that's for people who are dedicated, like the four of us. We don't need that. But what I'm asking for is for the people who do bring it up. Have you heard this critique, and what say you about it? And I'll allow everybody to sort of give their opinion on that.
So yeah, I have heard it. Like I want to be really clear and upfront about my whole process with that, is because I take my role seriously, and so I don't want to, any stuff here. I supported the other candidate. And so there was a reason for that.
Oh, I get what you're saying, because I'm new to some of this.
Yeah.
I'm learning, because I'm learning some of the backstory over the last several months. I've been learning some of the backstory through Liv, because Liv, like I said, she's a Green Party official in her state, and so she kind of getting me caught up on some of this. So I did catch that comment. It took a second for me to catch it, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I supported the other candidate, mostly because for a variety of reasons, but mostly because my caucus was split on the vote, and as the representative for them, we thought it was best to, if we're split, then we give our votes to each candidate. So mine went towards Dario, and the other delegate went towards Howie. So, I participate. I helped Howie's campaign. Here in Washington State, I participated in every way I could. In my caucus, we supported it. That's what we're supposed to do. So my critique of Howie's campaign was, I had several, to be fair. I do feel, in a broad sense, that we are in a new media space, and it's not terribly dissimilar to the Nixon Kennedy debates that were all on television. And it didn't matter that Nixon's points may have been well articulated, none of that stuff. It was the presentation on screen. And I think that Howie's presentation online got better over the course of the campaign, but when it started out, it wasn't good. It was, like a regular person talking to their not even their webcam, but the built-in camera on their laptop, and using the built-in microphone. I sent critique to the campaign and said, hey, you guys should buy a regular mic, not necessarily this, but something similar, and get a webcam and some lights, so that, Howie can be looking directly at the camera and speaking to it in that kind of way. Over the course of the campaign, they did address a lot of those kind of things, but you only get one chance to make a first impression, right? And so I thought that actually, because of and again, this is the historic circumstance of it being COVID, because he was almost completely and exclusively limited to speaking online. For me, that meant you had to completely shift your focus about how you're doing it, right? You then, I mean, I hate to say this, but you build a studio in your little den or apartment or whatever it is, so that you can speak clearly and articulately to the positions that you're making, because that's the thing that you're not able to go to the studio. You're not able to sit at the CNN desk, right? You're not able to go visit all of your constituents and the people in different states who can see your charisma and the points you make. So it's all coming across this very, very limited medium. So you have to invest in it. You have to make that a priority. And I felt like their campaign didn't prioritize that to my liking. That was my critique. I mean, but that was my thing. I thought that, and I still think that if Howie would have taken a different approach with his social media, like just the equipment part, it would have made a big difference. I have no idea if it would have made we get over 5% or whatever threshold difference.
But it sounds to me like, from what you're just saying, that this just could be he's from a different era and maybe didn't in the beginning understand the importance of that. Like, I'm not necessarily the youngest person on the block, but before I did anything on camera, I taped myself like 8 times and edited it twice and kept watching it and looked. But I'm from a different era. Like, so I can see both. Like, I have a foot in the old era before the internet, and I have a foot in a new era. So I can see it. And what I'm seeing is that could have been it. Just the lack of understanding of what the medium is and how it functions and how you're supposed to be on it. And it's not like it's a attack. It's just that this is a fact of life. Like, if something comes out when I'm a little bit older that's new, I'm not gonna be aware of it and know the the importance of it. So it's completely understandable. Now, when you say you voted for the other person, what's his name, his full name?
Dario Hunter was the other POTUS candidate, right?
And I remember actually retweeting a couple of things from him. It didn't have to do with this. It was something else that I did. Can you and I guess I can I just asked the question. Can you speak to, so what was the situation that happened? It was some people wanted that, split. Like you said, it was split. Some people wanted this candidate, and then it just came down to a delegate vote. Is that essentially what happened? And then Howie won that vote. Okay.
Yep. That's excellent. Yeah. Go ahead, Hillary.
Our general process is that, just like all the other parties, right? There's a contested primary essentially, but we don't necessarily have, state-run primaries where I go to the voter booth, that the city runs. I do it in my local meeting. And so, every state does it a little differently, but essentially they're trying to take, the aggregate opinion of all the Greens in that state and assign delegates to our national convention. And so basically we have a national convention just like the other two parties do. But in our case, because we don't have state-run primaries and we're also trying to really do this as democratically as possible, it's not a coronation. It's not a foregone conclusion. When we have our convention in August or late July, depending, things are still in play. And so every state and caucus, we also have identity caucuses in our party that get voting delegates. The National Black Caucus, Women's Caucus, Lavender Caucus, Latinx Caucus, and help me, somebody, who am I forgetting? Yes. Youth Caucus, thank you, sorry. So they also get delegates, and they can apportion them. It can be winner take all. Most of us do proportional representation because that's a thing we believe in. And so that's essentially how that works. And I think, to take another angle on what our challenge is, and I think it also relates back to some of the other conversations we were having about money and visibility, right? So I think the challenge and the internal strife, and there was certainly internal strife in the Green Party in 2020, was that we had we had 5 candidates, right? But most of them either, in my opinion, were not super serious, or they just were not ready for prime time. They were not really going anywhere. So we kind of had 2 main candidates. Howie, who certainly had long-standing history in the party, super deep policy chops, sort of sophisticated, and he had more momentum going into our process. And then Dario was kind of a new guy, but he seemed, he was very, articulate and charismatic and younger, and I think had some broad appeal. And so, we sort of had these two serious candidates, and yet I think we have to have a process as the party. We have to be neutral, right? We can't play like what the DNC did with Hillary and Bernie, right? I mean, we've got a bunch of new people in our party who are like, I left those jokers because of that. If you're doing this yourself, like, I'm really out of here, right? And so we have to have this like neutral, like everybody has a chance, and until our nominating convention happens, like we are officially neutral as a party. That doesn't happen until August. And here we, so we're supposed to like essentially stand on the sidelines and not be using our social media and not be like whatever media platform we have to push, like that's the tension, is that we have to balance having a democratic process where everyone has a voice and all the votes are tallied and the ballot access calendar and all that jazz, while also, Howie's campaign was really pushing on us like, we're clearly the forerunner. We're clearly going to get the nomination. Like, start promoting the hell out of us now. Like, we're already behind. Like, get us, like, we need to use the National Party platform and microphone as much as possible. But we're like, but you're not yet it. I mean, it was just, that was the tension. And I think there was a lot, and we haven't honestly resolved that, because that is a just baked in structural challenge. That we
I was gonna say, so this is that tidbit of information, I guess, is something I didn't know, but it speaks to sort of the disagreement within the party. So this is something I was not aware of. So he was asking, hey, I'm clearly ahead by this amount, like I'm going to win. So let's get started. Let's get this campaign started. But it's like, no, you have rules and you have to officially win. So when it ended up happening, did they just begin to promote before it was official, and that's kind of peeved people off? Is that what kind of?
A little bit. I mean, I think what we tried to do is thread the needle and promote both. Like, to say like, okay, if Howie puts something out, we're going to retweet that. If Dario puts something out, we're going to retweet that. But like you're at some point, you're never going to satisfy everybody, and
each side is going to be mad. No matter, they're going to be upset. Whatever you do for the other side, they're going to be upset.
But I think we tried to thread the needle a little bit, and just instead of having like silence, to have like, here's like, we're promoting everything, but it was tough. It was tough. And I can certainly see both sides. So
can I give you so from the outside looking in, this is, first time voting Green. So I'm surfacely, just based off policy, not knowing personalities or, or anything like that of the people yet. So what I was hearing at the time was that Green Party is, just like what you were saying, I left the Democratic Party, and now the Democratic Party for this X reason, and now the Green Party is doing something similar with Howie Hawkins. I never could grasp exactly what the issue was. It was just he cheated to win, and that was it. So Garrett or anyone else, if somebody has knows the information, like, what exactly is the rub? Like, what is the issue? Not that you would have personally, but like, what is the issue? What is the issue?
Mm-hmm.
Those who have issues with the way he got the nomination, what are they saying is the issue? Like, what is the issue? They're saying he did unfairly. Like, what is it that they're accusing him of? Go ahead.
So I spent a lot of time on this because I got elected in 2020, so I was on the steering committee, and our POTUS thing happens in August. So I was there. So there was 3 primary complaints, and I people can take my word about this as much as they wish, but I spent a lot of time looking through these things. And so the three complaints were, number one, that the threshold to qualify to be a POTUS candidate was too high. Our threshold to qualify to be a POTUS candidate was $5,000 and like I think 500 signatures of Greens around the country saying they would support you. And if you didn't reach those two threshold marks, we didn't consider you an official candidate until you did. There were three people who were trying who did not reach that mark and continued to proclaim that they were being denied access. So that was one thing. Number two, there was the claim that Howie was a member of another political party, which according to our bylaws would mean he could not seek our nomination. Now, this is both sort of arcane, but also not really. This is one of those slight misconceptions. So Howie is a member of another political party in his state, a state level political party, Socialist Party of the United States. They are not a national level party. They do not have ballot access. Our bylaws specifically, and I don't want to get too wonky in it, but oh my gosh, as you might be able to tell from some of my books, I love bylaws. So 10.1 in our election bylaws states pretty clearly like the qualifications that a person must have. And it's very clear. You may not be a member of another national party. That does not mean that you cannot be a member of a state level party. And so Howie was. And so the conflict there was people thought that him being a member of a state level party meant that he was a member of a national level party, and so he couldn't run. They simply didn't grasp that the two were different. I don't know why. It seems easy to me, but I understand that things that might seem easy to me are not necessarily easy for other people to understand. So I spent a great deal of time citing the New York State laws about what the actual political parties in their state were. Right? They list them. It's not a mystery. We don't have to guess.
So you've had this question before because you said you spent
yeah.
a lot of time. So you've had to Green Party voters asking questions. You've had to respond to them, and that's sort of
Absolutely.
why you sort of have this information. Okay, go ahead.
I think it's important because I'm a leader of the party. I take my job really seriously. And I think that means I owe answers to the delegates when they ask them. And so I was wondering too, like, where is this coming from? Because I'm serious. Like, was there malfeasance going on? And so I investigated it. And there wasn't. It was exactly this. It was misconceptions and people with political agendas. I mean, what can you say? If I'm trying to beat my opponent, and I see something that other people might misconstrue, I'm going to use it. That's just how politics is. Maybe that's one of the things I should have shared earlier about how I didn't like things I learned about the Green Party. As much as I thought we'd be like an activist group all together and like working, nope, it's politics in many cases, the same as usual. People are, people. And so they have different desires and stuff. But so that was the complaint that he was a member of two parties, but he wasn't. He was only a member of one national party. And I think the other complaint was that, as Hillary alluded to, his campaign had asked the National Party to promote them prior to him having won the actual nomination. Now, here's the thing about that. Obviously, the National Party does want to promote all of its candidates, all of its POTUS candidates, right? We want to raise the national profile and get the news media talking about it, break through. So we do have a desire to do it. And we're also constrained by our bylaws. And I thought that the splitting the needle, decision by the committee at the time was probably the right one to make, because I thought both candidates had something different to say from a green perspective. And I think that's important too, because it's not just a unified green perspective about how we save the environment, right? Like there's differences there. So I thought it was important to do it. And yet I recognize that was one of the complaints. And so in the end, in my complete evaluation of this process, I found that the complaints were essentially unfounded. But despite my best efforts at explaining it, listing the bylaws, which I did every single time, here's the bylaw, here's the rule, you can read it. People didn't, and they just believe the initial narrative. This is, as we know, exactly what happens in media, right? It doesn't matter that the newspaper prints a retraction a day later. They printed the first story, and that's the one everyone is going with. So
this is why Maury Povich brings out the first person he brings out. That's the one you're going to be. That was a joke.
Yeah,
but that's true. The first person they bring out, that's the person whose side you're going to be on. Okay, because that's
and
just
I spent dozens and dozens of hours, like disputing this and like presenting the evidence. I'm not trying to even tell people how to think. about it. I'm trying to tell them, look at it for yourself. This is very clear, and you can see that there was no violation. You know,
if you have a conclusion that you want Dario, any answer you give is not going to be satisfactory, and vice versa. It's not going to be satisfactory because the conclusion is still, I don't have the candidate that I would like. That's the conclusion. So that's why, I mean, the state party versus federal party thing, so what are we talking about as far as time frame when Howie was requesting to be promoted by the national party, and when the primary would have actually been over? Like, are we talking about several months before we would have known? Or are we talking about weeks?
No, I'd say a couple of months, maybe. I mean, honestly, I'd have to go back and look through emails. And
I'm not looking. I'm not looking for that specific.
I mean,
just
again,
generally.
50 states, 50 different processes. I should say 51, DC. You know, so I think there's the challenge of, you know, Greens were making decisions in their locals and states about who they were supporting anywhere from like March to July, right? So like over a big window of time. And we're talking about, you know, pretty much an all volunteer group that's trying to collect this information and be like, okay, has Montana made their decision yet? What was it? You know, how many votes? That type of thing. You know, again, like we don't have the resources of the major parties, right? Like, you know, everything from Howie doesn't have a media consultant to like manage his image the way, you know, the other the other candidates do, to, you know, just our own internal infrastructure. Like, you know, it honestly just needs to be stronger. And so I think, you know, it's a long drawn out process. And I don't know, it was probably sometime in like the middle of the summer, you know, like maybe June. I don't know. I'd have to go back. But like, you know, I think in the early period, you know, it wasn't really clear like who's going to prevail. Right. And then I think, you know, basically by May, June, I think it was pretty clear that Howie was kind of pulling away from the pack. You know, and again, like we have such a need to break out and to overcome this media blockage that, you know, as a party and to, you know, to stand with one voice, right? Like that's one of the other ways, like all those fish need to be swimming in the same direction. And yet our commitment to an internal democratic process is real. And it's, you know, that's the struggle. I think the other thing that I experienced was, you know, like I said earlier, Howie had been in the party for a really long time. He'd run for office many times before. He did, you know, he almost won, I think, one year Syracuse city council or mayor. You know, he's like the perennial candidate. He was running every single year, and he really knew what the hell he was doing in terms, you know, maybe not on the social media. You know, I say this is like I didn't get my ring light on. Sorry, but you know, I think, you know, he really like. He hit the ground running, and you know, he had lists that he already had developed over time. Like he had a lot of, you know, capacity, relatively speaking, and for us compared to Dario. And I think people saw that, and some people perceived that as the party giving him a boost, when really it was just years of experience and list. You know, like he knew a lot of people. He already had an infrastructure. He already knew, you know, like how, you know, like he knew how to do a lot of stuff that I think Dario's team were sort of, you know, learning for the first time.
Let me just tell you, just hearing sort of what actually happened and comparing that to the descriptions from people, just worlds apart.
Shocker.
Like what I heard, the Green Party, it was like the Green Party is just like the Democratic Party. Burn it down. I'm like, what happened? And I could never get. Yeah. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I mean, Garrett should really chime in here, but like, you know, then the other dynamic, as you mentioned, the whole Jesse thing, like, you know, again, there's legal processes, there's timelines, and I think I feel like the draft Jesse movement, like never. I mean, obviously they never got him to do it, right? And so there was like at some point it becomes too late. Like it's just physically too late to get on these ballots, to get enough. And I think, but, you know, there was this allure of a famous person who's got, you know, notoriety and, for some of us, like, that's not where it's at. And so, but, like, that camp was kind of strong for a hot minute. And I think, they kept pushing, like,
they were
like,
very
and,
pushy.
right. And they were
I got in
critiquing
several
and, like,
debates with them.
yeah. So, I mean, there was just a lot of, like, it's just, yeah. And we're trying to, like, like, be serious. And this is the process. And, like, if Jesse would like to do the process, this is the process.
Right.
But, yeah.
I just think it's funny that you're complaining about Howie, but you want to draft Jesse. Like, he would be hurdling both candidates. Like, the people who are mad about Howie, they wouldn't be mad about Jesse, just kind of just
Right.
being anointed sort of.
Which would be exactly the case, because no state party that had already had their primaries would have even been able to vote for Jesse, because it was done.
Right.
And that was one of the things I really had a big complaint with. The whole idea that we could just ignore all the states that had already had primaries and then introduce a candidate at the national level who hadn't engaged in any state primary. Like, how would that even be fair? Even if you wanted to, even if I was like, oh my gosh, Jesse's going to win the thing for us, which he might have. But even if I felt that way, you can't do it. That's not how the bylaws are written. And, you avoid becoming a cult of personality and all that kind of stuff by having good, clear bylaws and actually following them and holding people accountable. It's really easy for a person who's charismatic and has like a following around them to influence a party. There's a great article in Feminist Struggle about this very idea of non-structured hierarchies, which become dominated by elite groups of friends who all just talk to each other. And if you're not in that friend group, because for whatever reason, maybe you're not gregarious or you're not included, you're cut out, you're excluded. I never want the Green Party to be that way. I want to echo a point Garrett made earlier. We are a party where everyone can participate at every level. If you've never run an election, we can help you. We can even talk to you about how to do it and all the rest. We want you to try, because we believe in grassroots democracy. We're the ones who are going to save ourselves. I participated in a lot of the demonstrations here in Seattle over the George Floyd rebellion last year, streamed a bunch of it. So, you could find that. But one of the things we would chant continually, and like even thinking about it now, goosebumps, it's, the chant was, who's got our back? We've got our back. And that's exactly the case in the party here. We have to have our own backs here. So that means being really serious about stuff. If you want to run for POTUS, right, if you want our nomination, it's not a joke. We're the 4th largest party in the country, and we're the only anti-war party. That's serious. If you're not serious, please don't come and waste our time.
I love that. We do have a few more minutes left. I do want to kind of squeeze in another couple questions. I know we talked about the pandemic being very taking a toll on sort of the 2020 Green Party campaigning. Garrett, do you believe this sort of infighting over the nomination also played a part in turnout?
I don't think it was that as much. The pandemic just made it, unsafe to meet up. And I think, unfortunately, what happened in a lot of states is that, and actually, I think this happened in Howie's campaign too, to kind of revisit your previous question slightly. Mm-hmm. I think his campaign, as well as a lot of states when they were planning their primaries, were planning for a lot of in-person events where we can have a lot of personal discussion. Because honestly, that face-to-face discussion is so important for grassroots democracy. That's where we can really hammer out issues, and really, when we have a disagreement, we can really talk to each other. We can see each other as human beings, right? And not just like, I'm so angry at you, that it's so easy to type when you're on social media, right? And so everyone planned for that, and then the pandemic hit right as our primary process was starting, right as Howie Hawkins and Dario and all them were starting their campaigns. And so it canceled a lot of events. It canceled a lot of state party meetups. And those state party meetups are where a lot of these primaries happen because of the ballot access laws, because of the election laws. In most states, we can't use the state election infrastructure. Like when you go and vote on the voting machine, it's only for Republicans and Democrats. We're not even legally allowed to use it. It's not like we didn't feel like it or whatever. We're not even legally allowed to use it. So we have to run our own primaries with our own money, with our own grassroots volunteers. And so with the pandemic going on, we didn't have as many volunteers as normal. There were people who were, concerned about meeting in person. So a lot of state parties pivoted to holding online primaries and online votes, but we hadn't done that before. And, unfortunately we weren't as prepared for it as maybe we should have been. But I think that was really a lot of the challenge here. And unfortunately, maybe some people felt left out by that process, by things moving online.
Mm-hmm.
And then there wasn't as much discussion as normal. And then maybe there were problems receiving their online ballots because, again, we have to run this all ourselves. We don't get the benefit of state infrastructure. So, there's online websites that help you run online votes. And so, a lot of states did that sort of thing. But again, it was all kind of a new experience. And, we need volunteers for that. And so there were a lot of problems, I think, with that pivot, unfortunately. And this is what I think kind of hurt Howie's campaign here, that he had, I think, this whole plan of like a road trip, essentially taking a train across the country and all and talking to voters. And like Margaret said, he's a very dynamic speaker in person. We had him and Dario and other presidential candidates at our Green Party Pennsylvania meeting before the primary. And so people got to meet them and talk to all the candidates, not just Howie. And, he got a lot of support, other candidates got support too, but, people could see all of them in person. And then again, when everything moved online, that made it more difficult. And so I think there's the problem of how do you move things online when we weren't prepared for that? And I think we're more prepared for it moving forward, because now that we've had that experience, we've learned it, we know that we should prepare for that in the future. And that might actually even be a better way to increase participation in the future for people who can't travel or maybe have to work around work schedules or something like that. Maybe having more of an online presence is actually a good thing. We just weren't really prepared for that. But
Absolutely.
Aside from the social media, there's also this aspect of like deep canvassing that I want to kind of bring up here, where when we're talking to voters and the Hawkins campaign is out talking to voters and all, social media is a very important aspect of that, to introduce people to our ideas and things like that. But sometimes somebody might say, oh, I kind of like what he said, but I'm going to stick to, my vote for normal, for the party that you vote for, whatever. It takes this deep canvassing where you're going and you're having this one-to-one conversation, this face-to-face conversation. You're going and you're knocking doors, you're meeting people at events, at festivals and things like that. And it takes this repeated contact in person before you've really changed someone's mind to say, I'm going to give the Green Party a chance this time. I'm going to vote for, Howie Hawkins or whoever's down ballot. And it takes a lot of time and effort to do that. And again, it just, because of the pandemic, it made it so hard to do all that. So I think we've learned a lot from that to pivot all these things. And kind of lastly about the primary, like Margaret was saying, we have a process to try to keep this fair and democratic. I believe they mentioned the tyranny of structurelessness is the name of the essay. And yeah. And it's a really great thing that basically says if you don't have a policy laid out ahead of time to make sure that you're treating everyone fairly, then you'll end up with informal hierarchies where people are informally making the decisions and deciding things behind the scenes. You don't want behind the scenes. You want things out in public, transparent, so that people can review it. So we set a process ahead of time for the primary for how candidates can apply to be an officially recognized candidate and participate in debates in the primary and all. And so, I would say that if there's folks that wanted Jesse Ventura, for example, but it could be any candidate, but just him as an example.
Anyone.
You have to go through that process. And the first step of that process was sending a letter letting the National Party know that you're interested in participating in the process. And I think Jesse Ventura might have done that, but only like after a majority of state primaries had already happened. So like he couldn't really be included in those because the votes had already been concluded. So I would say moving forward, if there's anyone that wants a particular candidate, if you liked Howie Hawkins, let him know that you like him and you want him to run again. If you like some other candidate, start talking to them now and say, I'd like to support you. And, primary season is going to be coming here before we know it. How do we start a campaign committee? How do we do the prep work so that you can participate in the primary? Because we want a nice primary where we can have good discussion on where the Green Party should go. So, we welcome
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for that. I do have one final question for you, Margaret, a sort of a farewell question, I guess, for this segment, because we have come to the end of our couple of hours. and that is, I guess Garrett can answer this too.
Mhm.
Is there any validity to people's critique or people saying that let me put it this way, the idea that because third parties have a problem with visibility, that it is important to have a nominee with a larger than normal name recognition. It doesn't mean a celebrity, but a larger than normal name recognition. Can you kind of speak to that, whether you agree, disagree, or just your take on it, Margaret?
Yeah. So there's obviously a lot of thought about that on both sides of the issue, and we've done it in our past, right? We've had Ralph Nader, we had Roseanne Barr, if you might remember. Or she attempted to gain our POTUS nomination, she didn't win. And Jesse Ventura has been raised as well. So is there value there? It's really interesting to me because my experience with this is the answer would be counterintuitive. It's no. So if you're let's say, for the sake of discussion, because we've used the name before here, Ralph Nader, right? So Ralph isn't a Green, he's an independent. And when after the election processes were over, Ralph took all of the lists and all the things that he did and walked away with them. He did not share them with the Green Party. We were on our own to do it all. And so we recreated all that information. And so I think the issue here is that when the campaigns run, they're in they actually execute a contract with the national party to exchange databases, to exchange lists. We exchange ours with them, they exchange theirs with us, right? We're trying to share information. And invariably that does not happen. And the national party consistently gets short shrift on these deals. So I think it's important for us to be mindful of the fact that, yeah, we want to break through, but it's more important for us to break through with somebody who's actually agreeing and in our party, rather than a celebrity who might get us over the top and have people talk about us. Because in the end, if that person isn't agreeing and doesn't actually embody our values, our platforms, the things we stand for, what will happen in conflicts when there is a dispute between a green value and, let's say, a neoliberal concern? We didn't get to it, but Ukraine and Russia. The green position is really clear on this. But if you're a person who isn't green and maybe you're independent but got our nomination, your position might not line up with ours. And I personally believe that's a problem. And I know we're on our time, so I just want to kind of bring this back to candidates for a second. Right now, for instance, we've got 4 fantastic candidates who are running. I'd like to call their names out for just a second. James Caan is running for U.S. Senate in California. And I think that's a great race to get involved in if you're interested in senatorial level stuff. We're actually running some classes about how to be a campaign staffer and how to run. Another great person who's running is Matthew Ho over in North Carolina, a former Marine who resigned his position in the Defense Department over the conflicts in Afghanistan and is now running on a very solid anti-war platform. We've got another person running, Justin Paglino, for Congress in where is that? I forgot where he's running. I think that's in Illinois, and I apologize if that's the wrong state.
No worries.
And Delilah Barros is running for governor in Texas, and that's a great race. And Veronica Fimbers out in California is running for insurance commissioner. And if y'all don't know, California has a weird law. Insurance commissioner is, I think, the role that also sets the price of gas in the country.
Yes.
In the state. So an interesting position, right? So there's lots of Greens who are running for important positions, but I'll just hammer this home again and again. It's all a volunteer effort. None of us are going to win if we don't volunteer. That means organizing, and what that really means is your happy self shows up. You put your time and you make a phone call, you send an email, you do the SMS blast, you wave a sign. I know, whatever it is, but you have to put yourself in this. You do it. And so, I think there's that. I think, if we had a candidate who was a solid green, that had all these green credentials, and they are a better POTUS candidate for us than a celebrity who doesn't share our values.
I get it. It's a great idea until you win, and then that person has to execute or attempt to execute the values of the Green Party. So I completely I completely get it. So, but we have come to an end to our 2 hours. We called it the Green Party Hour. But we've come to an end, and I want to thank both of you for joining. And also, I know Hillary already dropped off, but hang on a second.
Thanks for having us, Jay.
Yeah, thanks for
I
having us.
want to thank you for having us. Thank you for coming on and
Yeah, let us know if
you
wanna
know,
chat more in the
answering some
future.
hard questions. It wasn't a lot of hard questions, but answering some not questions, but hard topics. The Howie topic is always a hard. The sort of not civil war, but less war language, but the infighting sort of over the two candidates of 2020.
Yeah.
That was another sort of difficult topic. So thank you for coming out and answering all those questions. And just, I learned some things about the ballot access is really a problem. And I hope our audience learned a lot. So any last closing words? I'll go to you first, Margaret, and then Garrett.
Power to the people.
Yeah,
and Garrett?
I agree with Margaret there, and same as the comments previous to that we have a lot of great Green candidates that are running this year. We have a governor ticket in Pennsylvania that is activists on the ground who have been for years fighting against pipelines and fracking that's really damaging our health and our planet. And I think that's really the important note to close on, that it's up to us to build our own name, right? That I don't think we necessarily want to rely on celebrity status or whatever. We want to empower our own people from the grassroots, build them up, build our own stories up, and be our own heroes. And that can only happen when folks get involved themselves. So I invite you to join the Green Party and help us fight.
Absolutely. Thank you both. I will I'll move you backstage, and you can take off whenever you're ready. What's up, Nick? Just a couple updates to everybody. The schedule is going as planned. For this hour, Franco and Afeni happen to be running a few minutes behind.
We also
Afeni's
gonna have Zoya join us as well.
Yeah, and Zoya's joining too. So they'll be joining momentarily. This segment is electoral or election integrity and organizing third party. So I'm gonna on a hunch. I'm gonna bring up the schedule, but on a hunch, because Franco, I watched his interview with Nick Briahna, and during the interview, aside from all the Nick Briahna stuff, he was trying to hit home that what's like the organizing, like it doesn't sound like there's any organizing going on with MPP. Like 5 years, no candidates. So I think he, was looking to speak to something like that, because it was very frustrating to him that it's, hey, you've been doing this for so long and you're still don't have, you still don't have things together.
Yeah, and if you guys look at my old YouTube page, Zoya's Life is with us, by the way. Welcome.
What's up?
I was talking to Zoya earlier because Rome fucked up.
Yeah.
Fucked up. And then Zoya hit me. I was like, yo, I was about to drop some heat. I had so much. I was like, all right, it's cool. I'm gonna invite you back on. So that's the story. And you guys love Zoya. So
yeah.
I remember at the time I was, if you look at my most popular YouTube video on my channel, it was a reaction video that me, Rome, and a few of my black comrades at the time, we did a reaction video to the People's Party convention. That's how excited we was. That's how excited we was, that idea of another potential People's-based party popping off. But there is questions about candidates and ballot access, and also not even just like pointed questions towards Nick Briahna, but any third party as a whole, because there's like this establishment crackdown on third parties. Like, what's your game plan for this? And I didn't actually have this plan, but since our game plan late, I wanted to share this because I think this is relevant. I reported also on this channel a few times. You see this? There's an active war against third parties. So I would love to hear, like, what's the game plan? Like, with this coming down the pipeline, I think this failed because they couldn't get their shit together, so they couldn't get the bill to pass, which is great.
I mean,
for third parties. But here's the headline. I want you guys to react because I think this is very relevant. Third parties may disappear from ballot under Freedom to Vote Act. So all the people who were cheering on the Democrats' voting rights bill, quote unquote, they were cheering for the destruction of third parties. And I swear to God, we was the only channel. Maybe Franco, maybe the Combo Couch, maybe as well.
yeah, probably them. Yeah.
I'm adding because I know they usually talk about that stuff, but I know for a damn fact that like no one else was covering this other than us. I've seen other progressives that was literally cheering for the Voting Rights Act. I think people do it all the time. They were like, "Yeah, the Democrats need to pass the Voting Rights." I'm like, "Do you guys know what's in this shit?"
They don't. No, they don't know. But to speak to that article or that headline, and also the Greens who were just on, they were just saying how, for example, in New York, it went from something like 7 times the amount. Like now they need like 700,000 signatures when they used to need like under 100,000. Like, so it's getting worse. So not only with this Voting Rights Act, but individual states are doing things to suppress, third party ballot access just by, raising the signatures, raising the amount of money to pay, saying that the deadline needs to be here before they even selected a candidate. It's all different types of like tricks they do in order to severely handicap third parties.
Yeah, and I also was making an argument at the time because I didn't want to dissuade people from the People Party because I was telling people at the time, like, why don't we just take over the Green Party? And you guys know my opinion on that. Even with any issue they may have, I think that was the better option just because they already had ballot access. And
Right.
look at my old YouTube videos, maybe 2-3 years old now. I was telling people like, y'all, I'm all for the People's Party, but shouldn't we like take over the party that already had ballot access, that already had this stuff done? Now 2 years, 3 years later, nothing on ballot access. So this was something I actually predicted a long time ago. Once again, I don't think this is even a heavy criticism because I think this is something the People Party can turn around, but I think it's something that they need to get started on right now. Like start getting candidates, trying to fill them, etc. But Zoya is love. Zoya is life. Zoya, what you doing? How you feeling? Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, actually what I was going to talk about before Rome accidentally cut the stream.
I took a minute, Zoya. I took a minute. The stream, you noticed the stream didn't go right back up.
I didn't know what was going on.
I had to go and chill for a bit.
He was screaming in such agony. I thought somebody got hurt. So he feels bad enough about it, but it's okay. That's the thing. We got to learn that mistakes happen. It's not a big deal. There's people dying in the world. We got bigger problems. So we power through. So I was going to touch on all the things you guys are kind of mentioning right now, and I'm going to jump into it. First of all, it came up last stream that tribalistic mentality is so steeped in fear that it automatically reduces a situation to black and white, missing all nuance. It's a case-by-case basis, and we can be patient in making calls and work on problems together. We don't need to waste energy on labeling everyone and everything as good or bad. That's too simplistic. We can educate and deprogram people. It doesn't require trust. It requires effort. We won't win over everyone, but we will plant seeds and they will grow. So now the 5 major barriers that have prevented third parties from electing candidates. First, most U.S. elections operate by the winner-take-all system, which awards seats only to the candidate or party who wins the most votes in an election. Mm-hmm. So independent or third-party candidates who have neither the name recognition nor the organizational support rarely win. Second, the 2 major parties frequently incorporate the platforms of third parties into their own platforms. Then voters who identified with a third-party issue will often vote for a major party candidate who has adopted that issue because major parties are more likely to succeed in their eyes. We saw that with the Green New Deal, which was watered down and adopted by progressives. Third is ballot access. Our captured government is dismantling third-party access, which you guys were just bringing up. They're using the manufactured spoiler myth to remove any opposition to the duopoly. People in those cities and states must organize to defeat these saboteurs. Fourth is public funding. It shouldn't cost millions to run for office. This creates a dynamic of bought politicians. We must demand that every candidate gets the opportunity to campaign on issues and record, not fundraising numbers. Debates, advertising, and all mechanisms must be open to all candidates, regardless of party affiliation. Fifth is we must reform voting. Ranked choice voting is having success, but star voting is a superior system to represent the will of voters. We can get them in place through ballot initiatives. It's already happening. You just need to identify the movements in your area and join them. There are no shortcuts. If you want third parties to succeed, you got to stop waiting for someone else to do the work. And all the gratitude to the many people that have been and are doing the work, but there needs to be more. Log off and join a third party. Local elections are easier to win. Strategize. Find and join the people already doing the work in your community. How do you think we got Kshama? We need thousands of Kshamas in power, dominating city councils, DA offices, state senates, and so on. That only happens through organizing. We can't start at the top. Let the summit be your starting point and inspiration to get involved and turn ideas into victories.
Man, Zoya always
All good stuff.
says it in a way that I wouldn't be able to. That's the perfect way to put it. And I need to learn more about star voting. So that's what we tend to do as a group, right? So here
I was just seeing that. Where you? Because that's what she mentioned. Because I just saw that. Yeah.
Star voting is something I heard about, but it was a while ago, so I gotta do a refresher, right? So I was looking at this. So let's learn together. That's what we're here for, right? So this is what I found. Star voting us. This is like the first thing that popped up when I was Googling it. And Zoya, if you want to explain it, feel free to interrupt me if you want to. But here's the website. Our voting system is broken, but it doesn't have to be that way. Star voting is all about the idea that we should be able to vote our conscience. Our votes should never be wasted, and our elections should accurately reflect the will of the people. Mm-hmm. Sounds good. So let's see how they actually do it. So you have a score. 5 is the best. Oh, okay. Okay, I see where they're going with this. Because if I imagine last election, well, I'm voting for Howie Hawkins, right? I give them good scores, kind of like their platform. And then when it comes to Biden and Trump, zeros across the board. Zeros across the board. So let's see how this works. And once again, Zoe, if you want to chime in, you can feel free to. Whether or not your favorite can win.
I'm looking up a graphic. I'm going to DM you that compares star and ranked choice voting. I just need to.
Yeah, I saw.
That was my question. It was like, what is the difference between this and ranked choice voting? But that's what she's going to bring up. Perfect.
All right, cool. So I'll go through this real quick, and then we bring up Zoya's graphic. So whether or not your favorite can win, the finalists you prefer gets your votes. So ballots are counted in a 2-step process. There's scoring and there's runoff. Scoring, the 2 highest scoring candidates are the finalists. So this is the point totals based on, I guess, this voting system. Very interesting, unique take, right? I immediately already like this way better. Like, honestly, right? Our system is garbage. Like, why would anyone prefer anything other than, I don't know. But anyway, so let's continue. So this is kind of breaking down how it works. To me, it makes sense, right? Point totals. You add A1 totals up, they're the final 2. Guys, imagine how much this would change the primaries. Like, even within the broken election, and that alone would change everything, right? But if you have third parties, holy shit. Because think about it. The people who don't vote third party, even though they hate both parties, because they have one they hate the most. So most people who hate Joe Biden, think Donald Trump is a piece of shit, they hate both parties. So they will look in the ballot. They're like, even if I don't know this guy, I'm going to rank him higher than the other people. Right? Even if I don't know Howie Hawkins, I'm going to rate him higher than Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Right. Even though, I promise you, the same person, they will probably vote for Biden over Howie Hawkins because they're afraid of Trump. But if he ranked them, he would not rank Biden higher than Howie. You know what I'm saying? So this is actually great. I didn't know it. I actually didn't know about it. This is an amazing system that leftists need to start advocating with right now. I literally just
does anyone use that? Does any state or county, do we know, that already uses this that we can see as an
example? Not that I know.
It seems like it's building traction in Oregon because this is where I found the website from. Here, I'm gonna pull the DM. But I found this. I think this is a group in Oregon that is working on this. So here, I'm gonna share my screen. I see the DM that you sent me now. Let's check this out. check this out. So this is let me analyze the graph. So you got ranked choice voting on one side, star voting on the other side. So then I think they go over different topics and whatever. So how honest it is, safe to vote your conscience. So under ranked choice voting, it says voters tend to vote honestly, but ranking your favorite first can backfire if you prefer a strong underdog. So I think they're going over the pros and cons. That would seem like this is. So under star voting, which they call strategic voting, is not incentivized. Oh, sorry, I fucked that up. Sorry, star voting. Under star voting, strategic voting is not incentivized, which is great because I don't buy that shit either. And voters should show their honest preference. So that, remember, going back to that example, instead of like, I think Biden's elected too evil, so I'm gonna support him instead of Howie Hawkins. They and even having like, because the problem with ranked choice, I just see what they bring up here. Even if I did ranked choice voting, I will rank. I would say it'd be like, how I guess you can unrank it, but the average voter won't do that, right? So the average voter would probably rank maybe Howie Hawkins, Biden, and Trump, but they will still have Biden ranked. Under star voting, I would give both zeros. Like that's great.
That's good. That's real good.
That's amazing. I immediately dump ranked choice voting. Like it's just done to me. Like star voting is where it's at. Holy shit. Feel free to interrupt me anytime. I can't see you guys, so I can't pick up.
Star voting is basically an evolution of ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
And you can see in this breakdown, which the color coding tells you the greener it is the more democratic it is, and the more towards yellow and other.
So this equal one under ranked choice is deeply red. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Let's see what this says. So they under the equal tab, it said does not put some type of voters at an unfair advantage. So that's what they're judging. So under ranked choice voting is deeply red. So whoever made this deeply disapprove of ranked choice voting on this part. It says some rankings are not counted. That is true. Some ballots are exhausted and not counted in the final round. So pretty much advocates of star voting saying ranked choice voting is trash when it comes to equality here. IRV consistently favors some types of voters over others, and now it's starting to make sense how Eric Adams won despite having the ranked vote system. Right? It's still better than
wait. They have ranked choice voting in New York.
Yes, ranked choice voting gave us Eric Adams.
Yeah, I saw it like in.
Okay, I'm gonna have to rethink this ranked choice voting then. If it can produce, if it can produce him.
Yeah, CJ, I saw some people, and honestly, like we gotta be careful because the people I saw saying it are bad faith, right? They were saying you can't have ranked choice voting because they give you Eric Adams. It's like I don't think you're saying that because you got good intentions. So we gotta be careful there. But 100%, I'm done with ranked choice voting. I don't think I'm gonna come out against it, but I'm definitely gonna ditch it for star voting from now on. Like, so let's go to the equal star voting part. Every vote is counted in both the scoring rounds. See, that's exactly everything is counted. Because remember, if you go back to the chart, they add all the points up and the highest ranked candidates up top. So every single point you mark down counts. That is powerful.
The most important.
Yeah, this is the way to go.
That it counts in the runoff. So you get accuracy in the runoff, and your vote or your preferences still matter there.
But wait, you two, we're assuming that our nation is looking for a better system and that it thinks it needs a better system.
Oh, yeah, no way in hell this is happening. Now that I see this, CJ, sorry to cut you off, but now that I see this, now I see how Democrats allow ranked choice voting. That was something that was a mission. I can't believe that New York Democrats let that happen. I think they're doing it because they like, all right, we got it. The demand for a new democracy is so high, we better take ranked choice voting before these motherfuckers discover something different. So, holy shit, this is crazy. I'm learning something new.
To dive more into this, so star voting eliminates vote splitting, accurate with any number of candidates in the race. As far as user friendly, they're about the same, but overall star voting is just a superior system to ranked choice voting. But I want to say that ranked choice voting is better than winner takes all. 100%. And I sent you
levels.
I sent you a second graphic, Nick, that compares all of them.
All right, let's because I actually kind of want to read the rest of that too. Here's another one. I guess we go with this one now. I guess that's maybe I got to read my personal. I want to read it because I haven't seen it yet. That's another reason. So this is another chart. I'm trying to see what do I even get started reading this out loud. But you see a single winner voting. Zoe, can you take this on?
Yeah.
I haven't seen this yet, so
these are the different voting methods. You see star on here, which you're familiar with, IRV, which is the ranked choice voting. There's also approval and score voting. And then there's what we have, the choose one plurality. And over here in this breakdown, it shows you where each flaw lies with each system. But you see star overall is superior in every category. So let's start with the system that we have now. The spoiler effect, yes. Gives an advantage to some types of candidates, yes. This is where we get the viability thing. Wasted votes and exhausted ballots. Not voting for a front runner is a wasted vote. Ballots can be tabulated locally. Yes, that's the only thing that it gets right. Tabulation complexity, addition to elections recommended, and then accuracy 72 to 86%. Now we go to star voting. Spoiler effect, no. Gives an advantage to some types of candidates, no. Wasted votes and exhausted ballots. Even if your favorites can't win your vote, helps prevent your worst case scenario, which is very important to be able to prevent your worst case scenario. Like, let's say Trump. So you can effectively prevent that. Ballots can be tabulated locally, yes, and then the other categories are not as important. And with ranked choice voting in those same top three categories, spoiler effect, yes, with 3 or more viable candidates, you get the spoiler effect, which is part of the reason we got Adams. Gives an advantage to some types of candidates. Strong underdog candidates are at a disadvantage. Wasted votes and exhausted ballots. Exhausted ballots are not counted in the final round. So these are the flaws of ranked choice voting. So is it better than choose one plurality? Yes. But star is far more superior because your full spectrum of representation gets counted.
Yeah, ranked choice voting is a good reform because our system is trash, right? So it's like anything be better than our system, but star is clearly superior. Clearly.
Yeah.
And now that I learn more about star, to me, I think now that capitalists are accepting ranked choice voting just so that they don't get this. It is a significant upgrade. But go ahead, CJ. I think you want to chime in.
No, that's it. That was the point. Anytime what I've noticed is that when they see something further left come, they go, okay, we need to go ahead and accept this less left thing that they've been asking for. So, for example, what's going to happen with $15 minimum wage, right? When we start asking for 25, watch we get 15. You get what I'm saying? Like we get 15.
That's how we got 12. That's how we got 13.
When we asked for 25, because it's like, wait a minute, we don't want to go that far. So let's give them this thing they've been asking for 30 years. Yes, it's 30 years late. You get what I'm saying? So ranked choice voting, for example, like that's probably 30, 40 years late. But this is now they're going to start giving it to us. But look at star voting. That's a lot better. You get what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it, because it's suspicious when New York allowed this. I was like, what? New York is allowing ranked choice voting? And
Yeah,
but if ranked choice voting can produce Eric Adams, just saying, like, that seems like a problem to me.
Yeah, and the thing is that ranked choice voting, and obviously star voting either, not necessarily going to save a shitty race, because the best person we have in that race was a union buster, right? And I'm trying to remember her name, Morales. I don't remember her first name.
I don't think I remember.
Diane Morales. Am I getting that right?
Diane Morales, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So Morales, she was decent because she was speaking out against the police state, but then it came out she was anti-union, and then we had Yang in the race, and then there was Eric Adams, who, while everyone else had Andrew Yang derangement syndrome, I was like, guys, Eric Adams, look at all my tweets. Eric Adams, I'm like, guys, it's terrifying that this guy. I can show you guys my old tweets. I'm like, it's terrifying. Stop tweeting about Yang. Please focus on Eric Adams. And they didn't do that. And Eric Adams walked by, because what the liberal establishment did was pretty brilliant. Remember, they kept propping up Yang, and they kept attacking Yang, and they would let Eric Adams build his connections on the low, build his coalition without the media spotlight, like constantly digging on him. And then, like, who was the other guy? There was another guy who they
It
claim
was
the
almost that was in purpose, Nick. Like they on purpose made this big thing about Yang and all of that just so they can sneak Eric Adams in the background. It almost felt like it was on purpose.
Bro, Yang was the best thing that could happen to them, that race. As soon as he announced his candidacy, they're like, that's perfect. Now we can get Eric. I saw what they was doing. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'm gonna show you guys what I was predicting at that time.
So,
but
while you look for that,
Go ahead.
so I was just gonna say in order to have election reform, there's not going to be a one size fits all cure. Star voting or ranked choice vote, if we have to, are necessary, but also publicly funded elections and the other things that I mentioned, because we have 5 different things that are stopping true representation in our government. So the funding of candidates is a huge problem. So we often end up choosing from a pool of candidates where we're choosing the lesser evil no matter what. So ranking the least evil will still put us in the same paradox. We definitely need election funding reform so that anybody like you or me can run for office without having to bootlick or raise donations, which makes people sell out.
Absolutely. Hey, Nick, I'm going to jump off. I just saw something. So Dr. Stein is promoting the other stream. She's tweeted it out to her 200,000 followers.
God damn it, bro. God damn it,
yes.
bro.
So
Anyway.
I need to go ahead and I need to get this new link to all the people I had sent to yesterday. So I'm gonna be back in 30 minutes because I'm back with I'm gonna be back with Tara Reid and
I got to take an hour off for that, and then I'll be back home.
Yeah, because you're gonna be back. So I'll be back in like 30 minutes, but I gotta send this new link to everybody because they're gonna be going to that old one. So all right, I'll drop out and I'll come back later.
Hang in there, CJ.
I am. I'm trying to.
This is a lot. This is a lot. God damn it. She tweeted all that out. The wrong fucking lead. At least she tweeted out the replay though, because that's technically a replay that she tweeted out. Let me pat myself on the back here. I got a few tweets. I'm not gonna be too annoying about it, but man, I was warning these motherfuckers, man. Because I remember everyone was like, "Oh my god, look at Yang, hell yeah!" I was like, "Bro, you got what?" I said, and this came out May 17th, 2021. This poll came out. Look who number one. And I remember when this came out, people was like, "Hell yeah, Andrew Yang is down." I was like, "Bro, what are you guys saying?" I said, as much as I wanted to dance on and celebrate the Yang free fall, we just traded one piece of shit for someone even more dangerous. Eric Adams is a black cop who supports stop and frisk. You guys know that because we reported this on the show. And I'm like, and I also said Andrew Yang is sucking all the energy out of the room, which is unfortunate because it took away all the attention from how terrible Eric Adams is. Look at what I tweeted. That's April 20th. I was warning people before the free fall happened. Like, look at it, compare the dates. I was warning you. I like, you guys, Yang is fun to make fun of, but Eric Adams is that motherfucker. But sorry, I didn't see you, Finny. I was sharing my screen. How you doing, my friend? Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Lazy traffic's the worst. Hey, Zoya, how are you?
Awesome. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too. But no, I don't want to interrupt the flow. I'll catch up. Go ahead.
No, I want to. No, you're not about to interrupt the flow. So since you just came in at that point, I'm going to ask you: have you followed Eric Adams that often? What's your thoughts on him?
Here's the
If
thing.
you haven't followed him that much, just let me know. We can move on to the topic. But I got another hit piece I got planned on this man. He's horrific.
Eric Adams, it's like the same way they say like all skin folk ain't kin folk. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just one of those people, yet another black person that's been propped up by the system to oppress other black people. It's the same way that a lot of police officers now are black and brown people, but the violence against black people has not stopped, and that's for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So I hate Eric Adams. I think that not only is his criminal justice policy disastrous, but he also supports like school choice. Like there are so many different reasons why Eric Adams is a horrible person and like the absolute worst possible person outside of like this full-on Republican to actually win, the Democratic.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot like that. Do you guys hear? I'm gonna do the story here soon. Eric Adams is proposing a ban on recording police officers.
Yes.
Do you guys see that?
That's what I was just going to bring up. It's horrific. And the way he's framing it is like for officer safety. And he told people that if you can't film from far away enough, get a better phone.
Horrific. And remember, that's the only way that George Floyd got his quote unquote justice. Because someone was recording on the phone. He's about to ban that, Afeni. So
I did not know that. That's wild as shit.
No, I'm telling you, Afeni, every week is something new. Every week, I'm looking up. He waged the war against the homeless, and he increased the police funding in order to drive the homelessness out of the subways. Every week, he is doing something crazy. He signed his brother. He gave his brother like a $200,000 a year police job, even though he had no background, like open corruption. Anyway, I'm going off topic here. I just like to rant about that motherfucker. Cause I got Eric Adams derangement syndrome. Like he immediately came in and became one of the most corrupt mayors in America. But anyway, I want to get Fanny's thought on the topic now that I have my chance to rant. So we talking about third parties, and this segment in particular about election integrity and organizing, something that we all know you have a lot of experience with, especially with the organizing part. So I'm gonna kind of ask you a toss-up question here, a very vague toss-up question. What are your thoughts on third parties and their role that they can play in organizing? Do you think third parties is something that we should be investing time in? What's your thoughts, Afeni?
What's the best way to put this? Okay, so it's not that I think that third parties is a complete waste of time, but I just genuinely feel like at this point, like, you know, we have to build the movement in the streets in order for these party alternatives to work. Like I've never understood why we are pushing for third parties in a system that doesn't really care for us or care for our policies. Like if you don't have, you know, the backing in the streets, then there's no fucking way you're gonna be able to have like a third party movement that's actually going to be, you know, viable in this country. And the thing is, like, you think about like multi-party systems outside of this country. You think about like the labor movement in like, you know, France, or you think about the labor movement in the UK, and you see kind of like a relationship between like those other parties, like outside of whatever major parties they have, like that are of the left, like the Green Party, the Left Party, the Labor parties, in these European countries. They all work together, and they also all work with the activists and the organizers that are on the ground in their countries. So, you know, oh yes, Bolivia too. But you know, so like this. Seeing that infrastructure really isn't built in this country, and seeing that there's really no real like serious attempt at building that movement, I think that right now it's kind of a waste of time. Unfortunately, this is a country that, you know, everything that we do is dictated by policy. To say that electoralism is completely dead, I feel like it's very reductive, only because, you know, we need to put this policy through something. But I feel like it has no real like there's just no point if we're not going to like actually keep up with the threats that come with, you know, third party and social movements, if we're not actually going to, you know, withhold our vote if shit gets unchy. You see what I'm saying? If we're not actually going to withhold our labor and like organize general strikes through these multi-party entities. Like if we're not going to do that work, then it's just yet another, you know, vanity project. It's yet another clout chase for whoever decides to be the candidate of that third party, whoever decides to be the executive directors of these third parties. It's all about the clout chase. And it's not actually about building movement. It's not actually about building coalition. Because my thing is, and always has been, why the fuck is the Green Party, the Communist Party, the DSA, all these other left parties, why are y'all not working together as one singular movement?
That's what I've been asking.
That right there makes me like, lets me know right there that y'all are not fucking serious about challenging power. Because if you add the memberships of the Green Party, the People's Party, if you add the memberships of the Communist Party, if you add the membership of the DSA, we have more than enough to actually engage voters that have been disenchanted by the two-party system. But guess what? They ain't doing it. So until I see some of that happening, until I see some cross coalition building, organizing happening, me personally, I'm going to organize in the community. I'm going to organize in the streets. I'm going to show up to direct actions. I'm going to organize direct actions because we need to punch these motherfuckers in the throat. And you can't punch these motherfuckers in the throat if you're also trying to be a part of them. That's just not how it works.
You can't punch them in the throat if you're too afraid to call yourself an anti-capitalist. Like you're gonna challenge our power and you're too afraid to call yourself a socialist. So what Finney said, now you gotta see where I'm coming from. I said the nice way, right? Now I see a lot of problems with people who endorse the top-down model, where there's like this guy, you got this figurehead, and we just follow the opinion of the figurehead. You got to follow the structure. I'm not for that, and I'll tell you, I'm just not. The only interest I have, and it's kind of a question to Afeni as well, and I want to get Zoya her thoughts on this as well. The only value I see in a third party at this point, like even if you're trying to win through these rigged capitalist elections, I see that's misplaced. I think the main priority should be having a third party as a workers-based movement, even as a liberation-based movement. That's why when I see third parties who like, I don't want to support reparations, red flag, you're not part of this liberation game that me and Afeni talking about, right? So there are reasons why we say what we say, because there's certain red flags that we see some groups that's like glaring, right? So I'm kind of asking this as Afeni. It's kind of a mild pushback, kind of in a way. I want to get your thoughts on the idea of having a third party like we don't have one right now. I think we can kind of agree on that. I think the Greens are trying to get to that point based on the conversation I heard. We see how that goes. But do you see yourself endorsing a third party? Do you see it valid as a working movement, as something like Kashama Sawan outlines? Like, what are your thoughts on that, Finney?
Absolutely. Like socialist alternative, like organizations like socialist alternative that not only does work in the community but also gets people elected. Like those are the type of movements that we should be paying attention to. Those are the type of moves that we should be building with. PSL as well. They haven't. I don't know if they've run any candidates. And please, if they have,
yeah, they have candidates. And the only reason I don't know as much about PSL because they don't have candidates here. I think they was on the ballot in like Florida, New York. I know my friend voted for Gloria.
They haven't ran any candidates here.
Right. But sorry, Finney. Go ahead. You can finish her.
I'm saying they haven't ran any candidates here either. So it's not like, here's the thing. It's not that I think that it's like a waste of time. Like, let's not do it. Like I told Jay this in the DMs, and I'm gonna say it right here. Like, I'm for whatever strategy is going to make us win.
Amen.
As long as we can fucking settle on a goddamn strategy, as long as we can figure it out and all work together for a common goal, I am for whatever the fuck is actually going to win. So at the end of the day, like, you know, I feel like a lot of people in this space disagree with me on this. Anti-racism, anti-capitalism, and anti-imperialism are all non-negotiables. They're not interchangeable. They are not interchangeable. Okay? It's either you are anti-racist while you are simultaneously anti-imperialist, while you are simultaneously anti-capitalist, or you cannot organize with me. Because like I feel like every single time, you know, we organize without, especially the anti-racist part, niggas like myself and other black people get left the fuck behind in all the progress. So me personally, it is a non-motherfucking negotiable for people to be anti-racist, as well as being anti-imperialist, as well as being anti-capitalist. And until I see a party that can embody all of those things, and like until the black community sees a party that can actually embody all those things, I think that it's going to be harder and harder for these left parties to justify themselves in their existence. Like, you want to be a left party, but you don't want to hit the Democrats where it hurts, which is in the black vote.
You're afraid.
Like, what are you doing?
Anti-capitalist.
Like, what are you doing? Like, if you just took a second to sit back and think, who the fuck keeps electing these motherfuckers and keeping them in office? It's the Black community. So that means, hey, I'm a third party. I'm sitting here trying to organize, trying to get these votes in, trying to get this representation up. You know what I should probably do? I should probably come up with a good platform to appeal to the Black community and anti-capitalist allies and anti-racist allies that would also benefit from similar policies. Reparations are non-negotiable. It ain't for everybody, but there needs to be a critical mass of Americans that fucking support it. We cannot get that if we cannot have, I lost my train of thought. But all I'm saying is this.
You're on fire, my friend.
Yeah. All I'm saying is this, like, if we're not actually being targeted and strategic about the types of demographics that we are targeting through these third-party movements, if we're not being strategic and very intentional about the fact that with our revolutionary intentions, making sure that we actually have revolutionary impact in the community as well, then what the fuck are we doing? We're doing nothing but actually, we're just modeling the same exact system that we're not trying to be a part of. If you are a third party that is, appealing to the right, but you're not appealing to anti-racism, then you're not going to appeal to Black people that are voting for Democrats. I'm sorry. Like, you just have to call a thing a thing. Like, I understand people want to build these class solidarity movements, but the whole reason why things like the Black Panther Party had to be created, the whole reason why organizations like the Combahee River Collective had to be created is because in those, left spaces, anti-racism was not a main priority. Period. And I'm all for it. I'm all for it. We should definitely build. We should build with everyone we can. But also understand that as a Black woman, I am not sacrificing any parts of my identity to organize with any of you. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm just not. I'm not doing it. It's a hard line for me. And so we need to be more serious about what a third party actually looks like and what it looks like, to actually be inclusive in that messaging. And sometimes white people, some shit ain't gonna have nothing to do with you, and you have to be okay with that if you say that you're an ally. Period.
I miss having these conversations with you, Finney. I could just let Finney go. And to that point, there are a lot of people who say they are class conscious. There are a lot of people that put class and everything first. And what they don't understand is when you say that we don't support reparations, we don't support a Black agenda, we don't support the agenda the indigenous people are asking, you are not class conscious. It is not me and Afeni. We aren't the ones that is breaking class solidarity when we break from the movement for you not supporting reparations. It's you. You sided with the capitalists because you want to protect their assets and protect their debt that they owe us. That is literally what it is. So we're not disrupting class consciousness. It's you guys. And there's something that people always want to say, that we're the divisive ones if we have these litmus tests that you guys can't pass. I don't know what other way to put it. But Zoya, I want to get your reaction to anything that we've been saying as well. Zoya, any takes you have?
Yeah, I mean, first off, Afeni takes the words out of my mouth. So yeah, it's definitely hard to follow that. But reparations, honestly, should be easy. Labor was provided. We're all benefiting from that labor. A debt is owed. Let's just say yes and move on. It's a no-brainer. But people get stuck on things, and it's in general a lack of revolutionary discipline in the American population. And part of it is education system, part of it is how the society is structured, and it's tough to move people because it creates this tribalism. It has a million purity tests and we all stay divided, and nothing moves forward. Part of the reason I still support the electoral path at all, and I mean, with minimal effort, I'm not talking about giving any candidates money. You buy yourself groceries, get yourself what you need, is because I don't see the revolutionary discipline that's necessary for the kind of movement in the streets that we need. Now, of course, we can build it, and I hope that we do. But Americans in general, no offense, take this with a grain of salt, are soft and infantilized And this society brings that up. Afeni, you're muted.
I said soft as fuck, soft as baby powder, baby. Let me tell you. Shit.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to hurt any feelings. I love you. I love all of you. I love the people that hate me. I love you guys, but I don't want to coddle you, because coddling you ends up hurting everybody. And you need to know that you are soft. You need to know that you are not self-sufficient, that you are relying too much on the corrupt system, and you're afraid to sacrifice certain comforts temporarily in order to create the change that we need. And that is why we don't have enough of a grassroots movement or people in the streets. People are very scared to give up the little comforts that they have. And the other problem is, the entertainment industry is America's top export. We are all extremely distracted. And social media and phones, they were supposed to connect us and energize us, but it's turned into an energy draining exercise with a lot of distractions also. Because people will get angry online, express their points of view, and then just order Uber Eats, turn on Netflix, and tune the fuck out. So, it's easy to be radical online. It's easy to say, burn it down. Yeah. But what are you doing? What are you doing in your life? Because I come from a communist country. For anyone listening that doesn't know my background, I grew up in the USSR. So I know what it's like to live in community. I know what it's like to live modestly. And we had things because there's always a trade-off, right? So the things that we had were priceless. Was connection to the people, was connection to the neighbors, was, gatherings with food, everybody playing musical instruments, a real sense of community. We don't have that in America. We're all too individualized and materialistic, and it's an addiction. And you guys are too scared to let it go because you don't realize what you're actually missing out on. There's a reason that 80% of the opioid use in the world happens in America. Depression is the highest, amongst the highest in the world. Suicide rates are one of the leading causes of death. So this society isn't making you happy. The things you're afraid to give up are actually keeping you in a gilded cage. Some of you think you're free and you don't even realize how imprisoned you are. So we need to have those conversations for people to truly be able to organize and get into the streets in a meaningful and sustainable way. And we can start with small actions. Community gardens is a great thing that I love to talk about. First of all, you connect with people. Second of all, you grow your own food and you create independence from the system. Black Panthers Party, you guys brought up, they had the breakfast program. Breaking bread together is a very powerful thing. It connects us and it sustains us, and it allows us also to not depend on the system. I'll let you guys weigh in.
Yes. Anytime he goes, Zoe, there's always a ton to break down. I'm going to pass it to Afeni. I would love to get her reaction soon. But I'm going to go through a few of the super chats that I didn't get a chance to cover. Thank you for the $20, Lee, New York. Agree with Afeni on the third-party stuff now. The key is, as you say, is to start with community, a long-time project. In the meantime, Adolph Reed talks about efforts to build a labor party. Good idea to hear his experience. So we'd love to talk to Adolph Reed. So thank you for super chat. Afeni, you have anything else you want to add before I continue with a few of the chats here?
So there are a couple things. So I feel like a lot of people on the left, especially, I'm going to be very blunt. Like a lot of white people on the left seem to think that because, we talk about reparations, that for some reason we don't seem to give a damn about class solidarity. Let me be very clear. If this country was built on the backs of enslaved people, billions of dollars, this entire economy, the land that you see, every fucking monument that you see up in DC, all of that shit was built for free. For free. And honestly, it really came at a fucking cost. Because a lot of black people had to die in order for these things to fucking happen. So when we talk about reparations, it's because just like how we have been disenfranchised for 400, 500 years for real, and we have not reaped any of the benefits of our labor. You white folks have. 76% of white people that live in their homes in America own them. 76%. You can look it up. So it's like there are so many different reasons why we talk about this, but I'm honestly very, very, very tired. Very tired of people that say they're allies, to people that say they stand in solidarity, like having an attitude when Black people talk about Black issues. I am Black. I'm a Black queer woman. I cannot separate my identity from anything that I do in this country. Everything that I do in this country, unfortunately, is linked to my fucking identity. Trust me, I wish it wasn't so goddamn political. I wish I could fucking exist. But this is my existence. My entire fucking existence is a political goddamn statement in this fucking country. So, I don't give a damn about none of that shit. Run us our reparations and run us some land too. Period. Anyway.
Well said, Penny.
Go
ahead.
No, but just to reply back to what Zoya said, I would just say, it's very true. Like, because Americans are so deeply entrenched in our individualism and in our deep selfishness, it's the reason why motherfuckers is not in the streets. I can tell y'all right now, Afeni is a consumer, okay? Afeni loves things. But I can tell you that if I had to give up every fucking thing in this room, in this house, for my liberation, I very much would. Because none of this material shit means anything. And because people are afraid to lose their material shit, they're afraid to lose their comfortability, they're afraid to lose whatever God status they might acquire through capitalism, because that's the only reason why capitalism exists, so people can live out their God complex. That will never be you. So whatever little bit of comfortability that we have around here, that shit is never going to be worth staying in this system. You will never be Jeff Bezos. You'll never be any of these fucking millionaires and billionaires. It's never going to happen. But you know what could happen? Us getting in the fucking streets and changing the system with using our collective power. Withhold your fucking labor, withhold your fucking taxes, and withhold your goddamn vote. Period.
Well said, Afeni. We getting close to transitioning to our next segment. I don't know with the time schedule for Afeni, will you like if you stay or Lee? I don't know what you guys talked about before. CJ's here. One last thing I'll say, I really gotta wrap a bow on the reparations conversation, because I always like to bust like the myth of the class reductionists who say that it's not a class conscious approach, where you have a lot of like white leftists who say, well, my family didn't own slaves. I didn't do anything to you, so why should I pay for your reparations? I hear that all the time. Hello, you are not paying shit. You are not paying shit. We are demanding money from our U.S. government and the oligarchy. And my plan is
your family benefited from all the money.
Yeah, so you guys benefited.
Your family benefited from the generational wealth.
You guys
benefited like millions of dollars.
It's current.
Millions of dollars. You benefited from that fucking wealth, bro. If you're white, you just did. That's just the reality of the fucking situation.
So once you hear what Afeni is saying, you guys benefited from the generational wealth. But even with that said, we're still not asking you guys to pay. The plans I hear is asking the rich, and they're not your money. We're not taking your money to pay for reparations. My plan and the plan I've seen, take the money from the rich, take the money from the government, which is not yours, and give us our reparations. So when you understand that, it makes even less sense for a quote unquote white ally to be against reparations. That doesn't make sense. But anyway, I want to wrap the bow on top of that. I gotta go. I gotta get ready for the show with Brianna Joy and Joe Stein. That's what next time you guys see me. I'm pass on to CJ. And always good talking to you, Afeni and Zoya. I'll see you guys around.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And Afeni, I want to give you the last word. I know you got to take off before I introduce Tara.
I'm gonna say I want to say hi to Tara, but
I can put her in.
I am about to get up out of here. Because I have other work to do. But thank you guys so much. I know I was late, and hopefully I can hop on another panel this at some point.
I know Saturday. I know Sunday is your mom's birthday, so maybe tomorrow I'll hit you up with the panels, and you just kind of tell me if you're available or not, and we can take it from there. So, alrighty.
Right.
So let me bring in Tara, and you can say what's up to her. Hi, Tara.
Hi.
Big
Oh my
fan.
God, I loved everything you just said. Solidarity. That was awesome.
Thank you so much. I'm a
I
big
am
fan.
with
I love
you.
Oh, I'm with you
Absolutely.
too, sister. Definitely standing in solidarity with you. Super excited to meet you. You don't understand.
So nice to see you. I'm so
Nice to see you
excited.
too. All right,
Awesome.
I'm getting up out of here. Thank you.
All
guys.
right. Thank you, Afeni. See you later.
Thank you.
Awesome. So we have Zoya along with Novi. She's not new to the network, but some of you may not have seen her in a while because we haven't done those panels for her. So I'm gonna introduce you in just a second, but we are here for this hour with Tara Reid. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I was just on another network talking about censorship and Russophobia, so ready to go.
That's what we're bringing you here for, so we can also talk about that same topic. But Rome is another person who kind of wanted to say hi. I don't know if you've ever been on a stream with Rome, but Rome, there's Tara. Before I get started,
how y'all doing? I'm just wrapping up. I was building my damn greenhouse.
Rome, I love your work.
Thank you
for all you do.
Man, it's tiring. Thank you.
But Rome, make sure you do not end the stream, and then when you put yourself on mute, when you put yourself on mute, I'll go ahead and continue. So Novi, let's go to Novi. Novi, first time back in a long time. How are you doing? Thank you for joining the stream.
Hi, CJ. It's great to meet you, Tara. Hi, Rome. I'm doing well. I'm actually getting some of my research published. I'm an independent scholar looking at the media, censorship issues, and the cross-section between disability and politics. So that's kind of really cool.
Awesome.
We got the show Professional Lapses going on, and we're starting a new show next month called The Kitchen Table, where we're going to be talking about the issues that we talk about every day, but, explaining why, your average person should care about, and how, things like soup kitchens and community gardens are actually socialist, and you shouldn't be afraid of that term.
That's awesome. And then, of course, she's been with us for, I think this is your 4th or 5th hour now, Zoya. So thank you for joining this conversation. How are you doing, Zoya?
Still doing great and happy to be here. Tara, hi. Nice to be on a stream together with you. I'm a longtime supporter, and I consider myself Tara's friend as well.
Yes. It's so nice. So nice to hear your voice. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just
go ahead, Zoya.
Just amazing people that you're bringing on. And CJ, by the way, thank you for putting all of this together. I think these conversations are absolutely
I think your hand is over the mic. We can't hear you, Zoya.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
I was saying that I wanted to thank you, CJ, for putting all of this together, because I think these conversations are critical to organizing, and I don't see anybody else doing it. And to anybody that has any criticism, go do a better one. Go do a better one. We'll support it.
We'll support it for real. Really, we want you to do better and get more views. So do it, and we'll support it. But thank you, Zoya, for your kind words and everything. This segment is about censorship, and I know it's hot on your mind, Tara, since you just literally came from another stream where you're kind of talking about the same thing. But when I asked you, what would you like to talk about this hour? This is what you reply. You said censorship. And how did you phrase that last part about the two parties and it's really one corporate lie? So what do you mean by that?
It's a two-headed snake.
Ahead. But what do you mean? Why did you want to talk about censorship? Because I know it's on front of mind for a lot of people, but why? What has happened to you? Have have you been censored personally?
Yeah, actually, I just was last week. I was doing op-eds for RT, and also they produced Russia Today, and they also produced my podcast. And we all, the same day Lee Camp lost his, I lost mine. Google deplatformed us, and Spotify, and then there's been bans in Europe. And then today, the UK just removed RT's license from broadcasting and removed their channel. And there's been a lot of Russophobia. As many of you know, I came forward about when I was a staffer for Joe Biden and working for him, and I was sexually assaulted. And I talked about it. And the first thing that they said about me was that I was a Russian asset. And then came after me, calling me all kinds of names, like a Russian whore who made all my money on my back, and horrible things. And a lot of Russophobia, a lot of neo-McCarthyism, class shaming, slut shaming, you name it. They threw the machine at me. I am still here. I'm still standing. And I will not allow the US government to weaponize the media to only provide an echo chamber of the military industrial complex, basically. So I'm really happy to be here to talk about it. And I didn't like seeing my colleagues' shows end. They were brilliant shows, and RT treated me great. I had complete freedom, creative freedom. All the ideas were mine. I was treated with dignity and given a platform at a time when in my own country, I was treated like a pariah. So I have very strong feelings about it. I just deleted my Facebook and my Instagram in solidarity with my Russian brothers and sisters because there was hate speech being allowed, things to kill Russians. Then they backstepped and said, oh, it's just Russian soldiers. But I'm here to tell you, as someone who gets death threats all the time, that's not acceptable. And I will not provide my presence on a platform that will engage in bigotry and hate speech. So I deleted my Facebook and Instagram. So I still have Twitter. So yeah.
That's absolutely awesome. And I'm curious to hear, Zoya, your opinion on this, what Tara brings up, which is Facebook allowing, like, you think of censorship where they're stopping you from saying something. They're lifting the curtain of censorship when it comes to hate speech specifically towards Russians. Like, what do you think of that? What is your opinion on that?
Well, truth dies in darkness, and it's very scary what's happening. And to Tara's point, Chris Hedges and Lee Camp were a lot of the great voices that were on RT America, and now they've lost that platform. And it's really a loss for all of us, because now we're seeing mainstream media craft these narratives that go completely unchallenged. And it's been progressively getting worse. Honestly, even with COVID and the vaccine situation, we already saw this ramping up of censorship. People were being labeled as misinformation for simply sharing their experiences. And people that had an issue with the COVID vaccine were labeled as anti-vaxxers. And I'm not taking a position either way on this, just so we're clear. I just see a problem with not allowing everybody to be able to speak, because there were people experiencing different side effects and outcomes, and they just weren't free to discuss it. All of these conversations had to happen in smaller groups, but on Maine, there was a strict narrative, and you were shunned and chased out with pitchforks if you went against it. And even I saw leftists going as far as saying that some people deserve to die. And that was shocking to me, that leftists who support Medicare for all can so easily be turned into, even if you disagree with these people vehemently, even if you oppose them in every possible way, how could you get to a place where you're now saying that certain people deserve to die? I just think if we look. No, go ahead, CJ.
No, I was going to say, let me speak to that particular point, because I think this is relevant. And this is what I say about leftists, is that we love to say we're not part of the duopoly. I don't vote green and I don't vote blue. There's more than it being part of the duopoly than those two things. And the other part is how you approach politics is also conditioned by duopoly. So if your approach to politics, for example, you know, in this example, or actually, let me give you the example I used yesterday. So if your approach to politics is that person disagrees with me on one thing, so I'm wiping them out, you see how that doesn't work for what you're trying to build in a community. You're sort of like you're sort of like, what is the right word? You're self-dividing and conquer. You're not even letting them have to do it to you. You just go, hey, that's one disagreement, I'm done. Right. So it kind of to me speaks to that. But I do want to bring in Novi, because Novi, you're an archivist. So you may have a little experience in this particular area. What are your thoughts on sort of like what's happening with RT? And Tara, maybe you can answer this before I go to Novi. Isn't RT like you, like Nick, like Nico, like Lee, like these are all American like podcasters, entertainers. So what are they censoring? They're censoring just Americans who happen to be on this network. Like, is there any sort of what they're saying Russian information, or they're saying you are an instrument of that Russian information on RT?
Well, in my personal case, it's both. In Lee Camp's, no, it's well, maybe because he stood up against Wall Street. He was part of the whole pushback, you know, and been an activist for a long time. So has Caleb Maupin. So has, you know, Scott Ritter was on our team. He was the one who exposed the Iraq, the WMD. He was the former intelligence agency that exposed the lie, the hypocrisy. So you have people that have pushed back on the empire that are on there, but then you also have Dennis Miller, and you have like William Shatner, and you have Larry King that were on RT. So RT, to me, it was, and Lee Camp put it eloquently, it was one of the places you're not going to have a network that allowed you that much creative freedom ever. Like, I was allowed complete freedom. All the ideas were mine. The people were lovely. I worked with people all over the world. I'm an American. I worked with people in England and Scotland and, you know, and also in Moscow, because I worked for RT International. And RT America, it was American mostly. And, you know, it was just very open. And I think that the mistake people make is that narrative. They also criticized Russia sometimes in some of their stories.
Right.
I mean, they covered stories no one else covered. And we're missing that voice. They covered Assange a lot, Julian Assange a lot, and that's not been covered.
Right.
They lifted Nico's show, and you know, and he's been pretty suppressed, and so now he was lifted by RT and you know, given to a wider audience. So yeah, it's a huge loss for all of us. Silencing and deplatforming never works, and we'll find other ways to express ourselves.
Right, and hopefully come back bigger and stronger. So let's go back to Novi now. So give you a chance to chime in here. Just what is your, you know, surface level thoughts on, you know, what everybody has been seeing, what's happening with censorship, with RT, with, you know, Lee Camp, with Fiorella. What have you been seeing, and what is your diagnosis of the situation?
Well, since I'm actually pretty good on talking about this because I talk about media and everything. Historically speaking, this isn't anything new. Whenever the establishment is going one way, whether it's in the Cold War or the lead up to the invasion of Afghanistan, or even going back to the Civil War, if there was a dominant narrative being pressed, whether it was by the oligarchy, if you opposed it, you were going to be suppressed. Now, I remember seeing when people were talking about, oh, Joe Rogan is getting called out for his actions. Oh, these right-wingers being called out for their actions. They're being deplatformed. How that's great, because they're being held accountable for their actions. It's whenever you suppress those thoughts, the way it is done, the way it's called for, it leaves a lot of opportunity for people on the left to be suppressed as well. Because you could argue it by the same token. Also, the whole thing with anti-vaxxers and people being supportive of Medicare for all and shouting down anti-vaxxers, well, it's also the same thing with disabled people. People will shout for Medicare for all and then say that why aren't disabled people getting off of SSDI? So, you know, you can say that you're for a policy, but not support the people who are would be the most directly impacted by it. Same thing goes for reparations and every other matter that's been discussed so far. So, in the end, it's just hypocrisy, and the ruling class gets to do whatever they want and to establish this narrative.
It's like and I'm gonna pose this to you. It's like they only the only lies that are okay are state lies.
Oh, that's 100% correct.
No, I'm sorry. Let me say it a different way. The only information, not lies, the only information that's allowed are state lies, not state truths, not people's truths, not even people's lies, but state lies is the only thing that's allowed sort of in this realm. And if you're not one of those, they have to promptly sort of eject you. But speak to to what Tara said, like how, you know, of course you're gonna pop back up on your feet. How do we overcome this type of censoring, in your opinion?
Well, there's good and bad things. With the erasure of net neutrality, they can now throttle tweets and get rid of websites that that have opinions that don't agree with them or don't do what the corporations want them to do in terms of espousing certain views. And I mean, we've seen that from things like the New York Times to Netflix. However, and this is one of the cool things about being an archivist, if you put your stuff in as many places as possible, they can't delete it all. Like, there's no way. And there's other methods as well that haven't been taken down because they are nonpartisan, such as the Internet Archive. I could go to the Internet Archive in the Wayback Machine and find all of Russia Today's information. Like, you could still find it. And so it is not impossible. You could still find that information and still get it out there. You just have to get it out into as many places as possible. That's the same thing with the whole archival perspective. Like, if you have a rare document such as the Declaration of Independence, it's only in one place. That place burns down. Then you're in big trouble, right? But if you have copies of it, then you're a lot safer. So one of the things that I think that is a concern that I don't think was done on purpose, but the over-reliance on a few platforms such as Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram, and not exploring other platforms before this occurred, makes it so easy to suppress information. Whereas we should be trying to get more decentralized. We should go back to the early days of the internet where we don't just have a few websites, but we have a lot of smaller ones. Because that makes it a lot harder to suppress the truth that's being out there.
That's a great point, because if you think about, and I'm going to bring Zoya in, if you think about YouTube, can you think of any other platform where people are able to upload their just think, and this is another thing.
Odyssey just invited me, and they have RT now.
That's what I
Rocking Rumble.
That's what we want to get on. Is Odyssey is the next one we're going to be getting added on too. How was that process for you, Tara? Like they're fine. Like
24 hours. They knew they saw me getting censored and pulled down on Google and Spotify, and so you're right. Diversify. Like I'm on now. If you look at my link tree, which is on my Twitter,
I saw that.
It's one link tree really helps you get all your platforms. You can be on 5 or 6 platforms simultaneously. So let's say YouTube takes me down now. I'm on Odyssey, so you can still get all my podcasts and still see me, and I can even live stream. So YouTube is, as you know, censoring now. It censored The Hill. It banned Kim Iverson even for a week. It's banned some other people. It took down a couple other things. It's
just so weird to me, Tara. It's just so weird to me that we're being censored. like, just think of the concept of YouTube. It's YouTube, my videos. You're censoring me talking. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I'm playing, some, child pornography or something else. It's just me talking. And YouTube is so afraid that my words are going to do what? That I have to be censored. But let me bring in Zoya, because this is the question originally that I was going to ask. And that is, why it feels like this is happening and no one's going like, this is like it feels like there should be more public outrage, unless they don't understand. But it feels like there should be more public outrage, but because the ruling class, the Democratic Party, has decided to use propaganda and the tool of using the word misinformation. The word misinformation is just a word that they're using for the public to be okay with them censoring people. That's what the use and the concept of misinformation is.
And if I can interject, it's even gone more dangerous. Like, I've been accused of treason publicly by a CNN senior reporter and a political reporter 2 weeks ago. They are accusing me of treason. That's crime, is punishable by death. That's like a huge thing to do. They're now accusing, Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard of treason. Tulsi Gabbard's a veteran who served in, because she talked about the existence of biolabs in Ukraine, and they actually exist. Finally, the empire is admitting it. But I see this all as simply, what you're seeing is the result of a two-party system that is being run by the intelligence community and the military-industrial complex. That's why when you look at Politico, you see it's brought to you by Lockheed Martin. That's a weapons manufacturer. We have big tech colluding with the military-industrial complex. Propaganda is weaponized. How do you combat that? Yeah, you can get on these smaller platforms, but we need to do more. We need to deplatform them.
Absolutely. And can you speak to that, Zoya? Can you speak to what Tara is saying, and to what I was getting into, which is, it feels like there should be more public outrage unless people are buying into that this is real. They're just censoring the bad stuff, in other words. You know what I mean, Zoya?
Yeah. I mean, if I started listing all the things that deserve more public outrage, this stream would have to go on for a week. But I was actually going to bring up what Tara was saying, that in fact a Google executive is a former NATO employee. So
that is just insane. Yeah, I think something happened to her mic. That is just insane. But I think you're back. Are you back?
Yeah.
We can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I keep putting my hand on the wrong place on the laptop. Sorry.
No worries.
So it's been really disturbing. And Adam Johnson has a great article about the Western government and weapons contractor funded disinformation research world, and how our notion of foreign influence is selective and confusing, and appears mostly concerned with curating information flows to advance U.S. security interests. And Nick and I covered on another podcast how there was a CIA agent that came out and said that 400 journalists had colluded with the CIA to plant stories. And he described how they were manipulating even the good faith journalists to go with the establishment narrative. And we saw during Russiagate, this whole thing started being pushed of misinformation. And the public, rather than having an outcry opposing censorship, was having an outcry for more censorship. And what they didn't realize is they were asking these tech giants that don't have our interests in mind. They don't have any class solidarity with us. They don't have any solidarity with any of our issues. And we were asking them to decide what is information, what is truth and what is not truth. And that was a huge mistake, but it was done gradually. That's how they got people on board. They had such Trump derangement syndrome that they were willing to sign away their freedoms in order to stop Trump. And then we've been seeing it weaponized on every major issue that's come up into the sphere. And that's where we are here now. And it's been building up to this moment. And now that we have this major war happening in Ukraine, they're completely cutting off any voices of opposition. And that's what's creating Russophobia. And I, as a Russian speaker from Ukraine, am definitely, a victim of this. And now anything I say, which I've been consistent on everything that I've been saying for all my years on this planet, but now I'm just easily labeled a Putin puppet or a Russian agent, and that's it. They've made it easy to discredit any opposition to the imperialistic view.
It's just insane. Let's bring Rome in. Rome has a lot of experience with, I guess you can call this censorship, with being removed from social media multiple times for what you say or what you preach about. Talking about Joe Biden, you got removed. Talking about the Democrats, you get suspended. So what do you think about what's happening to Lee Camp and RT and Tara Reid and even us? I mean, getting censored. I think I had a stream. I was playing the George Carlin video where he's critiquing, and they cut my stream and said violated community. Yeah, they cut it. Or me and Nick and I were midstream. I think Zoya was there. And
Jay, they cut our stream too.
Yeah, they cut our stream in midstream. It's just so weird. Talk to us about that, Novi. What were you talking about, and why did they cut it?
Oh, they cut our stream twice. One of them, we were doing a thing about the It's a Wonderful Life, and we were talking about how it was deeply socialist, and we were also talking about the elements of the Cold War during that point. And I was also talking about analysis on Shostakovich and how the propaganda and the things, and we were cut for violating community services and for violating copyright, which is neither of those are under copyright protection, so that doesn't make any sense. We also have had warnings on our stuff because Professional Lapses, one of the shows we do, we talk about international stories, and we've had warning put up on our Ukraine coverage because we've talked about it over the past year because Ukraine was going to happen. It was going to happen because of all this stuff, because of NATO's actions and Russia having to respond. So it's been very frustrating. There's also been comments on my Twitter about when I've been talking about it regarding that, and my parents and personal stuff. My mom's received threats because she is she's not Russian, but her name is Russian, and and my grandmother speaks Russian. And so they've gotten threats because of that. So it's
I don't understand how people don't see,
because they're idiots.
They don't see that we're just living another, like, what is it called? The Red Scare, when we were McCarthyism, when we were everybody, are you a Russian? Are you know what I mean? Like I don't understand how people don't physically like see that. But Rome, talk to us about what you think about what's happening with Lee. I mean, these are like friends of the show, like people who we talk to all the time. What do you think was happening to RT, to Tara, to Lee? Why do you think they're clamping down on us so hard? These are the Democrats that are in office too, by the way.
Yeah. Yes, of course they don't want us speaking, especially in this climate. That's the last thing that they need is people like us with the platform. And even if you have a blue check by your name, even if you are around certain people, you're not safe. Your platform is not safe, and we have spoke about this when we first made Revolutionary Blackout, that they are going to come for us. So we got to prepare. We got to get other ways of getting our name out there. As in, that's why we got our mutual aids going on. So, even if we get kicked off the internet completely, there's still going to be people that's on the internet still keeping our name up and alive. Still, telling our stories and reporting our stories. If we're not on Twitter anymore, we're on Telegram. We're on et cetera, et cetera. But this was going to happen. This was going to happen because this war was going to happen. And last thing that they need is for people to not spread disinformation, but to make people think. Because when you are agreeing with something, you see somebody like, no, this is totally wrong. You're gonna be like, hold on, what the hell? Some people might call you a Putin puppet. Some people might try to poke your brain, pick at your brain, see where you're coming from. And last thing they need is for us opening and sparking minds and letting these people know the truth. What's really been going on for generations now. They have been picking on Russia, just not even trying to lead I'm gonna call it an invasion in Russia through Ukraine. Not only that, the sanctions, the negotiation that they have been doing with Russia. This has been coming for many generations now, and they knew exactly who to tackle. You know what I'm saying? They let you guys get up. They let you guys get that platform just to know who to take down when time comes. You know,
that is a great point. Great point.
And not only that, they're going to take away your biggest supporters. They're going to shut down their pages for no reason. They're going to be like, why get shut down? But like, I lost a lot of Twitter pages. This is my 16th Twitter page. But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I'm being censored all around, because some of that shit I did. I did, you know what I'm saying, violate some rules, saying some shit. But that's not the point, because they want people to be mad. They want that edgy, the shock value, right? That's what's going to keep people on their platform. It's going to keep people retweeting, even if it is bad. It's going to make them money. But what they don't want is that same nigga that's talking shit and being all edgy and shit is actually doing something for his community, actually speaking up against the system. So they see that, they're like, oh, whoa, well, all right, well, yeah, let's take them down.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's sort of like what RT is. That's sort of like what RT was. They were speaking up for all the stories, like you were saying, Tara, that, you know, like Assange they would cover. And I'm gonna bring Tara back in here. Like those stories were being covered. But let me ask this question, and that is, do we think it's a coincidence that the areas of censorship that they're coming down with the most toughest has to do with the two biggest industries in the planet, the military industrial complex and big pharma? Big pharma with the pandemic, with the mandates, with the vaccinations, you can't say nothing or you're immediately. That's the power in those two industries. And the military industrial complex, we can clearly see now how powerful they are. RT gone overnight. You're done. Like, so we see that. So let's bring Tara back in. And the reason I keep pronouncing your name one way, because I know another spelled the same way, but she pronounces it a different way. So I keep reverting back to what
I got you. It's fine.
Yeah, what she says. So, but can you speak to like this uptick in censorship being connected to these two industries, and does that, you know, sort of inform the severity of the censorship because it's coming from these two large industries?
Absolutely. I mean, you hit it right on the head. I mean, you're talking about the military industrial complex. And if you look at the amount, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, some of the other companies, their stocks in just the last 2 weeks, they've gone up 25 to 40 to 75% in some cases. They made since the war over almost $1 trillion collectively. And then I forget how many members of Congress, but a significant number of members of Congress, including those in the Biden administration, are invested in stock in military. So, and then of course, big pharma, Joe Biden, you know, when I worked for him, DuPont Corporation, Bristol Myers Squibb, has always owned him. I mean, they might as well like come out with banners and T-shirts naming the big pharma and the defense contractors and defense manufacturers on their T-shirts, so we know, like, oh, okay, there's Raytheon, there's DuPont, you know, and we can identify them easier. But yeah, and then you had Ro Khanna, who I was really disappointed with. His wife is invested in military
Yeah.
manufacturers. So you hit it right on the head. That's exactly it. It's such a significant amount of money in those two industries that they're making off this proxy war, essentially. They're not going to go anywhere. They want to draw it out. And I had this conversation in the last stream I was just on, what's really frightening. And I know this because I used to work for Biden. There are people in his administration that are still there. They think they can have a limited nuclear war. There are some manufacturers trying to tell them that they can do a limited nuclear war against Russia. And that to me is stunningly frightening. And that's why you've been seeing this media pump out certain articles like a nuclear war wouldn't be that bad. And that's why they suddenly pumped out that public service announcement. You can survive a nuclear war. No, you can't. No one will win. No one will win.
Look where we're being marched to, and I'll bring in Novi again. Look where we're being marched to. Like, if we don't wake up to propaganda, if those who are still under the propaganda, if we don't wake up, we're gonna be skipping to a nuclear annihilation. Like you get what I'm saying? Like we are happy, like in the sense that because we are so propagandized to believe, like nuclear now nuclear war is okay. Like that's okay now. So can you speak to that, Novi? Like to me, Novi and Tara, that is just speaks to the power of propaganda. War propaganda to me is some of the most egregious, some of the most effective too. So can you speak to that, Novi?
Well, going back, I mean, the first nuclear bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, even after they said that they were going to surrender, and it killed so many people, and the people who survived had long-lasting effects. And the U.S. covered it up to a large degree, and then we have Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island. So nuclear power, one, it wasn't really ever hardest here in the U.S. to a large degree, and two, nuclear war was always saying against our enemies. It's against the Japanese, so it doesn't matter. It's against Chernobyl happened in Ukraine, and they're Russians, so it doesn't matter. Of course it does to people, but that's what the U.S. propaganda was stating. So if there's like this weird thing that they think that there's some sort of bubble over the U.S. and in Western Europe, so they'll be fine, or like just the rich people will be fine. They'll be in bunkers and private jets and they'll survive this thing. But if you're a minority, if you're poor, you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. And I think everybody's fine with that because there's this myth of American exceptionalism. There's this myth that you're a temporarily embarrassed millionaire, that this is just some trials that you have to overcome, but one day you'll be successful, one day. And so it doesn't make sense to stick up for your fellow person. It doesn't make sense to have sympathy for your supposed enemies. And that's such a big part of the American ethos. That is such a large part to do with Ukraine, with Afghanistan, with all these wars, why they think, they're our enemies, they're less than human. And it is so horrifying.
And you know what? Can I interject right there? You brought up a good thing. Let's talk about the racism in the conversation that's been happening, because you see all these celebrities, with their blue and yellow flags, virtue signaling and saying, let's help these refugees. Where are they for the Yemenis children? Where are they for the 1 million Afghanistan children? Where are they? And then making statements publicly like, well, these people look like us. They have Netflix. I mean, just Julia Ioffe yesterday, who's supposed to be a Russian expert and is Russian herself, background, made a comment about the same kind of racist rhetoric. I mean, the racism around the propaganda is just rapid, and no one is really addressing that, to my knowledge, in main Western media.
No,
and I don't think anyone is going to address it. I think Dr. Kareem Batesh tagged me on something recently that was CNN, where the lady was explicitly trying to dedically walk her racist perspective. She was like, it's not like, it's, over in the Middle East, she didn't say Middle East, she might have said Syria. It's not like we're in, Syria where there's a bunch of Muslims being gassed. This is Europe. What we're going to do when it comes to Europe. And I was like, how is she saying this on TV? And nobody's saying anything. Like no one is saying, wait a minute, what do you mean by
Oh, I
she
did.
was
I
saying,
tagged her
like,
and I said, you're racist. And she answered me back.
Yeah, and it is extremely convenient, by the way, that for the longest time, Eastern Europeans, people from the Caucasus region, South people from Turkey, from Ukraine, from Russia, weren't considered to be white because they were considered to be other. They were like some weird in between thing. And that was for a very, very long time. And okay, they're finally considered white when the scary Russians are coming, which have been our historical enemies.
Well,
And
even
it's
deeper
so
than that, we're
hilarious.
funding, neo-Nazis. We're funding neo-Nazis in Ukraine. They killed 14,000 Russian nationals. They're engaging in ethnic cleansing.
Right. We are supporting neo-Nazis. They're engaging the Russian minority. And it's okay because these are the good Eastern Europeans. They're not the bad ones that we've been historically enemies with. And it's so messed up. And it's very interesting that Afghanistan, we pull out of Afghanistan, so many people die as a result. We leave Syria to the mess that we created. We engage in these bombings in Yemen, but we don't actually attack. And just in time, there's a thing in Ukraine.
And we bombed
Somalia.
We bombed Somalia the same day the Russian operation went into Ukraine. We bombed Somalia.
And they say nothing. Yeah, they say nothing about that. And did you see?
I don't even know the casualties. They haven't given the casualties. They haven't talked about their operation. Why are we bombing Somalia? What's going on? There's no updates. Nothing in Western media. You have to go to independent media to try to find it.
I wanted to say Western media doesn't kick back on racism because this is how they get people to agree with what's actually going on. You know what I'm saying? They just manufacturing consent. They might not even say, let's not bomb white people. These are real people. White people are regular people. They might not say it just like that, but they're gonna say it in a way to where you're gonna be like, oh well. But it plays in your house. It gives up that energy, and now you have that shit. You know what I'm saying? Just lingering around. But yeah, they just try to put this in your head, and people just have the news playing in the background. Man, they ain't paying attention to this shit for real. Like until we actually call it out and share these certain moments that they have done or what they have said. But yeah, they're not going to kick back on that because this is their plan. And we have, come on, man. They're not going to say anything about us funding Nazis and anything like that because we're going to have to do a whole history lesson. They're going to have to do a whole history lesson on why we teamed up with Nazi Germany and why we are still funding Nazis, why we want to go to nuclear war. Then you gotta have to go into the history of the network was built. They're not trying to do that. They're gonna be racist as they want. It's their network, and there's not gonna be no pushback because this is the fucking game. They want white supremacy. They want world dominance, and they want you guys to fall into it, whether you know it or not.
Oh, definitely, and it's a great distraction from the fact that COVID's been mismanaged horribly. The mandates were racist, classist, ableist, and horribly done. Gas prices, the needs of people necessary to survive are done. We're beating to the past the climate collapse, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things are crashing down. And conveniently, there's a war with people that the media want us to like and hate. So instead of doing that, we're watching this war and eating popcorn. There are people casting Zelensky like it was a Marvel film.
Yeah, no. I saw that. I saw a meme on like that. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. But Tara, let me go to the second part. It's connected. It's not like it's a completely different topic, but there was a second part of what you wanted to talk about. You said censorship. And then the second part was, and also how the two corporate parties are just one corporate lie. What did you mean by that particular phrasing?
Well, I think many of you here probably have echoed this, that there is no Democrats or Republicans. It's all the same party. It's the elites class that's running things. And the World Economic Forum, look at the list. They're trying to run the world and dominate a unipolar world that's dominated by the West. And they're continuing on with it. And just like Rome said, they're just manufacturing our consent. They're telling us what we want, what we should want, and how we should think. And if we don't conform, the consequences are to be deplatformed, or worse, to have our freedom taken away, like Julian Assange, who's still sitting in prison. So yeah, I guess what I'm meaning is that in order for us to really change electoral politics, we need to have viable third parties. And I don't know the solution to that, because I know the Green Party had the challenge of being pulled off ballots. But we need a good team of lawyers that can help third parties stay on ballots, give people choices, and we need candidates that are not, their masters aren't the corporation. Because right now we're just, being basically siphoned through this lens of red team, black, red team, blue team, and then we have the green. And then we have the People's Party trying to emerge. Well, no, we don't have anything trying to emerge. It's really just corporate interests. The Green Party was infiltrated, and now it's trying to, move forward. It was also taken off the ballot so people couldn't even vote for the Green Party when they wanted to. And
I had them on.
So
no, I had 3 green, like national Green Party officials. We had them on a couple of hours ago, or was it? No, it was right before this segment. And I'm sorry, no, it was two hours before this segment. And they spoke to Ballot Access. They spoke to the Democrats suing to get them off of ballots. But then the question, I didn't ask them this question, but now that I think back on it, the chips are stacked against you, because what are the chances that the judge was appointed by a Republican or Democrat that's even presiding over you?
Right.
Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, what are the chances? So even the judge who is, hearing, a case, what can you do?
Well, like Dr. Stein, Dr. Stein was called, a Putin apologist,
Russian
and she was
asset,
labeled a Russian asset. The reason why they went after her so hard is because she was a threat. She was popular, right? She had something to say.
That's what they spoke to about, because they were like, what happened to Howie versus Jill? And it was like, well, Jill was so successful and they were scared. She hit 7%, which had never been done in polls, and she got on the stage. She brought up the Green New Deal, which is why it's part of the main, why we talk about it now, is because of that. I think it was 2016 or 2012, a campaign. How they were phrasing it is, because she was so successful in getting that out, that's why it kind of went real dark on the 2020 presidential campaign. They were like, we don't want this third party wild card again to bring up some another issue that could possibly, take off publicly like the Green New Deal did. And that's why we saw an even bigger blackout of Howie Hawkins. This is what the party officials were saying earlier. So I just thought that it was very, very, very telling. And now that I'm thinking back on that, let me ask you this, Tur. Like, we have this censorship, we have the pandemic, people of color are being murdered left and right by the police state. They're up in the military budget. They're suppressing third parties, removing them for ballots. Like, there comes a point to where we're going to have to decide that no other tool is going to work but our feet and getting in the streets. How far before you think we get there? like, what do you think is going to be some of the signs that we've reached that place? Is it going to be more fascism, even more censorship? Like, what are going to be some of the? I know we can't imagine that it getting worse than this.
Oh yeah, it could get
But
worse.
it is, and I'm asking you, like, what are some of those things that in your mind that we might see as an indication that it's getting worse, is getting closer to the breaking point for everyone?
Social credit, they'll start that. They're already moving the dollar into like a cryptocurrency where they'll control it instead of it being like cryptocurrency, which is not centralized. They'll get it so that it's centralized and controlled, and then put social credit system on it to keep poor people poor, right?
What do you mean by social credit? Can you explain that to our audience?
It means, like, let's say you have a parking infraction, right? And you don't pay it. It will keep you from getting things like fuel. You'll have to use one sort of currency to function. You will be, and so like if you're convicted of a crime, or let's say what I'm doing, speaking out freely, you get in trouble for that, or whatever. You get dings on your social credit. It's electronically controlled. It's another mechanism for control. We're headed towards that. We're headed towards artificial intelligence is coming. It's already here. And whoever dominates that will dominate pretty much the economic, because that's going to change things. It could make things wonderful for workers, or it could take us to another level of fascism. So it's our choice.
It could make us obsolete. It could make us obsolete as a worker.
Well, we'll find different ways to work, right? We don't have to be obsolete, but it could change everything. So I think as human beings, we need to be part of it and not allow Jeff Bezos to own the patent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I wonder if that's sort of like what this metaverse is sort of talking about, getting us used to that. Let's bring in Zoya to this. What are your thoughts on like sort of what Tara is bringing up here? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I kind of want to add some context to a bunch of the things that have been brought
Absolutely.
up. First of all, they're rolling out an experimental program of all places for exactly what Tara was talking about in Ukraine, where your COVID passport, identity, and crypto wallet are all merged into one functional item. So they're testing out this program as we speak. That is a very real possibility for our future reality. Another thing to the other point mentioned, I read this tweet today. It says, past couple of weeks have been a masterclass in how whiteness is a tool of Western imperialism that can be granted, like Ukrainians, or revoked, like Russians, at a moment's notice if it's in the interest of the owning class. So, when I was a refugee to this country, coming from a communist country, nobody wanted us. So this changes with what suits the imperialist core. The other thing, as far as stocks owned by Congress, the top 10 most popular stocks are Apple, Microsoft, Bank of America, Walt Disney, AT&T, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, General Electric, ExxonMobil, and Alphabet Inc. So those are the 10 most popular stocks in Congress. And I don't think that people are idiots. That lets the system off the hook too easily. This is a very sophisticated psyop that's happening. 500,000 people have died in the Tigray war in Ethiopia in the last 16 months. How many times have you heard the media talk about it? The corporate bought mainstream media has perfected controlling their narrative. They control where our attention goes completely. And Democrats and Republicans receive roughly the same amount of defense contractor donations. So you must manufacture an existential threat, terrorists at home, Russians and Chinese abroad, to expand state power in the name of national security. Beat the drums of war, convince people that war is the antidote to divert public attention from government corruption and incompetence. And no one plays the game better than the Democratic Party. That's something that Chris Hedges was speaking on. And lastly, 61% of global arms sales come from the United States. $6.4 trillion has been spent on the post 9/11 wars and conflicts in more than 80 countries, most of which was transferred to the top 5 defense contractors. From 2001 to 2021, the stocks of these top 5 contractors outperformed the stock market overall by 58%. And I can keep going with the statistics, but basically, we have fascism in this country, where state and corporate powers have merged, and these corporations dictate policies. And unfortunately, media is one of the things they control, which is why you see people falling in line so easily, because they weaponize just movements and causes and convince people to ask the government to interfere, ask these corporations to interfere in order to, quote unquote, protect them from such things as misinformation. So I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Wow, that was a lot. Go ahead.
I wanted to speak on, the U.S. government going into crypto and, getting everything digital and the social credit scores. Like, I know a couple of people that I know was always thinking about and talking about the future. But man, a lot of people probably don't have tomorrow. Like, there are homeless people that we are about to leave behind. And I mean hundreds of thousands of people, about to be millions, because we are still facing evictions. And mostly black people are facing those evictions. And when it's bad enough the U.S. dollar is dying, but once we stop using and trading, paper currency, coins and whatnot, what are the homeless going to be left with? How are we going to? You're going to give them Bitcoin, or what are we going to do? So, I mean, yes, it's good to focus on the currency and whatnot, but I really feel like maybe they should end homelessness first. And, the things that we all need before they just forget about a whole group of people out here. Because this is what they're doing with this, is they are killing off the homeless without having to do a sweep, without having to do, knock down their tents or whatever the fuck, or put them in prison. Mm-hmm. They're going to kill them off. They're going to freeze in the streets, and they're going to mostly starve to death.
That is a stark picture there. So let's bring in back Novi. I mean, you've taken in, what the conversation is about. You have any comments before I go to the next question?
Unfortunately, I think that because we still have a class system here in the U.S., that I don't think people are so polarized and do not care about the community by and large. I don't think it's enough to wake them up. And at that point, it should burn. In all sincerity, more the cryptocurrency, because people can ignore suffering on the streets. I see it all the time. And, you try to help out as much as you can, but, you're not doing well off yourself either, so you're limited. I sincerely think that gas prices going up to like $6, $7, $8 a gallon will get people out more than any of these other things that we've talked about. Because people don't care about the poor. If they did, we would have solved homelessness. They don't care about the disabled. Otherwise, we would have expanded disability and had Medicare for all. They don't care unless it hurts their bottom line. So, and I wish there was a positive way to look at this, but I just don't think there is.
No, we've been conditioned to with individualism, but no matter how much you're conditioned, sometimes your true human nature comes out. Have you ever been, not you, but people will sit at a stoplight and the person to come up asking for money and you're trying to look straight. You don't want to see because your human side understands that that's another human that needs help. But you're conditioned to believe he did that person is doing that's on his own. He got himself in that on his own. So I'm looking forward. I did everything right. You're telling your human side to calm down because another human sees suffering in a human is going to want to do so. That is an innate thing. You're only conditioned otherwise. So if you're able to do that because you're conditioned otherwise, and I'm using that as a point where you see people at a stoplight and they don't want to look at that person. It's a coping mechanism to say, if I look at him, I know I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna give him something. I'm gonna feel compassionate that I can see a human person is behind this cup. You get what I'm saying? Like I can see a human person behind the cup, behind the smell, behind the dirty clothes. That's why you stop yourself from doing that because you've been conditioned not to want to feel human, to want to help another human. Go ahead.
I completely agree, and that's one of the reasons why, a person in my family passed away last night, and they were homeless for a while, and we managed to help them and get them back into a place, and before they died. So I think that human nature is good, but we have to keep speaking out. We have to keep talking about these issues and making it so that people can understand and why this will happen to you. It may not be somebody you know, but you're both humans and you should care and love about each other. And it's ironic we're coming up on Ramadan and you're supposed to fast and think about helping people and give food to the homeless and and do everything you can to help people. Like, you should be doing that year round. That's one of the 5 pillars, but you should be doing it. And it's not just on religious people. It's not just on a few people. Everybody should be trying to do the same, regardless of religious affiliation, regardless of your political affiliation. I don't care. You need to help people. And if we helped and cared about people more, and cared not so much about the price of gasoline, we would be in a lot better space. And I think the fact that these corporations are so scared right now is the fact that we, in large part, have started to waken up and started to care more. And that is a good sign. I mean, it's still going to be bad. But if we could continue to wake up and help people wake up and go and motivate to action and do things that are important and get out of this duopoly, we can maybe avert the worst case scenario.
That's very poignant. Let's go back to Tara. I'm just slightly shifting gears. Not shifting, but I'm adding this in. So how does censorship tie in with the third party summit? How do you see censorship in this topic tying in? Connect that for those that may have not, like all of us got to get the connection, but connect that for those that may not get that's listening right now.
Well, in a very direct way, it affects any third party candidate or third party thought from being in mainstream media or being prominent on social media because of the suppression. As you know, RT lifted Dr. Stein, for instance, a few times. And no other network did that, not easily, not without push. So censorship, it's about suppression and banning something, but it's also about not allowing a collective voice to come through, or a bubble up of stories that demonstrate the need for a third party, right? So yeah, that's how it all kind of ties together. And you saw I came forward before Joe Biden was for sure. He was going to drop out of the race when I was coming forward, actually. And then he's decided to stay in. But you saw the viciousness, I'm sure some of you online, that I was attacked for coming forward and telling the truth. The same thing happens to third party candidates when they speak truth. The same thing happens when people talk about institutional racism or institutionalized rape culture. Rose McGowan, how she was attacked and, you know, deplatformed by the New York Times, or they tried to anyway. And she's a voice. She had said, we need to be cultural resetters. And we do need a cultural reset. And so in order to do that, we have to, part of that is fighting back against censorship and suppression through third-party systems. So that's, I think, indicative or in sort of embedded in everything that we're talking about today. Because if we don't know the truth, if we don't have truth, how can we build a third party and go forward, right?
Right. That's such a great point, because the whole point, or not the whole point, but one of the points of censorship is to stomp out dissent or opposing views. And what is the whole concept about third parties, just the name third party, is having a third view, a view outside of the duopoly. So regardless of, the topic, the duopoly is here to censor dissent and opposing views. So that's where
the duopoly is an illusion, isn't it? Because it's really one view. If you notice, the Democrats and the Republicans tend to unite very heavily on one thing, and that's going to war. Right. And then talking about, that they have no problems uniting. They have no problems uniting when it means taking away money from the working class and not doing Medicare for all. I think the duopoly is, the division thing is an illusion that they're trying to press, that our country's divided. Our country's not that divided, really. What this is about is their censorship, their messaging, their propaganda has led us to a place where, institutionalized racism, classism, and rape culture has reached a peak, and people want to push back on it. And so that's where we need, as a third party, we need to break down the system.
Absolutely. And so how long have you been a third party voter? Have you been voting? I can admit that I just started voting third party. I just did it in 2020, so that was my first time. But how long, Tara, have you been, or I don't know if you're a third party voter, or what is your take on voting for third parties? That's what I should start with first. Because believe it or not, on this summit, we have both views. So this is not a summit necessarily to say third parties. We're here to talk about all topics around it, including those who are against it. And tomorrow we have a panel that is called Leftists Against Electoralism, including third parties. So if you have that stance, completely feel fine to express that. But what are your views on third parties? And
I kind of,
are you a third party voter? And have you?
I kind of came to a philosophical crisis. I mean, obviously, when I came forward, I had worked for Democrats and been a Democrat for a long time. My mom, members of my family were not. They voted Green. Some of them. My mother was a member of one of the founding of Committee Against Racism and Progressive Labor Party in Chicago. So she was an activist, an anti-war activist. So she was independent. She would vote, third party as well. I really was part of the establishment for a long time. I mean, and then I went independent, and I was always drawn to, I would have to say, probably more socialism, Green Party. My great grandmother was a communist, so I had that influence, and grew up knowing about Karl Marx and learning about it from my family. So I would have to say that now going forward, I don't have a lot of faith in the electoral system the way it is right now because of the corruption and corporate money that's so in part of it, entrenched in it. There's so much corruption. You saw it with Cuomo. You see it with Biden.
Yeah.
You see it with all of them. You see it with Pelosi. You saw it with Barack Obama. I mean, he's one of the first presidents to become a multimillionaire after he gets out of office. It's obscene the amounts of money that public servants are making. These are people that are supposed to be doing public service. They're not supposed to be oligarchs. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I just simply don't think there's a such thing as a public servant, or I'm not going to say that. There is very few. Like literally, you can probably count them on one hand, maybe two hands. Like nationwide, that's it.
I mean, I can't think of one. Even Bernie Sanders has been a disappointment in my eyes. Yeah,
exactly. In everybody's eyes, who has any vision at all, he has been just a complete disappointment, and it's hard for people to make that jump to critique him. But I've made that jump. It was hard for me at first, but that's over for me. And just be honest with yourselves when you're talking about that. Let's bring in Zoya. She's our information getter. I know you've been listening and taking in. And what I like about Zoya, I don't know if you write it down or you just have great memory, but you'll remember and go over all the things that you've been wanting to say since we've been talking. So what say you on what we're talking about now? So yeah.
I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. We're definitely stuck in a phase where a lot of people feel hopeless and lost. And personally, the only reason I still support any sort of electoral efforts is because I'm not seeing the revolutionary one come together.
Right.
And it's not for a lack of effort of organizing on my part. I've been an organizer my entire life. I started as a teenager, and I'm 41 years old now. And also, I've been a third party voter all my life. The only time I voted Democrat was Obama's first run, but he was running like a socialist. His platform.
Yeah, I remember that.
Platform. And the organizations that I was a part of, he made promises to our organizations, including the promise to work on removing marijuana as a Schedule 1 drug. Never happened. He actually went further with raiding licensed dispensaries than Bush was going. So he completely betrayed all of the promises that he made, and he definitely didn't get my vote the second time. So for me, it's electoralism isn't my sole focus at all, and I don't think it should be anybody's. It's just a thing I engage in as a means for change because I believe in fighting on all fronts. I will take any path that's available, and I will support anybody that's doing so. Even if I don't agree with their strategy, I still hope that they succeed because they're fighting for what I'm fighting for.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I believe in punching up, not punching at people who fundamentally agree with me on most things, but maybe disagree with me on approach. And as far as revolution, and I spoke to Rome when he was in town about this, I'm all for it. I really, truly believe we need people in the streets in order to get systemic change because the system is rigged. We see that all the time. Any organization that rises to power or becomes a threat, or like they were mentioning with Jill Stein, automatically the establishment makes a correction. They co-opt people, they buy people off. And Garland Nixon on one of your shows was talking about how he could have progressed in his career had he been willing to just repeat what's on the teleprompter. But because he wanted to have his own voice and stay true to his ideals, there was no way for him to thrive in that industry. And he was talking about how good the establishment is at co-opting people that may have even gone into whatever field it may be with the best ideals or hopes for actual
intentions. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a real thing in our system, and I don't think that we're going to get systemic change without revolution. But I'm seeing that people are way too comfortable and way too brainwashed and way too undereducated to organize in any meaningful way. Now, if that starts to happen, and I'm at every protest. I was out protesting for BLM. I was protesting Line 3. So any sort of movement in the streets, I fully support, and I would love to see that grow. But until that's happening, people are dying. That is the reality. And I'm not going to stop engaging with the system, even for incremental change. I don't like it. I don't want it. But the reality of even legalizing marijuana in California meant that no more people go to prison for it from now on. And that was something that I saw destroy families. And I still have friends doing time in prison for marijuana, a plant that was deemed essential during the pandemic. And we got tens of thousands of people out of jail. And to me, that's material. It's not enough, but it's material. So I will take every path available. That's sort of my stance on it.
Yeah,
What I hear when you say that, I'm going to pass it to you, Rome, is that, hey, I'm not for incrementalism. I'm not for crumbs, but until I'm able to get that full course meal, I'm about to nibble on these crumbs until I get to that place. I hear that, and I'm for that. The problem, not the problem, but there is some people who kind of use that, oh, let's do both, and then they proceed to do 80% electoralism. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely.
it's not really even. It's just you're saying you do both, but you only do maybe one march, and it's not really a march. You just kind of show up and gather and take snaps and take pictures and post it, and then that was your protest that day. You get what I'm saying? It's like, so yeah, you know what I'm saying. So you love Tara. Do you kind of get the rub on that or understand what I
do, and I'm sorry, I have to actually go to my next interview. I'm actually
no worries.
talking to RT International. They got pulled off of their license pulled in Great Britain. So I'm going to do a short talk on censorship again. But
awesome.
Yeah, totally. There's a lot of virtue signaling in our culture right now in general. And so I think that, but we still have what's the remnants of a bourgeois class, so to speak, a middle class, that those remnants are quickly going away. So I think the shortages we're going to see in food supply, in the fuel prices, homelessness is now at 600,000 in the US. It's going to increase exponentially, as Rome pointed out. So we need to get moving, and we do need to make systemic change, however that's possible. So I support all of you, and I am honored that you had me. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Where can we find you normally? Can you let our audience know where can we, find you, your content?
For now, I'm on Telegram, Tara Reid Author or Tara Reid, and at Reid Alexandra on Twitter for now. I never know, like Rome, I never know.
You never know if you still.
And on there is a link tree, and you can find me on Odyssey, Rumble, Rufkin. I'm waiting to hear back. I don't know if I'm accepted or not. And then, just look for me. Telegram is really good. I would suggest everyone getting Telegram while we can, because Twitter might be doing another purge soon. So, especially before the fall election. So get ready.
Oh, Telegram. I'm not sure if I've heard of Have I ever heard of Telegram? That's like it's more closely to Twitter than it is to anything else.
Telegram, you can have conversations. I have a channel, Tara Reid Author, but it's secure, it's encrypted, and it's not a US based channel. It's it's over overseas, and it was originally developed by a Russian actually who no longer lives in Russia. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
It's good encrypted communication, like Proton Mail is another.
Yeah, Telegram, I just want to add to that, has been hosting all of these accounts that got suspended on Twitter, like ASB and Mango. They're all on Telegram sharing their news.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go there. So thank you, Tara Reid, for joining us for this segment.
It's been an honor.
Go be that fierce. Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Go be that fierce fighter in your next live stream against censorship. So thank you again.
Right. Solidarity, everybody.
All right.
Solidarity. I just wanted to touch on what y'all was saying, and what I was speaking on earlier is how we are going to need people with those political minds and whatnot, and people like everybody I truly believe this. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say it.
Your sound went out for a second. Say that again. Oh, Rome, I can't hear you. Oh, maybe he dropped. I don't see him at all. There he goes now. Now I can hear you. Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right, that's my girl can call her. I wanted to say everybody has a fight in the revolution. Everybody has a fight. You just have to find your place. So yes, you can do a revolutionary work on the ground, activism, and et cetera, et cetera. But for third parties, we're going to need them to be set up and put in place for when the time comes when we get ready to take over power, when we get ready to talk to these other leaders in other countries. We will have these people in place if we was to
Right.
actually have a revolution here. So third parties are important, just because, yes, we are living under corporate fascism. We just have to make sure that these parties don't get corrupt. You know what I'm saying? That they stay, you know what I'm saying? It's safe. It's clear as the sky, and we can be able to see who's doing what. They are transparent with us, and we have enough power to kick even the leader off if time comes. But everybody has a place, has to fight in this revolution. So don't just and that's coming from a communist that don't vote at all. So if you are a voter, if you do feel like voting will get us anywhere, just make sure that you get somewhere with it. Because it's easy to get lost in the sauce, man. But just find your place and hold your grounds, man.
I hear you. And let's go to Novi. We are coming to the end of this segment, so I want to give Novi, and then I'll go to Zoya, give you a few moments to just kind of give your last thoughts, if you have any comments on any of the content we've been saying, and then where can people find you?
So personally, I am a communist, and yes, my faith does reflect my religious, does inflect my political beliefs. In fact, I was a socialist before I reverted to Islam, and I'm a communist now, if that tells you anything. So I do believe in third parties because we're going to need them after the revolution, and it's good to and organizing and trying to push for policies that waken people up and people understand what they're fighting for is incredibly important. Like things like the Green New Deal, Medicare for all, Black Lives Matter. Things are important, and we need to repeat them over and over again. So even if a Green Party doesn't win national office, they can still be very influential in state and local races, and we need to support them, and we need to help organize. So that's one of the reasons why I'm going to be. I am starting to work with the Green Party in my local area. However, that's not just all of it. You need to work on the streets, like working with Rome, like what Rome's doing, working with the homeless, working in building community gardens, working with soup kitchens, figure out ways to help, because these rent moratoriums aren't going to end, figure out ways to help people cover rent until they can do that. There's all these multiple steps that you could put together in order to make something beneficial. And while religion, some people feel like it's make-believe for adults, I don't personally believe that. But regardless of whatever you think, if you can connect on a thing, whether it is you're a communist or a socialist or you have some certain faith, and or you don't have, or you are atheist or whatever it is, connecting on something and say like, hey, I am working toward this to try to make the world better, trying to do the things that we've been talking about. That is incredibly important. And it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, as long as we're all working toward a common goal, right?
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly with that, Novi. And where can people find you if they want to hear more content from you? Where can they find you?
I am at Ovation 26. I also have research on ResearchGate that I will be linking in my Twitter. We were on Populist Voice Network, and we are switching over to the People's Voice. So you guys can catch us on that. I work on Professional Lapses, which is the international news show. I do research for that. I'm also doing a show on the kitchen table where we interview people who are making a difference on the streets and showing what ways you can make a difference. That doesn't necessarily revolve on voting in the ballot box. Okay? So thank you for having me on, CJ. It was really great seeing you, Rome, and nice to meet you, Zoya. Y'all are awesome, and I wish y'all the best.
Absolutely. Thank you. Stay on. Don't
Comments.
take off yet.
I'm
And
not going
Zoya,
to. Dang it.
and Zoya, same thing. If you have any final comments on the topic, we will be transitioning in about 4 or 5 minutes. And then I know you're gonna probably be on multiple more times, but just shout out where people can find you on Twitter. I guess you can do that.
Yeah, where people can find me on Twitter is Zoya's Love. It's the only platform I'm on. And I have nothing to promote except class solidarity. But for final comments, I believe in fighting on all fronts. And let me address the audience with this. I stand in solidarity with all of you. Your struggles are my struggles. I take them personally. But I see too many of you arguing over petty disagreements. And we are going to need to develop some revolutionary discipline in order to take on the establishment in a meaningful way. People are dying. We say that so often that it has lost all meaning. People are dying. This society is so desensitized. We are disconnected from nature and from each other. And that is what fuels this corrupt system. So we have to first work on reconnecting with each other by building community. You can do that in multiple ways. Some of them were already mentioned. I'm a huge fan of community gardens, but also you can go work in soup kitchens. You can join mutual aid. If you Google mutual aid in your area, I promise you that one already exists. They exist in most major cities. And they even just can recycle your old clothes by giving them to people who don't have any. There are so many different ways to engage, and they already exist. And if they don't, start one. Now, as far as the electoral politics, what you were saying earlier, CJ, I just want to expand on that the problem is that people make that their entire identity. They engage in this celebrity worship, which is super unfortunate because some of these candidates we have in office, I helped them campaign. I helped them get into office. But then when I wanted to hold them accountable for their promises, which was the promise, right? That these are grassroots funded people, therefore they work for us. People came out defending them viciously. So I was prevented, even though I had put in more work and effort than most of these people to get these people into power, I was completely prevented from holding them accountable or calling them out. And that is the problem. People who get so entrenched in the system, they can't see anything outside of it. So yes, I definitely believe in ballot initiatives, in voting for certain candidates. I'm no party affiliation myself, but I'm only taking these avenues because we need time to build the revolution. And hopefully people like Rome are out there organizing and they succeed, and I'm ready for it. I am ready for it, and I'll be right there. You can be causing the wounds. I'm ready to suture them. I'm ready for the real fight so that we can get systemic change. But until then, I just can't stay static and not engage in any sort of way. But we have to call out bad faith actors because they sabotage our movements. They prevent us from progressing on any sort of issue. Even people who tell us to try to not use phrases like defund the police because they might offend some delicate ears. No, we shouldn't compromise on any single thing we're asking for. Speak truth to power and fight for what you believe in.
Absolutely. Thank you, Zoya. All right. Zoya, or I'm sorry.
I got to dip out.
Hey,
CJ.
don't end the stream.
I'm not. I was about to tell you, but you know what? I wanted to say, not to you, to the chat. Before we have revolution, you guys are gonna have to have respect. I see disagreements. Okay, look, I am an atheist, but the last thing I'm gonna do is disrespect anybody else for their beliefs or disbeliefs. And before we ever come together, to have a successful revolution, we have to have respect for each other, for our beliefs and what we stand for. We all are on the same side, whether you believe in Allah, whether you believe in Jesus, or whether you believe in a flying spaghetti monster. It doesn't matter. What matters is liberation. What matters is housing. What matters is a future for future generations. Now, I don't know what you guys' deal is with religion, whether you like it or you love it, but just keep the shit to yourself if you're gonna be disrespectful, please.
Absolutely. All right. We have Nick is here. Novi and Zoya, thank you for joining us in Rome. I will be putting you guys backstage so that our two new guests will be joining us now. And Nick, I'll let you take over. This is Dr. Jill Stein and Briahna Joy Gray. How are you doing, ladies?
Doing well. It's a real pleasure to be here.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Now I'm gonna be dropping off, and I'm gonna leave you with Nick because I got to prepare for our last segment. But I just want to say good luck. I'm gonna be watching the conversation, and great to see both of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, my friends. I am back, and we have a great panel. Something I've been looking forward to for a very, very long time. I've been an advocate for third parties and for different strategies of challenging the establishment. And I've been following the work of both of these ladies for a while, and they both advocate for different strategies. So I'm looking forward to this conversation so much. Welcome to Revolutionary Blackout, Dr. Jill Stein and Briahna Joy Gray. Welcome.
Thank you.
So the first part of this conversation, I want to divide this up in a few ways, but the first part, I think we should make the argument on why it's important to advocate for different strategies. And we start with Dr. Jill Stein. Obviously, you put a lot on the line, running and challenging the powers of the establishment, because the smear attacks they hit you with, it has been insane, right? So this is something that you sacrificed on a lot, either when you could have easily just ran as a Democrat and probably had a nice, cushy political career. So I'm gonna ask you, why do you decide to challenge a two-party duopoly? Why is that something that you're passionate about? So the first part, we just want to really make the argument. So I would love to hear your opinion, and then I want to pass it to Bree after that. So Dr. Jill Stein, I'll start with you.
Great, and thanks, Nick. It's really great to be here, and I've really been enjoying what I've heard from the conference. I've been dropping in at various times during the day, and I feel like I'm hearing so much wisdom and so much courage, and I just say right on and keep it up. And I probably got here for similar reasons. I just really saw our world falling apart, and the ruling parties have gotten us here, and they are not going to get us out. So where it happened for me, I'm not a political animal, and I'm more a social activist, and I got tricked into running for office late in life. I was 50 years old and I got tricked. And the reason I went for it was because I was so, pissed off and desperate. And so at the young age of 50, I felt like, like we're going to hell in a handbasket. Okay. And this is a while ago. This is like 20 years ago. All right. And I think I've only proven that assumption correct in my own experience. And specifically what happened was, so I'm trained as a healthcare provider, and I have worked as a medical doctor for decades, and just saw people not getting care and needlessly getting sick and dying, and so much of it from preventable social causes and, the corporate food system that feeds us junk and poison and makes healthy food unaffordable, and the pollution of our air and our water, and the lead in our daily lives, and pesticides and all kinds of stuff, and I became very involved in trying to prevent people from getting sick by properly protecting people from predatory systems that capitalize off of our vulnerabilities, and that screw up our air and our water and our daily lives, and subject us to violence and stress. And that's why we're sick. We are a very sick society. And I became involved in trying to prevent stuff, especially to shut down like polluting incinerators and coal plants that are hurting the most vulnerable people the most. And I got very involved in that work and in trying to work with our elected officials. And after a while, you discover that they pretend to, listen to you in private, but then, at the end of the day, they're bought. They're totally bought. And it doesn't matter what great solutions there are at hand to fix the problems with our health and our environment and create jobs while we're at it through recycling economies or green economies and so on. There's just really great stuff. Doesn't matter because, we have the best democracy that money can buy. That's the way the system has always worked, and it's only gotten worse in the last, I'd say, easily 40 years. Certainly over the course of my political lifetime, I've watched it get worse and worse, and money get more concentrated into fewer and fewer hands, and the system get more and more bought out. And I was so just pissed off and frustrated seeing people sick and dying needlessly that I got tricked into running for office. I was running for governor in Massachusetts in the year 2002. And the idea was, well, hey, just talk to a bigger group of people than you can talk to if you're just fighting on the issues at the community level, get to a bigger audience. And I thought, well, might as well try that. Nothing else is working. Might as well, check out what happens when you go the political route. So I went into that. And, I never would have done it had I known what it required. But and once I got through a campaign, suddenly I had a team. And
did you run independent the first time as well?
I got tricked by the Greens. I got approached by the Greens in my home state. And they said, oh, it's easy. Just do what you've been doing. But
I almost got tricked.
Call it a governor's campaign. Right. So I thought, sure, I'll just do what I'm doing. But no, because then suddenly it's not enough just to have some expertise in health and the environment, because then you got to learn about everything else. So I did a crash course and everything else and, and ran. And I went into that campaign just feeling totally hopeless. It was a complete desperation move. And I came out of it just flabbergasted, because I discovered that when people can actually hear that they have choices and and that some of their choices are not sold out, they go for it. They don't need to be convinced. People are already there. The issue is just, how do we get the word out? And, the powers that be made the mistake of including me once in a televised debate. And their second mistake was having an instant online viewer poll. And that viewer poll showed that, unbeknownst to us who were secluded in this little TV studio with no live audience, where I was completely sidelined and, nobody was paying any attention to what I was saying, for healthcare as a human right and free public higher education and the right to a job and good wages. It's that went over like a lead balloon inside the debate studio. Nobody paid any attention to that. But out there in the broadcast world, everybody was paying attention to that. And when I walked out of that debate feeling totally disgusted and exhausted and oh, it's all futile, I was mobbed by the press for the first time and the last time. And they told me that I had won the debate on the instant online viewer poll. And that's what they told me. Now, you could only find that reported in one press outlet the next day. Otherwise, it had been scrubbed. It had been totally scrubbed. But what I learned from that was that it's not like we have to change people's minds. The predatory economy and the desperate state of our climate and jobs and police brutality and the surveillance state and there's surveillance, industrial prison complex, and the school to prison pipeline. That has changed people's minds, if they ever needed to be changed. I mean, they didn't really need to be changed. It's people are on fire, and they've only gotten more on fire over the last. People are so ready. And so in my mind, it redefined the problem. The problem is not change people's minds. The problem is, how do we break through this silence that is imposed on us, because we are a huge threat. And by we, I don't just mean Greens, although the Greens, I think, are the main vehicle for this. But I mean, parties of integrity, political parties that are people-powered. And you can count them on one hand. And they are systematically wiped off the map and have been for as far back as my history goes, which is like the early 1900s. Progressive, independent, so-called alternative parties. And I don't consider corporate parties like the Libertarians third parties. They're just another shade of the first party, So corporate parties are not it. And likewise, the Andrew Yang's Forward Party, which is also about corporate money, and it makes a few little tweaks around the system. To my mind, that's not third party. We're talking about alternative parties that are independent of corporate money, independent of the oligarchy, and that are responsive to the increasingly desperate needs of everyday working people, oppressed communities, the younger generation, the LGBTQ community, the people who are oppressed. That's actually most of us now, aside from like the 1%, which is running the show, and their political, bedfellows that are just trying to keep us quiet and silence us, who are censoring us now, who are attacking and smearing. And in my view, it is a badge of honor if they're attacking you. That means something. That's really great. You're making some waves, and we have to make waves. In the words of Frederick Douglass, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, it never will. And if we're not there in an oppositional way, really making a demand, it ain't going nowhere. And one last point I want to make just early on, which is that it's not just good for third parties, it's good for progressives anywhere, even inside the Democrats. Because if you don't have another, a bad cop outside of the system, you are powerless because you're always going to be bought out. You're always going to be marginalized. And I think any progressive that is worth their weight needs to be also fighting for the right of third parties to exist, to get on the ballot, and above all, for us to have access to ranked choice voting and proportional representation, because without that, they will extort our votes. They extort our votes with fear every time. And it's really hard for most people to overcome that unless you are a geek and you really study up on the issues and you see that that third parties don't take votes away from anybody. Those votes don't belong to anybody. And what an outrageous thing to imply that you are entitled to those votes. I mean, for Hillary Clinton and the DNC to say they were entitled to green votes, what's with that? Since when are politicians entitled to our votes? They have to earn our votes. Our votes belong where they belong. But for all 1.4 million Greens that voted, or I should say 1.4 million people who voted Green in 2016 for president, there were 100 million people. Yes, and kudos to those who had the strength to not only do it, but to say that they did it. You have my forever admiration. Those votes were tiny compared to the people who didn't vote. That was the largest voting bloc, was people who voted with their feet by refusing to vote for the two candidates being stuffed down our throats. And that's the problem. The problem is not the people who oppose a predatory, exploitive, dead-end, dying system. We're the heroes here. The problems are the people who try to shut us up and keep running us over the cliff, which is what they're trying to do.
Well said, Jill. There's so much to break down. Sorry, let me mute. Oh, there we go. I just fixed the audio issue. But there's so much to break down there. There's so much I'm going to get back to. Especially, we're going to talk about the way the Democratic Party treated you. I spoke to some Green Party officials earlier today, and they actually learned from their mistake. Because you explained how earlier you was on the debate, and that opportunity allowed you to shift the Overton window and shift the expectations of the country. And they spoke about that, and they didn't. And Howie was at a disadvantage because they did not make that mistake again. They completely shut him out. So we're going to get back to that later. Cause I want to talk to you in detail with that. And I appreciate your patience, Bree. I want to get you in this conversation as well. And I want you to make the argument, because we both vote for Jill Stein, and I seen you take a ton of grief for that as well. Just So I would love to hear your mindset. Why do you think it's important to advocate for third parties, or at least just other strategies in general? What's your thoughts, Bree?
I was told when I voted for you, Dr. Stein, in 2016, I took a selfie in the line, and I had my Jill Stein 2020 pin pinned to my lapel of my coat, and I made it my Facebook photo, and I kept it up as my Facebook photo even after Trump won. And I didn't really think anything of it until people started DMing me saying how brave I was to have this in my Facebook photo, which really tells you what people's frame of mind was. It didn't even occur to me for a second, like, one, because I'm a New York voter and New York hasn't gone red since before I was born, but also that ideologically people would have the chutzpah to kind of say to your face that your vote belongs to somebody else, or the idea that my vote would have gone to Hillary Clinton. I promise you there's no conceivable universe in which I was ever going to vote for Hillary Clinton. It just isn't a part of my journey. So I am the reason being is because I was raised to believe that your vote does mean something. And 2016 for many people, I think, was a bit of an ideological awakening where it became clear, if it wasn't already, the extent to which we weren't being presented with the options in terms of the realm of the possible in politics. There was a lot of smoke and mirrors in which it was represented that the Democrats were offering up what was the realm of the possible. And to date, when you talk to liberals, they'll also often say things like, well, I just want to get things done. Like, we all want these things in the abstract utopia, but I just want to get things done. And I think for many people, the Bernie movement exploded that veil that was being used to obscure how many pragmatic solutions there were to the problems that Democrats like to articulate in order to get us to the ballot box and then do nothing about. And once you see your shadow in Plato's cave or whatever, like you can't go back. And so for me at that point, there was no alternative than voting for Jill Stein, beyond which I really enjoyed her as a candidate. I don't think people say that enough. I think oftentimes people talk about their Green Party votes as that was what was left kind of a vote. And I want to say that I affirmatively enjoyed what Dr. Stein had to say. I listened to that debate that she's referencing as part of my research in 2016 and trying to get the root of things and understand things. I appreciated her going on podcasts in hostile environments. I remember you going on Politically Redacted, which was with Hari Kondabolu and W. Kamau Bell, which at the time was my favorite podcast. And you flipped them both from being rather antagonistic and snide about you the week before to saying that they were going to vote for you in California. And I admired your persuasiveness. I admired your integrity. I admired your ability to manage people who are coming to you in bad faith and hostilely. I admired and was proud to vote for you as a candidate. And now, today, we're in a situation where the Biden administration threatens to make people believe that there's nothing to be done. People are very demoralized. I go back and forth on my own podcast because sometimes I think if I cover any of the stuff that's so depressing and dispiriting, people might decide just to give up and throw their hands in the air. And how much, do I even want to do another environmental episode, things being as bleak as they are? But I also think it's important to remember what Dr. Stein said, which is that we are not in the realm of convincing people. We're in the realm of removing the veil. Because people are already convinced. They don't need to be convinced that a policy is a good idea. They don't need to be convinced that people need Medicare for all. We are still in a health and economic crisis, even though for electoral reasons, I think the Democratic Party would like us to forget that fact. And so there is a mode of activism that is about awareness that I think a lot of us on the left can see through. That, we're making people aware. Okay, well, people are aware, but being aware of leukemia doesn't solve cancer. Being aware of police violence doesn't mean that we get a George Floyd Justice and Policing Act or qualified immunity or bail reform, any other things that need to get done. And I think that's why it's so important to have independent media and shows like yours, Nick, so that we can blast through this idea that what we need to do is just talk to people about the problems and convince people to want Medicare for all, and start articulating ways in which we can start to chip away and knock huge blocks off at the institutional barriers that are keeping people in this world where they think that all they can hope for is the pragmatic solution of Pete Buttigieg telling us to buy a hybrid car or what have you, as the last polar bear floats off on the last ice cap on Earth.
There's one thing I want to add, and now I'm gonna open the conversation. Then we move to the second part, because there's something that, as third-party advocates, or at least I am for sure, always want to debunk the nonsense about a wasted vote. And I love how Bree said there's no way I could ever vote for Hillary Clinton. That's my mindset. There's quite literally no reality where I could vote for Jim Crow Joe, who has done unbelievable amount of damage to the Black community. So now let's talk about what is a wasted vote. Now, let's say you're a healthcare advocate like me, and your grandpa and your grandma died prematurely because we didn't have healthcare. Now, you, as a healthcare advocate, vote for someone because they say, we're going to at least give you a public option. Let's say you vote for that person, and then they abandon the public option. Do you feel like you spent your vote? And I'm just asking you guys this. Now, and another thing, let's say you think, oh, Nick, you're just a far left Marxist. The Democratic Party is not as evil as you think it is. Okay, let's brainstorm a little bit, okay? I live in Missouri, a red state. Do you guys know what happens every year? Even if I vote for a Democrat, if I vote for a Democrat in Missouri, what happens? Oh, there are more votes for the Republicans, so this state has gone red, which means my vote is what? Doesn't count. It doesn't count. Under this system, the idea that we have votes that have any power as a proletariat is beyond ridiculous. Beyond ridiculous. And I hear people always bring up all the challenges of a third party, and we acknowledge that those things exist. But to me, anything that marches towards our demands, which to me is voting for a party that has reparations, for example, on their platform, anything that would even move that by an inch is way better than voting for someone who destroyed our community like Jim Crow Joe, in a party that I would call the greater and more effective evil, right? But before I move to the next part, I want to open the panel. Do you guys have anything you want to respond to? Anyone say here? I'll start with Joe Stein. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I had to unmute you. Sorry, go ahead, Joe Stein.
Okay, so you're asking like my reactions to
anything else you want to add?
Oh, God. Well, I'll just add that for me, I think for all of us, in fact, kind of the elephant in the room here is that this isn't standing still, and it's going in the wrong direction. And, oligarchy is getting more powerful, and the, billionaires increased their wealth by $2 trillion in the United States since the pandemic. And, and some 8 million people were added to the ranks of poverty, and that's just like one dimension of this. We got a war going on right now, which could go nuclear in the blink of an eye. And, and the US has actually led the way in dismantling nuclear treaties and making this all much more dangerous. And I have to say the war that's going on right now is a proxy war. It's not just, it's not just Russia, and Putin. You can't just Putinize this. Yes, it was terrible. And it is terrible what's going on, but it is part of a much greater terribleness. And that is this proxy war that's been going on in Ukraine, and a civil war as well within Ukraine, as well as being a proxy war between Russia and the US, in which the Ukraine people are the sacrificial lambs. And NATO has been marching to Russia's border for the last 30 years. This is a Cuban Missile Crisis in reverse. And we would be going ballistic if Russia was on our borders and, installing nuclear capable missiles. And, it's like thinking is being so constrained right now by the corporate media, and we are being goaded into a war the grounds for which has been laid for many, many years here, and the Russia gating that went on over the last.
They try to tie you with that too.
Yeah,
that was one of the things they used to attack you. There's one thing I wanted to show you, because there is the point during that, as you mentioned, when you had that debate, when people started noticing you. And I shared this before, and I would love to get you guys' reaction, because I've seen this coordinated attack by the media, and I've seen a lot of people fall for it. I've seen so many people fall for it where, let me dig this up. I found the wrong link. They fall for it, and the question is, why there's so many progressives? Why there's so many people that are hesitant towards supporting third parties? Why is there that hesitancy to do that? Because as I described, if you vote against your values, that is a wasted vote. And there's a point where Joe Stein, and I'm gonna pull up the see, I had the wrong link, but Joe Stein at one point hit 7%. And we talk about what happens when you hit 5% as a third party. And not even considering what it would mean as a block, as a left, who had like 5 to 10% of a vote that could be up for grabs if you adapt a progressive policy. So there was like this coordinated psyop to get people to say, "Oh, you waste your vote." So I'm gonna ask you guys this: why is there's so much hesitancy for so many people to vote for third party? Because a lot of people that talk a big game, like when they say, "Oh, I'm Bernie or bust," but when you look at the numbers just don't add up. Bernie had a massive movement, but when you look at Howie Hawkins getting like 0.1% of the vote, that means statistically a lot of Bernie people hedged. So why do you think
all of them did?
Yeah, exactly.
Statistically, in 2016, I'm not exactly sure about 2020, but statistically in 2016, more Bernie supporters fell in line and voted for Hillary Clinton than Hillary Clinton supporters in 2008 fell in line and voted for Barack Obama.
That is embarrassing to me. That is such an embarrassing statistic. And people with I still remember during the 2020 election, while I was making the same arguments, everything that I predicted would come true did, because you guys gave up all your leverage immediately, right? So now we had a guy who was promising, he already said he was going to fund the police more. He already was running to Trump's right when it comes to foreign policy. Now we see how he doubled down on this stuff. So this kind of is something else I want to talk to Joe Stein, because another reason why I am a third party advocate, because we got to be practical. This is what Bree said. We really got to be practical about our decisions. And the people who actually advocate for the two-party duopoly are not being practical. What I mean by this is if you're anti-war activist, meaning you want to end war, decrease the military budget, we can acknowledge there is no route through the two-party duopoly through that, right? So if you're anti-war, your only path is by supporting the third parties. And that's what actually got me support to the Green Party before anything. Before I was socialist, I voted Joe Stein. I voted for you in 2016 because I was anti-war. And there's no way that I was going to vote for a war criminal like Hillary Clinton. So I would love to get your perspective, Dr. Stein. Why do you think there's still like this hesitancy? And like me and Bree say, it's a fact that the giant Bernie movement caved. Why do you think people are so scared to cast that vote? Why do you think the two-party duopoly still have this hold on people?
You know, when I look at my experience with people, you know, and I look at who is awake, you know, and I don't mean like woke, liberal woke, but I mean just like who's looking at what's going on around them and just like recognizing that we are going over a cliff, whether it's on climate or crushing racial inequality or, you know, the kind of the economic crisis. When I look at who actually stands up to do something about it, it's usually people who don't, people who don't have privilege to hold on to. And people who have privilege are very reluctant to rock the boat because it's working for you. Even if you don't like it, it's working. You still have privilege. And when I look at who breaks through, it's people who don't have privilege, that aren't blinded by their own, by their blind self-interest. And, so that kind of like leads me to think that the mobilization is inevitable. It's just a question of when, because we are, we are being thrown under the bus more and more, so like they can throw $14 billion at Ukraine, but they can't pay the child tax, fund a child tax credit, or COVID, public health measures. They can't do that, but they can always throw money into war, So, and now we've got inflation on top of it and, just skyrocketing inflation. And now you've got gas prices that are going through the roof because, not just because of the war, but also because of the sanctions, which they don't want you to think about these, and food prices are going to skyrocket, especially in the global South. I mean, we are absolutely heading for, and we'll be lucky if somebody doesn't trip over a nuclear tripwire, because they're all over the place. We have 2,000 nuclear weapons on hair trigger alert. And it's not like you can just exchange one or two of them. No, it's like once you cross the nuclear threshold, that's it. And it's curtains. And and it's like that's only beginning to sink in to people who did not grow up with the nuclear movement. There was a big awakening back in I think it was the 80s. There was a huge awakening around the nuclear movement. And people who didn't live through that, are just like learning about this for the first time because the issue has been just really kind of driven underground. So at any rate, I guess my point is that we're really up against the wall. We've got these really existential crises that are just barreling down on us right now, and people are feeling them already, and they're going to feel them more and more. So, in my view, it seems to me it's like totally inevitable. The uprising is happening. It's really suppressed right now because people are so really confused about what's going on with the war, and they're being kind of goaded into this jingoism. And so they're kind of confused and they don't really understand what's going on because the media is purposefully, misleading people and keeping people in the dark. But that's only going to go on for so long. People are hurting. They're going to be hurting like way more, no matter how they feel about the war. The system is crashing and burning in all kinds of ways. And to my mind, we are going there. And it's like we have to build it because they are coming. They are coming. We have to build it. And I don't even ask myself anymore, what is the magic breakthrough? The point is we just look for breakthroughs all over the place. You just have to be ready, and you want to be on record before the system tips. It's tipping. And you want to be on record for what it is that we have to do. And you want to find all kinds of ways to be reaching out and having human relationship building conversations with people to ease that transition, because it's a really painful wake up that we're in for.
I remember you mentioned earlier, kind of in a joking way, but I can tell there was a little bit of seriousness there, where you said people kind of tricked you into running. And I want to ask you, is there a level of regret in terms of running for like office? We all know the kind of attacks that you were subjected to. Is there a sense of regret, and what kind of strategy do you advocate now? Because you listed a ton of problems that we discussed on the show as well, that I think we need an immediate response for as a proletariat, right? So is there a little bit of regret, and what kind of strategy that you endorse? And I'm gonna ask Bree the same kind of strategy question after you, Stein.
Zero regret. I mean, maybe my family really regrets it. And, I think they consider me kind of a prisoner because I do this all the time, and I'm fighting the Federal Election Commission right now, which wants me to pay them back for, for public funding. And this is after 3 years of fighting the Senate Intelligence Committee. And all of this costs you an arm and a leg just to Ralph Nader got hit with 20 lawsuits at once that tried to throw him off the ballot. And, this is part of the playbook of suppressing political opposition and, independent competition. This is just how it works. And I never thought this was going to be easy. This isn't something I did early in life, and I only did because I saw no other options. And I really saw the writing on the wall for where we are going. And I feel like my intuitions 20 years ago have only been confirmed over and over and over again. And in fact, things have gone to hell in a handbasket in many ways much faster than I ever feared. And, you know, I don't want to kind of kiss the world goodbye without having done everything I could. And, you know, before I got political, I actually was, I had this really weird kind of accident. I tore a blood vessel in my brain, and I was in the hospital in the neurology ward for about 10 days. And it wasn't clear whether this was going to get fixed or not. And I was looking at potentially like a devastating stroke at age 40. And, you know, I had a lot of time to think about what I was going to do if I actually got better. And I got better, you know. And so when I got better, I had no doubt about kind of why we're here, you know. And I felt like for me, it was really, you know, I had young kids at the time, and, you know, they're grown up now, and I have a granddaughter, and I don't want to say goodbye without feeling like I've done everything I can for all the granddaughters and all the grandchildren and all the brothers and sisters out there, you know, who are kind of confronting what I had the very mixed blessing of confronting, you know, 30 years ago. And, you know, so I have zero regrets. That doesn't mean it's easy, but what is easy, you know, in this world? Nothing is easy in this world. And I can't imagine, you know, it's like, did you say, or did Bree? Somebody made a comment about once you kind of see what's going on, you can't unlearn it. And, you know, I'm glad to be fully engaged in the fight. Absolutely. And like, what is that fight? Let me just show you some of what's going on. And I was so like, I'm very much in tune with what you're doing as the Revolutionary Blackout Network, because can you even see this? And is it, all right. So this is an Earth Day strike. An Earth Day strike on April 22nd for People, Planet, and Peace. Why a strike? Because we've got to learn how to strike, you know, yes. Like you said, you got to start somewhere. You need a general strike. You know, you're not going to have a transformative social movement without a general strike. So we thought, you know, let's use the opportunity of Earth Day. We're supposed to think big on Earth Day. Well, guess what? Earth Day is no longer just about the climate crisis. You know, it's also about the wars that are killing people all over the place, that are also killing the planet, that are, you know, the U.S. military is the biggest single organizational contributor to, you know, to greenhouse gases and all the rest. And then we got nuclear weapons, which could also just take us out like that long before we even get to, you know, the ultimate climate change. So, you know, so that's what we're doing. And you can go to Earth Day Strike 2022.org and just put on the map whatever you're going to be doing. And the idea is for us to be building solidarity across movements. Let's just use this opportunity. And if you can do a school strike, or if you're one of those who are engaged in a work strike, we want to support you. And the idea is let's just lift up and link arms, because we have critical mass. If we can overcome the divide and conquer thing going on out there, let's overcome the divisions and let's exercise critical mass. By the way, we have an agenda here, which is sort of like a global Green New Deal. And so this isn't just like, oh, let's have a strike and keep our fingers crossed. This is like, let's have a strike with an agenda for what it is that needs to be done, you know. And it's an emergency World War II scale Green New Deal with the right to a good union job and a just economy and a just transition to 100% clean renewables by 2030, an economic bill of rights, you know, Medicare for all, free public higher education, right to housing, yada yada. You know, it's the whole 9 yards. It's like, we're not going to get out of here alive if we just like do the window dressing. We got to really do the change. And we have very limited time to do that change. The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking in every dimension right now. And we need to just cut to the chase. So let's fix it.
Well said. You got me hyped. And I told you guys, this is why I told you guys I missed Jill Stein on the public sphere, because I'm glad that you brought that to my attention, that Earth Day strike. Because that's something that we about to promote the hell out on this channel. Because you guys know what we are about here on RBN. And you said everything I have nothing else to say other than that because we promote Jones Strike Summits. We're gonna do Jones Strike Summit 2 later this year.
Oh, awesome.
So that's just something. I have nothing else other than say that was just amazing. I want to get Brian. You can respond to anything that Jill Stein was mentioning, and we can talk about strategy as well.
There's a question you asked earlier about why you thought that the Bernie people fell in line. Sorry, sometimes I forget to look at my camera because I want to look at you guys down here on my computer. I think that it's important to note that I think Trump played a big role in people's fear that he represented something unprecedented. And I think there was a lot of shaming that was made more effective, shaming of, left voters who are Bernie voters who are potentially Stein voters around the issue of Donald Trump. And my observation back in 2016 was that in particular, my white liberal friends were very persuasively persuaded by that line of attack. And they would say things to me, but the marginalized, and it's going to be so bad for people under Trump. And I would put to them that we call these groups marginalized groups because they are already being subjugated under the status quo. And I would ask them, as I did Noam Chomsky, what the off-ramp was. I'm not angry with anybody. I'm not trying to fight with anybody, but okay, if we vote blue no matter who this time, when's the last time? And I might be willing to hear this argument if you have some kind of theory for when that's not going to be the case, when the Republican Party isn't going to offer some legitimate threat. I'm not saying the threat isn't legitimate, but what's the off-ramp? Because they're getting worse and worse in part because we keep voting blue no matter who, and there's absolutely no incentive to ratchet left. There's only incentives to ratchet right. And nobody, including Professor Chomsky, who I admire, was able to answer that question. And I think putting that question to people is a starting block to having the broader conversation about why it's so important to have third parties. And when I was trying to talk to my peers in 2016, I think that something that made it more persuasive was talking about what you can get if you get to 5%. Because the pragmatic liberal always wants to talk about how, well, it's not really going to happen. It's like, okay, I'm not voting necessarily for Jill Stein to win, although obviously I would love for that to happen. I'm also voting for the Green Party to get 5% of the vote because this is how much easier it's going to be for Jill Stein when she runs 4 years from now, or whomever it is. And so I think it's important to recognize that we got bamboozled, and a lot of people got peer pressured because of the threat of Trump. He may or may not be back for another round. But I think we have to keep putting to people that the comparisons that you made between Biden and Trump, the crime bill, the fact that Donald Trump made these kind of weird but legitimate efforts toward police reform with Van Jones and Kim Kardashian, and in some ways are more progressive than Joe Biden getting on the State of the Union and saying, fund them, and hiring the nation's self-described top cop as his vice president. We have to keep pushing that and ask people when it's going to be that they stop being susceptible to a kind of shaming that is ultimately causing more harm to the very groups that they purport to want to protect, because it solidifies and upholds the status quo under which they are suffering.
Well said, Bree. And I also want to dive in to add to what you were saying. Why, especially when you look at the lesser two argument that the liberal class was using, it didn't make sense at face value. Like, how can I have Trump derangement syndrome? This is what led me to vote for Jill Stein, Howie Walker in 2020. Trump derangement syndrome didn't make sense. Trump was just one of many. Trump was friends of the Clintons. The establishment hated Trump because Trump did what they did. They beat them at their own game. He was no more extreme than them. And if you knew the history of Joe Biden, if you know the black bodies that he's responsible for, if you knew the war against children and the war against the working class that the Clinton waged in the 90s, like, where's the lesser two evils start? That's why I love how you frame it like that, Bree, because this is something I ask people, and no one ever passed this test yet, right? Because no one in the Democratic Party, because this is like the established litmus test. You can't be anti-gay, right? If you run as a Democrat and you're like super anti-gay, you'll be canceled. No one will vote for you, right? And I ask people straight up, like, if there was a Democrat that was running and he was running on an like not like a hidden anti-gay agenda, but he was openly like, I'm not for gay marriage. I'm actually gonna roll back rights. Would you vote for him? Every single time I ask someone that question, they say, "Oh no, I wouldn't vote for them." Okay, very interesting. So I agree with you. I would never vote for someone like that, but I will also never vote for someone who is funneling money that is responsible for the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. That's just a red line for me. I wouldn't vote for anyone who increased the police state like Jim Crow Joe has done. So I asked these people the follow-up question: why is the line in the sand the gay community, but not the Muslim community, not the black community of the Democratic Party? No one passed the test. I would love to hear the answer to that. No one can. The only response you could have is, I think X lives mean more than this lives, right? I want to get Joe Stein in here as well. How do you usually, and what's your thoughts in general on people who like super reliant and always push this lesser two evils ideology, and how can we continue to communicate to defeat that?
I have like former colleagues and friends that I used to try to persuade. And then I just realized in the time that it took me to change their mind, I could reach 100 people or maybe 500 people who don't need to have their mind changed. They need to feel empowered to like actually stand up and do something. So to my mind, the hand wringers, do I dare to eat a peach people, are not the priority. They're just like way down on the list, and like, don't even waste your time. And I generally feel that way about a lot of people of privilege. I usually do not spend time trying to persuade them that their privilege is going to be very short-lived and is ultimately going to fail them, and is very oppressive in a bigger frame. I don't even waste my time.
Yeah, I understand that.
When I was running, I never found someone under 30, who had student debt, who didn't like jump at the chance to cancel their student debt. There was no persuasion involved, or people who really need health care. They were ready, and they didn't need complicated arguments about lesser evil or greater evil. It was like, oh my God. It was like my experience on that live instant online viewer poll. It's just like, say what we can do and have a plan for doing it. That's why, to my mind, it's like, we need to be out there in our communities grappling with what matters. And it might be, the need for drug treatment on demand, or it's, extend the ban on evictions. It's not just Earth Day. It's all of us on Earth Day, and I think it's about starting with a day, and having an event where we're going out to reach out to people, and then we keep doing it, and then we keep doing it. I mean, and that's really why I joined a political party.
Yes.
Aside from being tricked into it, but that's why I stayed with a political party, because I realized that this is, at the end of the day, this is all about coalitions, and it's about being bigger than your issue or what's really critical in your community. We have to work together in a bigger way, and a party is a way to grapple with that. Parties are very flawed, they're very imperfect, but we need them, and they will kind of wax and wane, depending on all kinds of things. But, I'm among a whole lot of people I know, we can't leave the Green Party because there's just nothing else out there that, that is people powered and that has the right agenda and, and believes in grassroots activism and is doing the right stuff. And, I hope another party comes along. I mean, and I should mention Peace and Freedom, because we're actually working hand in hand with Peace and Freedom in California, which I think is really great. And it's proof of principle. There are other good parties out there, but they've been beaten back, you know, in their heyday for the peace movement. They were like, I don't know, maybe 10 states across the country. And then they got beaten back. Like most people-powered parties get beaten back. The Labor Party was established, you know, Tony Mazzocchi, back around the same time the Greens were established. And they had way more financial support and institutional support, but they could never get off the ground because it's not easy. And you have to like really take it on the chin over and over again. You're going to get assaulted, you're going to get smeared, you're going to get really beaten down. And it's like, how committed are you to this? It's not easy, but Greens don't walk away. And I think the reason for that is, you know, we really emerged from this, you know, kind of this awakening about what's happening to Mother Earth and its caretakers, Indigenous people. You know, these were really part of the founding principles of the Green Party, which came out of, I think it was New Zealand, where it actually began. And, you know, it's like once you see what's going on, you can't unsee it. And social conditions will come and go, but when the environment goes down, it doesn't come back. And maybe that's why the Greens have had staying power, because to give up is, you know, it's really to just kind of roll over on the railroad tracks. And
Right.
most of us aren't ready to do that. So yeah, I think it's really about a party. And, you know, pick your party. I don't care what party, you know, just let it be a people-powered party, not a corporate party, and not a party that is abusing you. And I should make that point too, that
Yes.
that people are regularly abused. They're in an abusive political relationship. And it's hard to wake up to that and recognize that you are being abused and you're being really beat up. And then the party's coming back to you at election time and saying, oh, you know, we really care about you and we're really going to, you know, give you respect and all that. And then they don't again, you know, and at some point you have to break up with this abusive relationship. And we need a political party that allows us to struggle together, and we're not always all going to be on the same page, and we're going to have splits and factions, and that's forever happening in small parties. But it's way better that happen than that they all get bought out by, you know, by the casino magnate who's, you know, sponsoring the candidates and dictating to them what the policies are going to be.
Absolutely. And I really love the approach that like Kashama Sawant has to third parties, using them as a people party, a people power movement, a working class movement. We had a March for Medicare for All last year. And one thing that I loved that I saw this. When I gave my speech at the Kansas City March, we had the People Party people there, the Missouri People Party, and we also had the Kansas City Green Party people. Kansas City Green Party people there. So we had both third parties there, and you know what happened? We just got along, and we was talking about things we can do for a local community. That's what I love to see. Like, I don't care if it's Green Party, People Party, Socialist Alternative, this or that. As long as we are a working class movement, and it's not like this like competition, ego chasing thing that I have seen, which I don't like. I disapprove of that. I just don't understand. My mindset was like, we might as well take over the Green Party. But even if you don't want to do that, let's come together as a left movement, put a power challenge the establishment as well. I also want to share this because this is what I was about. This is what I was about to share with you guys, and I also want to get into the story because we got about maybe like 10 minutes left. I want to really talk about like the censorship that you went through, Jill Stein, because this is the receipt I was going to show you guys, and this is kind of like the start of like this big propaganda war. I remember I was following the Jill Stein campaign very closely at the time. I didn't have a platform back then, but I followed it really closely at the time. And I still remember this. This is why I went back and digged it up, because I knew about what happens if a third party got 5%, right? So then when the establishment made the mistake, again, Jill Stein took me mainstream interviews. They didn't make the mistake again when Howie Hawkins ran, which really hurt him. When do you ever see him on mainstream media? Didn't happen because they made the adjustment. Because at one point, Jill Stein hit 7% among registered voters. I would also love to get Briahna to start on this as well. But I remember it was around this time. This is when I really started seeing people escalate their attacks on third parties. This is when I really start seeing people say, "Oh, you're gonna waste your vote if you vote for a third party." So, do you see the same thing going on? What was your general reaction when you see people smear third parties, and what's your reaction to that, Bree?
Can I answer the last question first?
Yeah, absolutely. Take it whatever order you want to go.
So when you mentioned the analogy about asking your friend about if they would vote for someone who didn't pass what I think is a good litmus test, which is to not have a bigoted person on the Democratic Party ticket, and they weren't able to reconcile that with why draw a line in the sand for gay marriage, but not for decarceration, or reparations or housing for all or healthcare for all or student debt cancellation or whatever it is. It made me think of an interview that I recently did with Marcel Dixon, who's running for Congress against Jim Clyburn. And we had this interesting interview where he talked about the district, which very few people do. Jim Clyburn comes from one of the poorest districts in the country, has done little to nothing to serve the predominantly Black community that he presides over. And at the end of the interview, Marcel Dixon said some things about his own attitude toward abortion rights that would similarly violate the litmus test of most liberals, most Democrats, most leftists, most everybody.
I talked to
what
this
I
guy
thought was
too,
really,
so.
I thought it was an interesting test case. It was an interesting test case, whatever you think of Marcel. And I think that most leftists acknowledge that, Jim Clyburn was a real problem. And you might even agree that because you don't think that Marcel Dixon is single-handedly going to be able to do anything one way or the other about abortion rights, they're imperiled, but for reasons completely independent of Marcel Dixon, that it might be worth it to get Jim Clyburn out than to have this guy in who doesn't believe in the right to choose, even though that is, abhorrent to many of us on the left. But it was really interesting to watch my audience kind of react and engage with that, because people were really wrestling with it in a way that they aren't normally made to do because of how much my audience hates Jim Clyburn. And I just thought that was a really fascinating test case and a question that I don't know that most people are really ready to answer. Would you vote if you lived in Clyburn's district? If you're a leftist, would you campaign for, give money to, advocate for Marcel Dixon, despite him being pro-life? I don't know. It's just
And
interesting.
he also had some other. I don't know if you noticed, but I actually interviewed him a long time ago before he even announced his candidacy, because he had that viral video when he was calling out Jim Clyburn, and we talked to him, and I was like, immigration, policing. We was like, man, and so that is an interesting question that you bring up, Bree, because I have Jim Clyburn derangement syndrome. I want to admit, I am like Eric Adams is my new derangement right now. So man, that would be a tough one.
And they'll tell us to vote for Amy McGrath, right? Centrists will often come up with this person who's just barely not a Republican, and put us in the position of compromising all of these values with the goal of getting the real Republican, the Republican on paper, out of office. And nobody flinches. Nobody questions why we should vote for somebody like her if it means, getting what's his face out of office in West Virginia. Sorry, or Joe Manchin out of office in West Virginia, or whatever it is. So it's an interesting thought experiment, and it's a difficult one to have with most groups, because most people hear you articulate a potential willingness to vote for someone who doesn't believe in the right to choose. And you know how it is. We've all been called every name in the book. I have been personally accused of, as you have, Dr. Stein, of personally imperiling the right to choose, even though, it's not Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It's nobody but the two of us, apparently. We know how sensitive these conversations are. But it is interesting. And there's a nativist kind of vein of this among ADOS, but I think there is a legitimate kernel here of why is it that the litmus test, the line in the sand, seems to be with respect to certain communities and not others. And I don't say that in a way to put us against each other, because obviously we should be supporting each other's interests. The question that is being put forward by people is, why does it seem to be a one-way street? That's not an argument against supporting somebody else's interests. It's asking why there's not the reciprocity that I think should exist between marginalized communities. And you see that when you hear Black people frustrated about the Stop Asian Hate bill, not because they don't want to stop Asian hate, but because they don't understand why, given how big we percentage of the population are and how faithfully we vote for Democrats, that George Floyd was tabled preemptively. Joe Biden set a 1-year anniversary deadline for passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. No one told him to do that, by the way, but he set himself his own deadline and then missed it. And the night before he missed it, trotted out all of these civil rights leaders. Al Sharpton tweeted, you know, I'd rather have a good bill than a timely one. Like, nobody asked you. We're getting neither. We're getting no bill. There's nothing. And despite, as I've said a million times before, that being the largest protest movement in American history and all of these, you know, Black lives in the street protesting in the summer 2020, get bupkis for it. And that's why part of why I'm so supportive of third parties is because I think there needs to be electoral consequences for people. And I think it's much better to articulate your dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party electorally by voting for the alternative that actually represents you, as opposed to just staying home, because your non-vote will be characterized as apathy. Mm-hmm. And you will get judged and blamed, and people with vote or die t-shirts will tell you that your ancestors fought and died for these rights. You know, my ancestors didn't fight and die for me to vote for Jim Crow Joe. That's what I know to be true in my spirit.
Goddamn right. You goddamn right. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna just add one more thing, and then I know we're probably gonna get ready to transition to the next segment here soon. Just to piggyback on what Bria is saying, it's not oppression Olympics, it's solidarity. It's solidarity. And there's this thing where people demand unity. And on the channel, one of the main themes that we hit on is I don't like unity. I don't like it. Like, I am for solidarity, not unity. And what a lot of people expect out of the Black left, and I've seen this with a lot of conversations that you had as well, Brie, is people expect the Black left, the Black anti-establishment, to immediately concede. And the reason why I bring up the gay issue, because that's an established litmus test. It's not to weigh the struggle of a Black man versus a gay man. It's just, why is the gay man struggle is like, they never, like, you would never ask them to put their oppression on hold to make the white suburbia feel comfortable. That's
well,
what
also I also think it's because the establishment can very forcefully take that position, because there are many rights that members of the LGBT community are fighting for that do have material implications for, you know, the plutocracy. However, the ones that have been highlighted as emblematic of what LGBT people want in the public sphere are not those rights, right? So the establishment can stand behind and say, we will never abandon gay people, because what they mean by that is that we'll never abandon something like a supportive gay marriage, which ultimately does not imperil their financial interests, in the same way that paying Black people, everybody obviously, but paying people a living wage, reparations, anything like that will actually have a more systemic effect. And if we were talking about LGBT rights that had to do with more material concerns, like the fact that trans youths are overrepresented among the homeless, with 1 out of every 5 trans teens experiencing homelessness, the fact that Medicare for All was going to give gender-affirming surgery free for people, all of these other kinds of rights and interests that do threaten the status quo, then I don't think you would see Democrats pounding their chests quite so hard saying, we're never going to abandon the LGBTQIA people. We'd hear a very different story. But they've redefined what it means to support gay rights in the least threatening way possible.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I know we got CJ in the back. I'm not sure. How are we doing on time, CJ?
Oh, you're good. You're good till 6. Actually.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I thought it was 90 minutes, which is good. Which is okay.
Yeah, you're good till 6.
Okay. We have another segment because
I was concerned. I was eating, and my wife was like, "Hey, I think you're supposed to come up because he's saying something." That's why I came back.
The schedule. That's okay though. That's okay.
No, that's fine. So if you don't mind, is 30 maybe 25 more minutes? Is that fine for both of you? Yes.
All right, cool.
Okay.
So
Well, if Bree made a face, if you do need to go, just let Nick know. And but I'm gonna pop back out and finish my dinner. Okay. All right. So enjoy.
okay, so good. We got, like I said, we still got much to talk about because I told you I wanted to hear more about the story because this is something I actually share with people all the time. Whenever people say, "Oh, we're a real democracy," I always tell the story of my most infamous ratio ever. Like I don't get ratioed a lot on Twitter, but I got my ass beat by John Legend because John Legend came at me one time where I was like, "Yo, I actually don't think like it was one of my fuck Joe Biden posts." Where I was like, I'm voting third party. And John Legend was like, if you let Trump win, that will be the end of our democracy. And I got Rachel to death because John Legend obviously like 1,000 times more popular than me. And whenever I see people say stuff like that, I'm like, you think we live in a democracy right now when we had Jill Stein, who was arrested for trying to debate. So I'm gonna pass it to you, Jill, because I actually been very interested in hearing this story from yourself. And this also can be a very broad question on like the resistance that you face from the Democratic Party and the establishment as a whole, challenging from a third party. What exactly happened? Because I use that as an example all the time. Did the Democratic Party really like prevented you from voting? The floor is yours.
So what happened at that debate, which was at, God, I forget the name of the university, in New York, it'll come to me. Sherry Honkala, who was my running mate, and I went to the debate with the intention of mainly bearing witness, because you can't, it's pretty hard to force your way into a debate. But we wanted to at least sort of symbolically do that by just showing up and getting in and watching. And of course, we didn't have tickets because we weren't part of the DNCs, we weren't on their special guest list, of course. And so we just tried to walk in, and they stopped us, and they physically stopped us. And then we just kind of sat down and we refused to leave. This was like at the entryway to the university. So we didn't actually get into the grounds. We were just trying to get into the grounds to get close to the debate. And they were treating us like we were some kind of terrorists or something. And so we were arrested and we were taken to an undisclosed location. We were driven in a squad car and we were handcuffed to these metal chairs in this very large room, like as if they had expected a huge riot. And there was a whole processing station. There was one other person that was brought in the whole night, who was a reporter that was supposed to have gone to Chelsea Manning's trial the next day, and he was detained so that he couldn't get out and get to the trial. He was trying to go there to report. And he seemed like he was a political arrest, and he didn't understand why he was arrested. And so we were just handcuffed and treated like we were really some kind of dangerous prisoners, for 7 hours until the debate was over and everyone had gone home, so that we couldn't become, a matter of interest to the press. And we were then just because we had given our cell phones and everything to our friends and colleagues before we were arrested, because we didn't want to lose them in custody. And so we were just thrown out. We had no idea where we were. We had no money. We didn't have phones. Our staff didn't know where we were. And we were just wandering the street at 11 o'clock at night. And we wandered our way into a 24/7 convenience store. And the guy was really nice and let us use his cell phone. And so we called our staff and we got back. But, that's like the state of our democracy, that political opponents, political challengers are treated like you are some kind of, terrorists. And you're handcuffed and, blocked from talking to the press, and from the press from even, learning about what happened.
Liberals will have you believe that stuff like that will only happen in Russia or only happen in China. I still remember where they were saying, "Oh, Venezuela, Nicaragua, they have all these fraudulent elections." I'm like, guys, in Nicaragua, they had 6 people on the ballot. Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, not only do we only have like a small number of people on the ballot, they don't even allow them to debate. And I actually remember during the Georgia Senate race where you had, I think his name was Perdue. He was running against Ossoff, and he debated him before. Like they already had a debate, but then John Ossoff, he called for a rematch, and then he was like, "No, we already debated before." And then the establishment melted down. I remember he was trending on Twitter for like 2 days because they were like, "Oh, Purdue's a coward," despite the fact that they already debated. Meanwhile, they wouldn't allow Joe Stein to debate, and Nancy Pelosi, our House Speaker. When the last time you seen her in the debate? But meanwhile, tell me more about your democracy. I always like to show this because this was unbelievable why it was happening, because this is my most legendary ratio of all time. You guys see it? Because John Legend and his whole crew went after me because I had this based ass take that aged well as hell. This aged super well. I'm not going to get into it, but this is what John Legend, what he's saying. He said, "Imagine thinking we'll have a functioning democracy if Trump get reelected." Now, you heard Joe Stein's story. You see how they're fighting third-party candidates and forcing them off the ballots. This is the kind of stuff that Democrats wouldn't do. The whole Freedom to Vote Act that everyone was melting down about, that we was warning you guys about, third parties may disappear from ballot under Freedom to Vote Act. So there's an active war that is being waged against third parties. And I would love to open it up to you guys and very broadly, like, what do you guys see as a strategy as third party activists to fight against the Democratic Party and the people who want to censor third party and stop them from debating? Because that's going to be such a giant hurdle for us to climb, like as third party activists. Like, they've been forcing people illegally off the ballot in 2020. So I'm talking. I guess we go Breeze first, then we go Joe Stein. Do you guys have any response to that?
I am hesitant to talk about third-party candidates as kind of tools as opposed to legitimate candidates in and of themselves who should be trying to win. Like, I think I really just want to say that it's not like symbolic voting for me. It's, I would like these people to win. But I also feel like I have to recognize that other people feel differently. They feel like the odds are so extreme that they need other reasons to vote for third-party candidates. And if I can offer an argument in the alternative, in addition to I want them to win, it's the articulating the benefits to getting candidates that are more able to win because of funding and those things by getting them to 5%. I think for lots of folks, that's a tangible goal that makes them feel like their vote isn't wasted in the ways we described before. But I also think, and obviously this is a drum I've been beating since the summer of 2020, that it is useful to have third parties as a bucket in which people can put their votes, a place for them to pledge their votes, and the alternative to the major parties when they want to express discontent with something that's going on. Because I do think not only at the end of the day, after election day, do votes for third parties get framed differently than people who stay at home. And it's more easy to make the case that you are politicizing your vote and your choice not to vote Democrat and say, this is what I want you to be. I'm not staying home because I'm indifferent to Trump or because I secretly love Trump or something. No, I voted for this candidate that is far to the left of the Democratic Party. But also it's because it helps people feel like they're together as one part of a movement together and not just disparate people who are kind of independently pissed off at Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. And when I was writing articles about withholding one's vote and the power that could come from that and the lack of power the Black community has because it does vote so faithfully in such a block, an unprecedented block for groups, ethnic groups in the United States, I wish that there were some institution that you could be a part of, that could articulate your preferences in the same way that we used to have more organized labor and politicians would have to court the votes of those kinds of groups. Absent that, because as you know, on my show, I go round and round in circles with people who say, well, the solution to this is organizing. Okay, well, how do we organize? Okay, well, we don't have the union density to be able to organize, and round and round and round. Fine. I agree that we should have labor density and we should be able to do work stoppages and all of those kinds of things. And I will support you day and night in getting us back to that place. In the interim, however, I do think it's useful to think creatively about other kinds of organizational structures that can similarly be courted and votes be delivered. And to the extent that you can do something with a third party like Ralph Nader did, to say, here's a list of 20 demands, do some of these and I won't even run. I'm not saying literally argue that you won't run, but do some of these and we can talk. I have that kind of leverage. And to be able to say, maybe I'm Bernie Sanders and just ran for president and 30% of the Democratic Party is with me. Yeah, I'll drop out sooner rather than later if you concede these things. And the alternative is that I'm going to go ahead and run third party until you actually do make these meaningful concessions, not you're gonna have a seat at the table and all of this kind of nonsense. I think that could be useful in helping masses of voters see themselves as people with power instead of just individuals making symbolic gestures.
Well, say I also want to pitch this because I also have another vision of third parties and another way that we can wedge our vote, because you have a lot of conversations about like why we need to draw the line in certain areas. So this was the Green Party platform in 2020, and now I break this down many times, but I call this is about as pro-black of an agenda you can get, right? If you're actually serious about fighting climate change, you got to address the military. You see, they actually challenge the military, 75% military budget cut. You also see something else here they don't see on a lot of people want to challenge reparations. Now, if you go through all of these in anti-discrimination law, in war on drugs, then you go to ecology, and we had a Green Party official that eloquently stated how climate change impacts disenfranchised people. So my vision is if we see a platform that is this pro-black, and as it is right now, we already talked about the numbers. The Green Party, like 0.1%, not a lot of people there. And the vision I would love to see, especially as someone who unapologetically advocates for my community, I would love to see the Green Party be the Black people party. Like, even if it's not dominating elections, like you get 5 to 10% of the vote, but then you look at the numbers, 80% of that 5 to 10% is Black. Then what happens if you're a shifty politician that isn't in a heavily Black area too, and then your party loses by maybe a margin of 2 to 5%? Maybe, just maybe, they'd be more likely to pursue a Black agenda. Maybe they'd be more likely to try to win over the Black people who left to the Green Party. If not, okay, we can continue to build that movement up, right? I don't know if this strategy is foolproof. If this will work every single time, there's a lot of people that can lie. But if you're going to use electoral politics in the very few ways I think you can use it, doesn't this strategy make the most sense, right? And a little bit that you can engage in this. I would love to get Joe Stein in this, and you can respond to anything that we said, but also would love to get your take on, like, what is your optimism for the future of third parties? Because I share those stories about the Democratic Party going after third party candidates on the ballot for a reason. When I think about it, I think like the electoral prospects of it is grim. I would love to get your honest thoughts on that, or you can respond to anything that we said as well that you wanted to chime in on. Floor is yours, Joe.
All right, great. So, like first, well, there's a lot there between what Bree said and what you said. So let me just grab a few pieces of it. Like Green Party as a party for the Black community. I mean, we were really aware of that. And by we, I mean Ajamu and myself in 2016, that our agenda was really, we were really the only ones, on reparations, on Medicare for all, on the right to housing. I mean, all the stuff that matters, especially to the most oppressed communities, the communities of color, were there. And we had really great chemistry, if I can say that. It felt like our chemistry with the African-American community was really wonderful. I mean, a lot of people didn't want to talk to us at all just because we weren't Democrats. But when we could get beyond that, it was really wonderful. And I'd say we were also the party for youth, for millennials and for Gen X and Gen Z. You know, we were the only ones really speaking to the future on many counts, on getting out of debt, on the climate, you know, on the right to a job. I mean, all the ways that the younger generation is being slammed in the same ways that, you know, the communities of color and the African American community in particular are being slammed. You know, it felt like the chemistry was just really great, and we had wonderful live events in the communities, and we could have like done it forever. You know, it just felt really wonderful, and it was mutually really empowering. And so, you know, I love your suggestion that, you know, can we make the party a vehicle for particular communities? And I think that's a really great idea, you know, and it would be wonderful to follow up on that in an operational way, you know. So like, are we building, you know, is it social movement stuff that we use to build this relationship? Is it, you know, starting party chapters? Is it running candidates? What is it? You know, it requires some strategizing and some real, you know, practical work. I also want to just throw out that we're not obviously just talking about president. I mean, president is really important because that's where war happens, and, you know, the budget and so many big decisions, but it's also really hard to get elected there. It's really hard to get elected as a third party. Once you rise above the community level, there's all kinds of resistance, but in many ways I think it's much easier if we could concentrate national energy on getting a couple of breakthrough elections, you know. And this was what Canada did to get their first parliamentarian elected as a Green. They brought in like 1,000 volunteers on day one of her election. They selected a community and she moved there where they thought there was, you know, a lot of just grassroots support for the Greens and the Green agenda. And so they aimed at the level of Parliament and they mobilized national resources to do that. And I think that's really something that should be seriously considered. You know, still, I think we should run someone for president, but maybe that's not where we throw most of our resources. Maybe we mobilize national resources to get a person elected to Congress, or, you know, or a couple of state rep, you know, electeds would be really great too. And along those lines, I want to throw out Matthew Ho, who is running for Senate in North Carolina, and really amazing, powerful candidate, veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan, who was a State Department official. He was sort of elevated up the food chain. He was, you know, he actually served 3 times, 3 tours of duty, and eventually got elevated to a State Department appointment in Afghanistan, where he quit in a very public way. He quit to protest Obama's surge, because by that time he had just kind of learned what a scam the whole thing was. And he's just been a really outspoken and eloquent anti-war, pro-social justice, public servant and advocate. And I really encourage people to check out his campaign, because this could be one of those races where we, you know, nationally we converge. And I don't mean just Greens, but I mean people who want to see a breakthrough in the corporate stranglehold on our lives and our political system. Get behind Matthew Ho. Let's have a breakthrough, because it benefits us all to put the, you know, the bipartisan predators on notice that their days are numbered, you know, that we, the people, are rising up, we're breaking through, and we're going to have a voice, you know, and we're going to get behind that voice. And, you know, I think that would be really cool. So check out Matthew Ho's campaign and see how you can get involved. He's fighting one of those oppressive ballot access battles right now, but it's not horrible. It's a doable ballot access hurdle, but that's kind of the focus right now. So yeah, I'll stop there just to to generalize, though, saying that, we don't have to just think about president, and we don't just have to think about how do we get through to people who are terrified of the greater evil, of Trump at the presidential level. People are less terrified, although the Democrats will try to stir up, fear and terror at all levels of government. Wherever you're running, they will try to do it. But in some ways, it's easier to push back against that at lower levels of office. And we should be looking for other strategic opportunities, I think, all the time for where we can break through. Because once you start to break through, it's like what Briahna was saying about, well, if you're aiming for something pragmatic like 5%, it just really helps people get behind it. In the same way, it's sometimes easier to get people to mobilize at a level that's closer to the community level. And once you then break through at the community level, it's easier to go up from there. So I think that's part of many strategy options that we can be pushing on.
Yeah, well said. There was so much to learn, and I have a lot of these conversations, but definitely the one before Joe Stein. I was definitely very nervous because you're someone I looked up to for quite a while. Learned a lot from you as well. So for the last 5 minutes, I want to start with Bree. Any last final thoughts you want to give on the topic of third parties? If you want to respond to anything that we said recently, it's kind of a great chance to get final thoughts before we read some super chats and preparation of the next segment. So floor is yours. Thank you for joining us as well, Bree.
Yeah, no, it's my pleasure. All I want to say is that my mom called me at some point when we were on air, and I texted her back, "I'm sorry, I can't talk. I'm streaming with Dr. Jill Stein." And she says, "Oh, yay, 3 exclamation points. Tell her she gave me hope and that her courage is inspiring. 4 hearts."
Oh, wow.
So I share that sentiment. I definitely learned about voting third party from my mother. It runs in the family, and I want to see the floor to Dr. Stein to close this out.
Oh man, well, I'll just say I'm really grateful because we're only as good as the links between us. One by one, we're like totally powerless. But I think the work that you do, Bree, is so inspiring, and you're such a hero to so many people because you've really taken it on the chin and have just had you've just had exemplary courage in how you don't even defend against it. You just supercharge above it. It's really wonderful and inspiring, and I am so glad to be in touch with this network because your courage and
we gotta hook up during the Earth Day strikes because we definitely gonna be on the front promoting that. I'm gonna look more into it. I'm gonna look more into it and see what we can do because that's the kind of action we literally if you watch our streams, that's what we advocate for. People like Nick, you talk about a lot of depressing stuff. What should we do? Strikes. What should we do? Mutual aid. I don't know what else to tell you guys. So we 100% gonna be promoting that. So I'm glad that you brought that to our attention, and it's always good to talk to you, Dr. Stein.
Likewise.
Yes, and I just came on to thank both of you ladies, Dr. Stein and BJG. Thank you for. I know both of you are busy. I know Briahna, you're very busy, so I appreciate your time. And also Dr. Stein, I know you're very busy, and I appreciate your time. Actually, you're going to be back with us again on Sunday, so we get a double dose of you, which is great. So everybody watching get another chance to watch her same time or a little bit earlier, 7 p.m. Eastern on this Sunday. So check that out. But thank you both.
Thank you. This has been great.
Yeah, it's really been wonderful.
Awesome.
Absolutely. So we have a few super chats we can get into. Great comment. Like I said, that was. We looking forward to talking to Jill Stein more. There was I talked to a lot of people, but I was definitely nervous before this one because that's the second to the last person I voted for. Right, I voted for her in 2016, and that will I'll always advocate for people to get into podcasts if you can because just the amazing conversations I've been able to have. I had conversations with people like Dr. Cornell West, Dr. Joe Stein. It's an honor. I learned a lot from it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed. Thank you for the $5.
Before you get to that one, how was you feeling during the interview?
I was nervous.
I mean, somebody that's what I'm saying. Like,
I was nervous. First, especially because I was only prepared for like a 90-minute interview, and I didn't know I was gonna be 100% long. But it was good. It was good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like it went well. I mean, I'm not like interviewing is not my thing. I'm more of a conversationalist. It was kind of an interview, which was not my thing necessarily, but it was good. It was very, very fun, educational conversation. But I see we got your guest for the next stream.
Yeah,
I'm actually gonna
be joining us soon. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I think now is a good transition. I think now we got to start the next segment. I can bounce out.
And I'll read these super chats. You can take off if you want. I'll read these.
Yeah, so I'll see when next time I'll be on. Let me pull the schedule.
So you can let the audience know. Hopefully, I don't think any of these are questions to Jill Stein, but so you done the 2 below it? Did you do the first 2 already? That's below this one that's on the screen now. I can do it again.
Yeah. Anyway, I got bounce. I'll let you guys know. I'll be talking about it. Anyway, hopefully you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, and we can bring Austin in now. What's up, Austin?
Hey, y'all.
Hey, but Professor Zunkus will be joining us soon, but that gives us a little time to read these super chats that we got during the Jill Stein. I'm sure some of them may be questions for her, so hopefully not too upset, but I don't think Nick wanted to interrupt her too much. So anyway, let's start at the bottom. Thank you for this super sticker. This one here, people my age may remember No Man Goldman a few years ago. Radio and podcast used to tell us, vote D because R will hurt you. I wish it was still. That's pretty funny. Vote D because R will hit you. I wish he was still in the air so I can vent to him. So he led you astray. Okay, so let's go to the next one. My eyesight is waning. So how do we get Black churches or similar types of institutions to change their allegiance from Dems to Green? I say probably the best thing you could do, not you, but the best, quickest strategy will just be to run Black candidates. That's what the best thing, because at least if you're trying to gain more Black people, if they see Black people there, that's kind of saying like this party is okay. Like this party is good to me. This party is good to Black people. So it kind of allows a fence to kind of drop down. If that makes sense. Okay.
It does.
And this one here, we can only vote for Green Party candidates or other third-party candidates if we can get more people to run for office and collectively fight to get them on ballot. Need people running at all levels. At all levels, if you're up for it, please consider running. I kept hearing in the conversation, Austin, that she was talking like she, it might be open. Or at least Nick was talking to her like it may still be open in the comments were. So maybe it is. I mean, but who knows? But I think the point here is that we need more people running for office, and I think that that's a good idea. But maybe we should do it locally because it's a lot easier to get elected Green at a city council. Like for example, there's going to be a communist who's running in Long Beach, he's not that far from where I am. Running for Long Beach City Council, he could get elected there. Like it's small enough, like it's not going to take a couple thousand votes. He could campaign and know a lot of people. I mean, I went to a high school that had 4,500 people. My high school had probably more than my high school probably. So I knew a lot of people. So it's possible that something like that could happen. Let's go ahead with this one. A parallel to be made with the people in Moscow being detained right now to show up against the war. So this was in the previous conversation that we're talking about. So thank you for that super chat. A thought, it's not just about voting third party. We just got to also run as candidates if we are able to. Our family and friends are counting on us. If we can't run, help someone run. Still do mutual aid, but also do this. That is absolutely right. Thank you for the super chat. Let me see. Did we read this one? In any democracy, the main purpose of a third party is to have the balance of power. This can be way more efficient in the U.S. than the current lineup. A third party could be a coalition too. This is the point that I make, is that third parties are not. I think there's going to be a panel actually on this. Third parties are not. I think the question is, third parties, are they is the point of the point to win or to affect the election or to affect our policy? Somebody is messaging me.
No worries. Yeah, some with local elections is that your dollar goes a lot further. If you give $1 to a local candidate, it has way more impact. Yeah, it has way more impact than given to Bernie, as I've done.
Yeah, how does that feel now, though?
I'm gonna have to get it off of them somehow. I'll figure it
out. Here's another one. Love your passion for people, planet, and peace, Dr. Stein. So grateful for your efforts. That is absolutely, I agree with that sentiment. And that was Professor Zunkas that messaged me, so he said he's on his way here. All right, thank you for. I think that's just a sticker, a super chat sticker, or maybe it's called a super sticker. Did we read this one? Oh yeah, we read that. That was earlier with Afeni. All right, so let's get into the topic here, and I'm gonna actually bring up the schedule so we can see this here. And the schedule for tomorrow will be put out tomorrow morning or late tonight, likely tomorrow morning. And I'll put this on the screen. Today's schedule will show you everybody what's happening here. So third party summit schedule, and we just finished the Dr. Jill Stein and Briahna interview, so we now are answering the question, can we change the system by voting? So that is the question, can we change the system by voting? So I'm gonna let you take a stab at this first, Austin, and in the realm of third party, I guess this is a question of saying, what is to set the right expectations for voting for a third party? So I guess it can kind of come under that sort of category. So can we change the system by voting? What is your opinion on that question? Or what is your take?
Fundamentally, it feels like a no, sometimes I was thinking earlier today about India, and a few years ago, I think they got a new constitution. And if you look at, the farmer strike and their preparation and whatnot, I think that's where fundamental change comes from. However, there's still, trash to be taken out and toilets need to flush. There's 500,000 elected officials in the U.S., somewhere in there, and that's a lot of stuff to do. I'm sure some of them are unnecessary, but stuff needs to work, and a lot of, honestly, some of that stuff probably should be not privatized but public, right? Especially if you think, I have a problem personally with bad internet. I hope I don't curse myself and make my internet go out. But there, if you look at like Chattanooga through local pressure got their own internet. And I think that's something to think about, is that, yeah, we can get some stuff done and it is possible, but I think fundamental change, especially at least in our current environment with money in politics and duopoly itself, all these spheres of influence without the public good in mind. And yeah, so maybe, or it can change some stuff, but it's not going to change enough.
Yeah, I guess that I would have sort of the same answer, which is that it just depends on the type of change you're talking about. It's not going to make any substantial change. For example, it's not going to defund the police or anything like that. You're not going to get that through voting. That's going to take people power to get something like that. But let me address this one thing, and I do see you there, Professor, but let me click this off, and I'm going to bring you right in. There was a question that was just added in there, and I guess it's the right time to bring in the professor, because we actually did a stream about this. How are you doing, Professor?
I'm great. You can call me.
Good. Thank
you?
you for the. Sorry for the mix-up in DM. I literally getting messages mixed up, so I may have sent you a message that was meant for somebody else to be.
It's all right.
Honest,
it's okay. You're putting all this together, so it's a good thing.
Yeah, my apologies for that. But the reason I brought you in, I was going to read this, but I brought you in before, so I can read it while you're in here. What are we going to do about the People's Party? Obviously, Nick and his lady and his
lackeys
need to be 86. I don't know. Did something recently happen? Because you're the only person that brought up Nick. Did something happen today that I'm unaware of, or yesterday? Maybe I'm unaware of some late breaking news. I'm not asking you. I'm just saying in general. Maybe something happened or something.
I can say that, and I've stayed away from commenting on the political aspect of this story, but I do want to talk just for a second about the People's Party, but then move on to the broader conversation. That is that there's a woman who worked for the People's Party who disclosed and filed a complaint internally about sexual harassment. And I came on your show and I talked about how I thought the response of the People's Party was very inappropriate and victim blaming, because this person had never intended on coming forward publicly. And I just thought everybody should just chill and let the process take place. All I know is last night, that person who I've spoken to, in full disclosure, and I do believe her, she came forward publicly and on Twitter and under the name of her account, which is her full name, and said, "Hey, I'm that person. I lived through this." But nothing else developmentally. I mean, no new developments have come out. But the only thing I want to say about it is I was very disappointed at the way the People's Party handled the subject. I think they should have just, Nick has a right to deny it and defend himself, of course. But there really didn't need to be talk about like, well, this was all made up. It was an infiltration from the Democrats and all. That's not, just deny it and let it take its course. As far as the People's Party go, like I had no, this issue for me is separate from that. Like I'm an advocate for victims of sexual violence and trauma. And it was a separate issue. I don't want to comment on like, are they a great party? Or are they not? Like there's hardworking people in that party who do care about getting rid of this duopoly. And that's, kind of why I came on tonight is to talk about that, but nothing new, just so you know, unless I don't know.
Well, that part was new to me. I was not aware that she came out publicly to just say, I'm that person.
Well, people,
so that was new to me.
People had outed her, and I thought that was, really unfortunate because she did not want to be public. This is a very painful thing. Anybody who's been a victim of sexual harassment or things like sexual assault knows that coming forward is a very personal decision. It's never easy. And, we just have to understand that we need to treat this. I understand a lot of people say, like, I don't know enough. Why should we trash the party? And the answer is, look, if you don't know enough, you don't know enough. If more information comes out, you make your decision from there. But I think no matter what happens, whenever there's little internal bumps in the road, and I'm not saying someone's sexual harassment is a bump in the road, but I'm saying as far as a party goes, nothing changes in this conversation that we're having, which is the two-party system is dead. We're not trying to kill it. They, being people in the Democratic Party, are saying, you're trying to kill the Democrats. You're trying to get Trump. I hear this every day. I'm trying to get Trump elected. And we're not trying to kill the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are dead. More people vote for nobody than either of the two candidates that run. And that's been going on for a long time. And each 4-year election, that number gets higher and higher. Excellent conversation with Dr. Stein and Briahna Joy Gray, because they were talking about the fact that, if you don't vote, it's perceived as apathy. But for those that know what's going on, and we do, right? We're awake. We know that that's not apathy. When my mom, who's like an older person, for the past 2 presidential elections, and she's very smart, has said to me, is this the best we got? 2 cycles in a row. She's not that political. She wants a better world, but not that political. Is this the best we got? She's not the only person saying this. A lot of people are. And an interesting thing, so I teach at Columbia, I teach at Adelphi, graduate social work students. More and more, I hear them saying, they are well beyond this 2-party dichotomy. They're issue-based. I would say this is the most activist generation I've seen in my life, and it makes me very happy. And they are not attached to a party. They are issue-based. And most Americans are, right? When they think about a political issue, they think why can't I afford to go to the doctor? Why is gas $6 a gallon? All of those things. And the parties try to corral you and make it about democracy. What the hell is democracy, right? If Jill Stein, side note, Dr. Stein, you got arrested at Hofstra University on Long Island. Yeah. I was there in 2012. We were protesting in support and against the debate not letting in Dr. Stein, who was on, and people need to know this, Dr. Jill Stein in 2012 was on enough ballots to win the electoral vote in 2012. And the Republican and Democratic cabal refused to let her on the debate stage. And I'll tell you why they refused. Because they were terrified of her. Because she is owned, and it's not just Dr. Stein. Any of these third-party candidates we talk about are owned by nobody. And she was going to get up on the stage and tell the truth. And they can't have that. So they're terrified that people are going to hear her and say, oh, she actually kind of makes sense. I don't see why everybody's saying she's so crazy, because she's saying the things that I say. So they prevented her from getting into the debate and arrested her. And I think it's horrible, just the last piece of this. Although one of the things is, at the time I was working very closely with the Nassau Police Department through the Special Victims Unit on sex abuse cases. But I knew one of the officers, they got a lot of officers together because they expected a riot. I don't know what they were expecting. We were peacefully protesting. Dr. Stein was peacefully protesting. And I knew one of her arresting officers, and he was the nicest guy. And he said to me the next day, he goes, you know what? you know, we had to arrest her. He goes, I felt kind of bad. And then he said, he's since retired, by the way. And he said, she was a really nice woman, really nice. I go, yeah. And she'd make a really nice president. You should vote for her. But, yeah, what do you say about a country that arrests? I mean, imagine if Vladimir Putin, probably don't have to imagine, he's probably done it.
Yeah, he's probably done it.
I'm not a fan. If he arrested one of the opposition people running against him, like that's what we did. We arrested an opposition leader, Juan Guaido, whatever his name is, that clown. We arrested an opposition leader. Dr. Jill Stein was an opposition leader. She was the head of the Green Party, running for the president. We arrested her, held her. I didn't know this. They probably took her to the Department of Homeland Security in Nassau County because they have one there, and held her in a big room for 7 hours. What? United States arrested an opposition leader and held them handcuffed to a metal chair for 7 hours. Why is that not a headline? Like, what's going on here? I'm not making this up. This is what happened.
Imagine if that happened to Donald Trump or Joe Biden.
Imagine. By the way, both of them should have been in handcuffs at certain points of their lives.
Yeah, that's true.
Both are criminals. Both have broken the law. Both are,
You're crossing your fingers. You want them.
Both.
No, that's awesome. By the way, let me introduce you to Austin before we continue here. Yeah, this is Austin. This is Professor. I call him the professor, but I guess you can. Yeah,
Or
that's
you can call me Ginger.
Maybe.
That's actually one of my daughter's names. Actually.
Oh, I love that name.
Yeah, I'm a TV. As a kid, I watched a lot of TV as a way of staying safe inside the house in Compton. My family was on that, so what we had to do was watch TV. So I watched a lot of shows. Gilligan's Island was one of them, so she's named after. I liked Marianne, but Marianne is a plain name, so I said, let me just use Ginger, even though I didn't particularly like Ginger. Anyway, that's just a side story.
Where are we going? Thank God you didn't name her Mrs. Howell. I mean, and understand, there's a whole generation of people watching this saying, what's Gilligan's Island? And then there's a whole generation of people watching this that says, what's television?
I'm sure they're going to reboot.
Yeah, I watched. Yo, they're going to reboot Gilligan's Island? You heard that?
I bet you they will. I mean, what else they got?
Yeah, I watched it in reruns. I didn't, watch it live or anything, but I watched it. I watched it in reruns because
we need to
that's
focus.
what we do. Yeah. But anyway, let's get back to the schedule here. So we're here. Can we change the system by voting? And Austin kind of gave his take on it, which is basically in similar to mine, which is basically there can be some change, but it's not going to be substantial. So just to catch you up on the conversation,
right?
So what say you to the overall question before we get too deep into this conversation?
Okay.
Overall question: can we change the system by voting?
I would like to change the question, and I'd like to change the
Go
question
ahead.
to be, what do we need to do to change the system, and is voting a part of it? Is that okay? And
That's a better question, actually.
I don't know, but it's what I'm thinking, and here's why. I know good people who've run and are running on the Democratic ticket as leftists, socialists, trying to primary the establishment candidates. We all thought, many of us thought AOC was one of those people. But there are people, grassroots people running in the Democratic Party to make change. Do I think that anybody in the Democratic Party, Nina Turner or any of those people, can do that? I don't believe they can, but I will never tell anybody not to do that because it's important that they run. And then there are people running on third-party candidacies, Green Party. I wish I could remember his name. There was a young man in his 20s who ran on the Green Party for city council in the Astoria district of Queens. Didn't win the primary, but ran. Really great guy. Helped organize a Medicare for All rally in New York that I spoke at with Susan Sarandon. Really phenomenal. And And I was really glad he was running. Do I think him being part of the city council is going to change the system? No, but I think it's important that he ran, and I would love for him to have won. There needs to be, I think, a multi-pronged approach. I'll never criticize somebody who says, like Tom Swazi on Long Island is horrible. He's a conservative Republican who calls himself a Democrat. That's my district on Long Island. He's a Congress member. There's a woman, Melanie DeRigo, who's running against him. She's far better than him. She's running for the Democratic primary. I support her candidacy, but I don't think we're going to change the system with her candidacy. But I'll never disparage somebody who wants to run, because first of all, that's never an easy decision. And Dr. Stein would probably tell you, and probably has, I give people credit. People want to run third party. I fully support it. But we need a multi-pronged approach. We need strikes, and we need people in the streets. I like the idea of third-party candidates because I think we're saying, listen, we're participating in this system that we know is broken, but we are participating in trying to change. In fact, some leftists are running on the Democratic ticket because they believe they can reform that party. I don't, but I don't disparage them for running. It's not an easy thing to do. We've got leftists running in the Democratic Party. We've got leftists running as third-party candidates. Green Party, for instance, independent, Peace and Freedom Party or whatever, right? And we're in the streets. And it's kind of like when MLK and Malcolm X were doing different parts of the same issue. And the idea is this: with a multi-pronged approach, we can say, listen, you can give us ballot access and allow us into the debates, or this shit is going to get nasty. Because I believe in peaceful protest. I am nonviolent, but peaceful does not mean non-confrontational. Blocking traffic, blocking business as usual. Those things, that's why Black people have the right to vote. That's why women have the right to vote. That's how we passed child labor laws. That's why we got the Social Security Act of 1935 and 1936. Communists, 20,000, 30,000 communists in New York City blocking traffic. Black people on the Brooklyn Bridge in 1964 blocking traffic for the Civil Rights Act. That's how we did it. Confrontational, nonviolent civil disobedience. That needs to be a part of this. I fully support the idea of third parties, but to believe that electorally that we're only going to change things through the electoral system grossly misestimates, that's a word, how corrupt and desperate both the Democratic and the Republican establishment are. And they are desperate, and they are terrified of us. You look, since 2003, a minority of Americans thought that a strong third major party was necessary. Since 2003, it's gone up and up and up and up. Now it's 62%. I bet
wow.
You now, 62% of Americans say both these parties are shit. 62%. Charles Wilson says, I completely agree with this gentleman. And my response is, who are you calling a gentleman? But the point is, nearly two-thirds of Americans are sick of it. We have a problem here. We've got a media that is deeply in the pockets of the two-party system. It's hard to fight against that. But you know what the good thing is? Nobody I know under 30 watches CNN or MSNBC or Fox, for that matter. Thank God.
Maybe this is what Obama. I know I can't remember the comment. But I know he said something about the internet and democracy not being good, like the internet not being good for democracy,
of course, he was
or something like that. And that maybe this is what he meant. Is this?
Yeah, that's
they
exactly
can't. Do you know what I'm talking about, Austin? Like, did he say something similar to that?
He did. And that's like the same thing that Republicans say about voting. That voting's bad, right? I mean, they say that their political analysis. They want the more they suppress voting, the better it is for them.
Yeah, if they go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say, if you erect enough hurdles, then enough people will just finally get tired of trying to jump those hurdles to vote.
Right.
Especially when after jumping all those hurdles to vote, the person never does anything they say. Like then
Ever.
I'm done with this. Yeah. Ever. Exactly.
Here's the thing. You look at the Bill of Rights. I'm not going to sing the praises of the founders because, of course, I know they were slave owners and misogynists, right? They didn't include the right of women to vote or the right of Black Americans to live freely. But when they wrote the Bill of Rights, they were very clear. They didn't even put voting in the Bill of Rights. It's not in the Bill of Rights, voting. You know what is? Free speech and protest is. And not only is it in the Bill of Rights, it's the First Amendment. They knew what they were doing. The most important part of our democracy is the right to protest against a tyrannical government or a government that isn't meeting our needs or serving its purpose, which is to provide for the common defense, but also the common good. The First Amendment is freedom of speech and assembly, which is protest. That's there for a reason. And it's interesting that the mainstream media completely ignores it up until a point, until people start burning shit down, and then they pay attention. Oh, why would somebody burn something down? Because you don't cover peaceful protests. Ever. They push people into the belief that the only thing we can do is vote, and that the only exercise of being a free citizen in a supposed democracy is voting. And that's one thing we can do. I'll never disparage anybody for voting, but I'll also never disparage anybody for staying home. Because why would you drive to just do nothing? Nothing changes. I support third parties. I will go to the ballot booth to vote for a third party. But the most important thing is protest and freedom of assembly. And that's the thing the press ignores consistently. One quick thing. 2016, Bernie was more popular than Hillary, right? Nobody went to see Hillary speak. Why would anyone do that? Spend half their day to hear that woman speak, right? Who? Bill doesn't even want to do that. That's a whole other discussion. So there were people, delegates, part of the Democratic Party, delegates in the convention in Philadelphia who walked out and protested outside. And I actually recorded it on my phone. They were protesting outside the whole circus that was going on and how they were stealing the whole nomination from Bernie because they stole it. It was a friggin' theft.
Yes.
And CNN had them on for like 20 seconds. And here's what happened. They went to interview somebody, and all of a sudden, whoever was anchoring goes, "Oh, I'm sorry," whoever the person was in the field. "Sorry, Joe. We've got a break to what's going on inside the convention center. Here's Boys to Men." Not kidding. First of all, it was 2016. Here's Boys to Men.
In 2016?
But they did that. They cut away from hearing people who were delegates who walked out so that we could see a Boys to Men reunion. Side note, love Boys to Men. However, democracy, Boys to Men, maybe we spend a few minutes talking to the protesters. They didn't do that because all they want to talk about is the vote and the show. They never want to talk about people's right to protest until people burn down a police precinct and they're like, "Oh, I guess people are pissed off." You think?
Yeah.
Killing people in the street for years, for decades? Yeah, maybe people are pissed off about that. I don't know. Why don't you ask them?
Isn't it something they pretend as if they don't, or maybe they're not pretending. Maybe they're completely unaware because they completely don't care. So, but either way, that's the situation. But let me give you a further detailed take on the broader question of can we change the system through voting? I guess the answer to changing the system to voting is no, because you can't change the system. This is what we're talking about, the direct action part. But can you make changes within the system? Absolutely. You can make changes within the system through voting. So that'll be like, you can make, so going from 65 years old to 55 years old with Medicare, right? I'm sorry, Medi-Cal. The Medi-Cal eligibility age, like that'll be fine. Like that's a change. Of course, we want everybody covered, but covering another, decade of people, that's great. So it's changed, but it's still within the same system. So that's what I mean by that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should try, and I will work on the ground for third-party candidates who have the vision to do that. And of course, if we can save lives, it matters. That said, I think it's also important to understand, this has been a theme today, third-party, and I think Dr. Stein was saying this, like, is Dr. Stein or Briahna Gray? Parties aren't great, but right now they're a necessary evil. And what I think is important here is using the strength of the party to threaten to, by the way, metaphorically, because I'm nonviolent, blow up the system and say, listen, you Democrats, and why are we picking on the Democrats? Everybody's like, oh, you must be pro-Trump. But I'm like, no. And by the way, I never would have invited Trump to my wedding or invited, I wouldn't have gone to his wedding had I been invited, like Hillary and Bill did. Laughing it up, yucking it up, like her. And there's a picture of Bill and Donald. Hillary's not there. He left her home, Bill did. Bill and Donald golfing, and they're hanging out with Melania and some other woman. And you see Bill, if you could draw a line from his eyes to parts of that woman's body, like these people were hanging out. You know what they were doing, right?
Yeah.
So, but the point is, if we,
boys being boys kind of thing, the boys being boys.
Unfortunately, or rapists being rapists. Look, it depends on how you want to look at it. But the point is, you have a third party that's not afraid to metaphorically blow up the system politically and say, Democrats, we are not going to vote for you. In fact, you will lose this election if you don't give us A, B, and C. We don't want half of it. We don't want half of A, and we'll talk about B and C later. We want A, B, and C fully. Oh, you're not going to do it? Fine. You're going to lose. I think that third parties have the ability to do that. And there is enough people who want to. And I'll tell you why I know the Democrats also know it and believe it. Because they pay so much damn money for those trolls that are attacking you and attacking me and attacking Jill Stein. I mean, every single time I look and there's another one and I'm like starting to fight with them. And I go, let me look at their profile, 0 followers. Oh my God, it's another Sally Albright, David Brock.
Yeah.
Real America PAC, through the DNC, through the black money, the dark money, through their donors. And, who are these donors? Military industrial complex, pharma, insurance, big tech, right? And so they're terrified. But who said it earlier? For every time we're talking to a troll, there's 100 people we could be reaching. And that's why I tweeted out tonight, instead of fighting with the troll, as I'm watching your feed tonight, I tweeted out, the two-party system is dead. It is dead. I am declaring it officially dead tonight. People are living under the two-party system right now is Weekend at Bernie's. You got a bunch of kids drunk running around trying to prop it up. And the bottom line is, at some point, it's going to stink so bad because it's dead that people are going to be like, what the hell? Bury that shit. Right? We know it's dead.
let me ask you. Let me bring Austin in here. I'll ask you the question first. So I think all of us kind of say we need to vote, participate through third parties in electoralism, and we need to also do direct action. So my question is, what is a balanced strategy sort of look like? Like what does it look like to you? And yeah, what is a balanced strategy of direct action and voting look like to you?
So we take the two parts. We got voting and direct action, and those are both pointing towards a policy, right? That's what we need. I think something to think about is that, for instance, one of many things, but like Medicare for all, I think it's like a big tent, 70-something% of the country is with it. I think that's a poll, one of many that can be used to start to build around. And what are those other polls? What do those other polls look like? Those without, for instance, those without medical should maybe be leading, which is a lot of people in this country, should be leading the Medicare for all. People that are BIPOC should be leading that part. There's definitely plenty of room for leaders out there, plenty of work to do. But so with that, so for instance, that I personally, I'm trying to get the local city council to endorse Medicare for all, because I live here. I can make it to them. I can't make it to the state capitol, but I can make it to the city council and get them to say, hey, we support Medicare for all. And then, the direct action portion to coincide and follow up with that is because they ain't gonna say yes. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna say yes, is to follow that up with direct action focused on, for instance, Medicare for all. I mean, there's so much to change. For instance, climate, so we don't have a burning planet. Well, the calculus of that is super complex between taking the fossil fuels down, going electric or green, needing green batteries, but disassembling the military, without disassembling the United States military, the planet will burn, right? That's literal math. I can't change that. So that's another poll, another tent poll, for instance. However, so that's just my little thoughts on that.
I think what could be. Oh.
Ask the same question to you, but it sounds like you were already gonna roll into that. But same question for you. Like, what does it look like, or what do you envision that to be to have sort of a balanced sort of a strategy?
So I like what Austin's talking about, and that's really important. People keep thinking presidential, which is important. Let's run a third party, Green Party candidate presidentially. But Austin's talking about the local city council, talking about Medicare for all at the state level, at the local level. That's vital. And people can participate at that level. I like it, and I've been doing that. Like, I've been an advocate for Medicare for all at the local level in New York. We have the New York Health Act we're trying to pass, but our repressive neoliberal Democratic governor Kathy Hochul doesn't even talk about it. She's horrible. I sat on a panel with Kathy Hochul once, and I can tell you this: I spent an afternoon with her. She's very nice and not that sharp. I didn't get impressed with the intellect there at all. And I met her. I got my picture taken with her. She's nice. She was a lieutenant governor at that time. I mean, far better than Cuomo, because she's not a sexual assaulter or harasser that we know of. Like, I don't think she is. Right? But New York won't pass it. All the people in New York State, Democrats who ran on it, it's not even getting out of committee and getting a vote because State Senator Carl Heastie refuses to let it go for a vote. The New York, for anybody that doesn't know, is run by Democrats, and many of them ran on it, and it looks like a majority would vote for it, and you've got Democrats stopping it. Oh my God, that sounds just like what happened in California. So do we abandon it? No, because what Austin's saying is so important. You just keep knocking at that door.
Right.
Just like on Big Bang Theory, penny, 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 penny. Eventually penny opens the door, right? So we keep doing that, but here's the thing. I think we need to have people in the street saying, fuck Medicare for all. We want a national socialized health service. So what you have now is these radicals saying, no, 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 no. We don't want Medicare for all. We want national socialized medicine. Every doctor, anesthesiologist, dentist, whatever, all of them work for the government, and it's free at the point of service for everybody, and nobody is taxed on it for a penny. We've got the money. Just use modern monetary theory and make it up. So the direct action people are saying National Health Service, and now the third party people saying we'll compromise with Medicare for all, look more reasonable. You need that. And by the way, nothing wrong with pushing for the National Health Service. The same thing with climate. We don't want the Paris Accords are useless. There's no teeth behind them. Shut down fossil fuel companies, right? Nationalize all energy companies, nationalize all pharmaceutical companies. If that's what the streets are saying, which is a communist and socialist message, which I believe must happen, now you've got your third-party Green candidate saying like, okay, we believe in that, but here's what we're proposing electorally. That seems more reasonable, but you've got a two-pronged approach. And it's undeniable that that pressure in the street can make change because it's the only thing that ever has. Right. Without it, where would we be? Black people would not have the right to vote if it wasn't for direct action.
And I think we need to, like, when we get serious about the movement, we understand that it's not going to be quick. I just feel like a lot of people want, they want to be able to. That's why voting is such an easy sell, to be like, this is all you have to do. Because if all you have to do is on one day go to a place and do that, and it's like, wow, that's it. That's all I got to do. And now my life is going to get better. And it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. But it's an easy sell for people who don't want to have to do anything. And just be honest, Americans are sort of spoiled when you're living on the land of the world's imperialists. You get what I'm saying? When you're living you're living on the soil of the world's bully. Like, this is the spoils we have been living, and the ability to sort of distance ourselves from the international community. And by the way, we changed the name of the International Solidarity Summit to the Anti-Imperialist Summit. So that's the international summit name. It's going to be that. Something imperialist is in it. I may have mixed it up, but imperialist is in it just by the way. So that'll be coming up in late April.
And wouldn't it be great if we could take the summit? I'm just giving you a quick idea, and have part of that summit to be a street protest. So now you've got, I don't know if we have friends, we probably do, in Atlanta.
That would be cool.
Wouldn't it be cool to have like 50 people go outside the CNN building, with their phones, and somebody is live streaming it, and they're on the panel protesting outside CNN because CNN's purpose is to spread lies. So now you've got somebody in the street and then people on the panel, because the street, it's where it's at. And these media companies need to be protested. They're like, they are so insular. They're in their bubble. They're all making so much. What did WikiLeaks show? That Chuck Todd had a birthday party for Jennifer Palmieri when she was one of the heads of the Hillary campaign in 2016 at his she apartment in New York while he was covering the campaign. They're all literally in bed together. They're all having sex together. Like, seriously, you hang out with these people, there's lots of drugs, lots of drinking, and lots of sex, and they're all wealthy. They don't really care about us.
Yeah, they laugh at us. We're like they're playing Battleship, and we are the people. And they're like, "Oh, how cute! You're complaining that I'm making this happen. That's too bad." You know what I mean? It's literally where they just playing lip service to your face. Oh yeah, I'm concerned. They don't have any concern about any
One
of us
quick thing.
whatsoever.
What do we do, Austin? What do we do, CJ, about the $15 wage? Okay, because we were promised it, we're not getting it. And I keep saying we have to stop saying $15 wage. $15 wage was 10 years ago. Nothing less than 25 an hour. Nothing less than 25 an hour, or we are not going to keep our mouths shut, and we are going to shut down the system. Literally, it should be like 35 to 40 for a minimum wage, but let's start at 25.
Yeah.
But definitely the discussion of 15 is antithetical to lifting the working class out of poverty. So that's, again, we're in the streets. We have to take our messaging, and instead of compromising when they push, it's just my belief, we've got to say, oh, you don't want to give us a $15 wage? Okay, screw you. We're demanding 25. And shame on you, because literally, I will tell you this, when the economy sinks, suicide rates go up. People, as these gas prices go up, there are people who will literally hang themselves and blow their heads off because they can't pay their rent or support their families anymore. That happens every time. It happened a lot in the crash of 2008 and 9, right? So we're not playing around. We need 25 an hour for people to survive minimally.
And as the years go by, that's going to keep, increasingly go up. Let me, these super chats are building up, so let me because some of these questions are for the two of you, so let's put someone here, or part of the discussion. So balanced strategy, good movements have specific goals, get people that are leaders within direct action movements to run for office, carrying that movement goal into office, and yes, need more people willing to run at local and state level. This is actually a strategy that, who was I with? Alex Vitale, who wrote The End of Policing. Oh, this is your friend. You know him, right? I spoke to you about him
at Adelphi, where I teach.
Yes. Yeah. So I spoke to him about this, or we were talking about something else, and he was saying something like this: you take people. He was like, because it was a conversation about electoralism. Is it useful? And it's like, well, you use it where you, in the movement, as part of a movement strategy, you say, hey, you go over there and let's try to get you elected on the board so we can do the movement stuff inside, not let's get it behind a politician who his career is a politician, and that's what they're doing. That's not the same thing. So it'll be like us getting a Feeney to go run for city council or mayor or something like that. That's different than somebody saying, hey, I'm running and I'm progressive. Let me tell you about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's a different thing.
I believe it. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So just that's what I thought of when I read that comment. So let's go to the next super chat. The Civil Rights Act movement was causing LBJ massive worries about electability. LBJ had to give the activists. This is the part where it's a balanced attack, where you have all this pressure in the streets, right? And you hear what he's describing, which is actually true. It was a lot of pressure, and it was so much pressure that after that he was done. Like after that, this is what had the parties kind of switch their people. Yeah. Is when Democrats became Republicans and sort of vice versa. This is why you had people like like Rick Perry and Ronald Reagan, who when they began, they were actually Democrats when they began, and when the change happened, then they switched parties. So that is a great point. Did you have a comment, or did you want to add to that, Professor?
Well, the only reason Johnson did it, as Troy in Kansas City, KC, said, is because Johnson was terrified of not being reelected and losing power. Mm-hmm. Right? So if they're not terrified, and I mean terrified, like, oh God, this is real, like we're going to lose, and that nothing will change. And yes, we still need that street protest. One of the problems is, Democrats, like Joe Biden wants the Republicans to win. Joe Biden's a Republican. Joe Biden wants Joe Biden campaigned for a Republican Congress member who voted against the ACA in 2018, and that guy won in a close race. Joe Biden wants, and so does probably Pelosi and probably Schumer, the Republicans to win Congress in 2022, and they likely will. They like that idea of divided government, so that's an excuse to not do anything.
Right, and they can fundraise off of the opposite saying stuff all the time. Every day they got a soundbite. Look what so and so said. Like, it's so, they love divided government. They love it. They make you think they don't, but they love divided government. It's a built-in excuse.
It's not really divided because they're all millionaires.
Exactly.
And like, so AOC runs and says, I'm okay with being a one-term Congress member. I don't mind, knocking down the House. And she gets in there, doesn't do shit. What did we get? She proudly let us know that even though we didn't get monthly checks to survive during the economic depression as the result of the pandemic, we get our funeral costs covered. Is this a joke? You have joke writing, literally doing your tweets.
It's like it's a joke. It's like it's a joke.
Yes.
Yes.
Like something a comedian would write for late night, but it was policy from supposedly one of the most progressive members of Congress. And like, do people need dignity to bury their family members? Hey, I lost 2 family members to COVID. Absolutely. But that's not what you need to be bragging about, because people are literally getting evicted. So again, the people in office aren't going to do it. We need to run strong third-party candidates. The purpose for me of the third party is to scare the living shit out of the Democrats, to get some change that Austin's talking about. But eventually, this system is done. Like, the two-party system's done. How long are they going to prop it up? I don't know, because they're all getting old. Have you heard Nancy Pelosi speak?
Yeah, it's not sounding good at all.
I don't know what's going on there, but she's not well. And so I don't know.
Like melted plastic when she talks. It looks like melted plastic, sounds like melted plastic.
Yeah, something's going on. I don't understand it. It's not like they can't find another sheep herder and all those people over there. Something's going on.
She brings in a ton. Sure. The only reason she's there, she's not particularly bright. She's not. These are not the best and brightest people. They're not. Some are really smart. Most aren't. And I would say the majority are kind of below. And they were like, Trump's dumb. And I was like, have you talked to any? Like, I've literally met Chuck Schumer a couple of times and had conversations with him. And he was like vacant, staring, and repeating things. And I was like, this is a personal conversation, Chuck. You're not doing a campaign thing. These are not the smartest people. But I believe this, though. Third-party movement politics, being in the streets, there's something that's going on that nobody's talking about, or some people are talking about, and that might sound a little quirky to people. There is a shift going on, a very powerful shift consciously in the minds of the people in this country and globally. We're fed up. We see the bullshit. Things are going to change. The time of the elites is over. No longer are there going to be a few people that exploit this planet. People are feeling it. People are saying it in many different areas that this shift is happening. And of course, it takes work to happen. But no matter what the elites do, it's going to happen. Either they ignore us and we win, or they fight us and we get stronger and win. They know their time is limited, and they could hide in their bunkers from whatever the climate catastrophe that they're creating is. But listen, there's more of us, and people are awake. People are sick of it.
Absolutely. Actually, we're coming pretty close to the end here, so I want to give both of you the opportunity to kind of give your last thoughts. You can either, last thoughts of the summit, or the last thoughts of this topic, and then just kind of where can we see you if you have a show, and if not, I know you're going to be on again, Professor, so if you can talk about that. So let's start with Austin. Austin, any last thoughts on the topic? If not, you can just go straight into where can we see you next?
So last thought on a couple of last thoughts on the topic is, I think something to everybody should consider is who is running for these like local school boards, for instance. And from what I've seen, it's Q and associated whatnot, not to mention just, the Republicans themselves and trying to burn books and all that good Nazisms. And to really piggyback on what the professor said, nonviolence, but you can still make them shit their pants, right? So, and you can catch me on People's Voice. I do a show called Professional Lapses, and me and Novi and Luden, we try to figure out what the hell is going on with mistakes abound.
Absolutely, yes. And Professor, your final thoughts, and you can talk about the next time you're going to be on, and I can tell the people what that panel is that you're going to be on. Go ahead.
Austin had something to add.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just in real quickly, it's been a pleasure. Thank y'all very much for having me, and it made a good evening, a good Friday night. Thank y'all.
Absolutely, Austin, as always.
Thank you. I agree with Austin. Like they need to shit their pants, and we need to make them shit their pants. Like, let's talk about that, what that's about. And that is like, what are we talking? We're talking about dignity for workers, dignity for people with differing abilities who are left out of the conversation all the time, dignity for BIPOC, dignity for immigrants, dignity for LGBTQ plus community. I tweeted this out the other day. The Democrats doing nothing for the working class and beyond gives room for the Republicans to swoop in with their culture war and make anti-trans legislation to punish children. Children will literally commit suicide over these laws, right? Anti-Black legislation, all of that. And they do it because people are frustrated, don't have enough money to pay their bills, and they're scared. And then along comes a demagogue who says, it's those Mexicans coming across the border. Listen, they're coming across to steal our jobs. And I'm like, they don't want our fucking jobs. They want to not be killed in their country. Those people who were seeking asylum from Haiti and places like that. But the Republicans are able to come in because the Republicans have no answers. The Democrats say they have answers, but have no will. So I think we need to keep drilling that home. I give advice to people who say, we're spending time, and I'm guilty of it too, fighting with the trolls. We're never going to win them over. Take the time. Now I basically, every now and then, just to annoy them, I said, you're going to elect Trump again if you keep criticizing the Democrats. And my response is, okay, I'm going to, now because you're bothering me, I'm going to have 10 tweets tomorrow letting people know to vote third party and not for the Dems. Like, we need to keep getting this out there. Don't let them use their energy. They're paid troll farms, by the way. These people are paid. Hopefully they're paid a living wage. I don't know if they are. But
that is a great point, though. They maybe not, considering who they're dealing with.
Right.
Probably
and
not.
then and then also when we look at looming third world war, they switched from the highest inflation in 40 years and a pandemic of failed leadership as Gay Unemployed Waiter, one of my favorite accounts on Twitter. Follow Gay Unemployed Waiter, everybody. Seriously, Paul Sorrentino knows what he's talking about. They switched from the pandemic, highest inflation in 40 years, and now we're all just hating on Putin. It's easy to. There's not one. I can't think of a good world leader. Maybe the leader of New Zealand. She seems nice. Other than that, they're all psychopaths. But the people are going to win. That's where this is going. Martin Luther King said it. I think of it many nights before I go to sleep. And that is, the moral arc of the universe is long, but I do believe it bends toward justice. And by backing strong third parties, leftist third parties, we are going to bend that motherfucker to the ground a lot quicker. So sorry if that upset anybody.
No, that's completely fine. And you're gonna be back here on Sunday. I think is it the 5?
I think I'm helping out in some way, like asking.
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, I don't want to announce it because I don't remember off the top of my head. So we'll talk about it offline. But I do want to thank both of you. I'm going to be closing the first day of the third party summit at this point, and thank everybody on Rockfin for watching on YouTube, on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. So make sure you like this stream so that a lot of people are able to watch it on replay. I know it's a long stream. This is part 2. It was unintentional. It was supposed to be just one stream today, but this is part 2. We do have a part 1 for those who caught this stream late. So if you want to go back and see, part 1 is only like 2 hours long, but it's a completely separate video for those watching this on replay. I'm a little pooped out. I've been up for a long time, so I'm a little tired. So that's probably what you hear. But again, thank all the guests that have been on today. Dr. Jill Stein will be on tomorrow. Actually, no, tomorrow night's interview will be Howie Hawkins. And then Sunday, we're going to end the summit with Dr. Jill Stein, and all of RBN will be on. Well, not all of RBN. Some of the RBN members will be on with Dr. Jill Stein to end the summit off. So join us here tomorrow. The schedule will be up early morning. The summit starts 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. West Coast time. So the schedule will be up before then. So join us tomorrow. Thank you for joining, and we are going to be signing off. Thank you. First day, third party summit.
Thank you.
What did you discuss back in the hotel room?
Nothing, just friends, just like Cruise Chef and Kennedy and everybody. When the people, all of the politicians of all other white races come together, and they, although they believe different, they think different, whites can come together and discuss the common cause. But whenever a few of us come together, the world is shook up. And I say, whatever went back there is our business.
Reverend King, do you agree?
Oh, yes. We had a very good discussion on many matters. And of course, these are not things that we would discuss here, but we do have common problems and common concerns. And above all, as Muhammad Ali has just said, we are all victims of the same system of oppression. And even though we may have different religious beliefs, this does not at all bring about a difference in terms of our concern.
Still brothers.
Do you share the same, one more question, do you share the same concern that Muhammad has for his draft status?
Oh, I certainly do. My views on the draft are very clear. I'm against it. And I think the sooner our country does away with the draft, the better it will be for everybody. I'm very disturbed about the militaristic posture of our nation. And I think until we have a radical reordering of priorities in our country, we are going more and more to the depths, and I should say to the doom that follows arrogance of power, as Senator Fulbright said.